Okay, hi! Welcome to the craziest video you'll probably watch all year. I actually don't know if that's true or not because the year just started. But no, your eyes do not deceive you. This video is exactly what the title says it is. It is an unhinged recap of all of ARCANE Season 1. Huge shout out and big credit to Mike's Mike for starting this entire unhinged recap type video. Without him, we would all be nothing, hey? Because what a phenomenal concept for people who just love a certain thing to just talk at you about the certain thing that they love. And for me, it just so happens to be ARCANE. I hope everybody likes my shirt. I got it for Christmas. Shout out to my sister. Do I love that it says League of Legends down here? No comment, actually, no comment. I also recognize that this is not my usual content. Not that I really have content on this channel. I'm a writer first and foremost, so all of the content that is on this channel is all primarily focused on writing. That is not this video, but that's okay because it's my channel and I get to make the rules here. And I just wanted to make this video because I just wanted to. But if you are watching this and you're thinking, okay, hello, girl, where is the writing? Are you still working on your movie? The answer is yes. It's actually going quite well. I just haven't filmed anything for it because I just haven't filmed anything for it and I'm so sorry. I got this idea to make this crazy video, which I have already filmed and already edited, so this is the last thing I actually have to do for it after watching season 2 of ARCANE, which came out in November. That November changed my life, okay? Season 2 was crazy. And after I finished season 2, which was so insane, I had nobody to talk to about it because everybody that I knew was asleep. So I did what every sane person would do. I just turned on the camera and started yapping. And from that birthed this idea. Because as I was yapping about season 2, I was like, wait, I kind of want to do a crazy unhinged recap of season 1. So then I committed to the bit. Because I'm nothing if I do not commit to the bit. At the end of the 5 hours that you're about to embark on, I will be putting in the snippets of me talking about season 2 and my reaction. I had about an hour and a half worth of footage. There's about 10 minutes back there because a lot of that was not usable because all of it was just me screaming and me saying, oh my God, and me freaking out. Honestly, I thought I had more to say because I really thought I was cooking. I just remember thinking that I was saying really great, intellectually sound good things. I was not. I edited as much as I could from whatever the hell I was saying back there. So that's what's at the end of all of this mess. So if you want to go watch that, that's there for you. But if you haven't watched season 2, then don't do it. Why would you do that? I'm not going to go into too much detail about how much I love ARCANE or why I love it because you will be able to see and witness how much I love it based on how much I mentally deteriorate throughout this video. All you need to know is that I love it. It's incredible. If you haven't watched it, please go watch it. Don't watch this. Do not watch this. Don't watch this. Go watch the show. I honestly might even go as far to say that it has changed me fundamentally as a person. Things to note before we get into this. I know that a lot of recap videos have like a bulletin board and they have all the characters kind of with the red string. This is not that. I will not be having that in this video. You will not see that. Only because, well, 2 reasons. 1, I simply do not have the ink to be printing that out. And 2, I'm not sure if I want to be explaining to my parents why I have all these sexy cartoon characters printed out and pasted on my wall. That is just, I don't have the space for that. I don't have the mental capacity to explain all of that. So what you will get instead is me sitting off to the side and you will be getting screenshots of the show as I speak about it. So this recap is basically me as your friend. We are gonna spend the next 5 hours together. So right now, you and I were friends, okay? And I have called you on FaceTime and I have demanded you to sit and give me 5 hours of your time so I can tell you the entire plot of season 1. So it is an unhinged recap, but it is a chaotic FaceTime call, if you wanna call it that. I'm trying to keep this intro short and sweet because of how long this video is already, but there's just a little bit of housekeeping that we need to talk about before we get into the meat and bones. So, things I have to confess. 1, I do not play League of Legends. Despite this shirt, I do not play this game. 2, I do not know anything about League of Legends, and I would like for it to stay that way. I'm so sorry. And another thing, this is an unhinged recap. It is also heavily biased. I'm saying this now to warn you. I love this show. And because I love this show, I have many opinions on it. And do my opinions kind of come out a little bit when I'm talking about this show? Answer is yes. So if you're looking for like a really good recap about the show, this could be that video, but it could also not be. But if you don't care about any of that, then you found yourself at the right place. Welcome home. Really quickly, we'll talk about setting, just to really put us into the world. To my knowledge, the League of Legends world is a place called Runeterra. In Runeterra, the story of ARCANE focuses within these two cities, these two sister cities, Piltover and Zaun. Based on the ARCANE Wikipedia, Piltover is like a aristocratic oligarchy. Okay, that's what it's described as. Basically just like the rich city. You've got rich people galore. You name it, they got it. So that's one of the cities that we're focused on. And right underneath them, you have Zaun. And this is where the magic happens. Zaun is where the community is. According to the Wikipedia page, thank you so much, Zaun is like the home of more experimental sciences. And within Zaun, there's a lot more pollution because of this experimental science. There's just a lot of poverty. There are a lot of black markets, and a lot of the industry is controlled by chem barons. So, and we will talk about chem barons later too. So basically, it's the dichotomy of having a rich city and a poor city. We've seen this in many different stories. We've seen this in many different tales. This is the same here. And last but not least, really quickly, we are going to talk about Noxus. I know for a fact when I talk about episode 8, I will be talking about Noxus a little bit, so I won't bore you here. They are like the colonizers of League of Legends world. I could be wrong. Again, I said I could be wrong about a lot of things. I could be wrong about this, but based on what they're described as on the Wikipedia, brutalist, expansionist, that screams colonization to me. They play a very, 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 very minimal part in this season. Much bigger in season 2. I think we can get into it now. I think that's all the housekeeping we need to do. I hope you enjoy this video. If you are watching this and you're halfway through, you're like, I am so fucking sick of this girl. Please leave. Please, I would hate to keep you here. But if you enjoy it, let me know, because I worked really hard on this, actually. Enjoy the video. I will see you in this exact same outfit at the outro, because I'm gonna film it like right now. If you're watching this in January, Happy New Year. It's currently December 31st. I'm still in 2024, but I know this video is not gonna come out before the end of this year. So Happy New Year, and I hope 2025 is everything you want it to be. Enjoy the video. I will talk to you later. Goodbye! Welcome to the recap, everybody. Today we're going to be talking about Act 1, Episode 1, Welcome to the Playground. Let's get into it. We open with a lullaby sung from the voice of a child, and the lyrics are, "Dear friend across the river, my hands are cold and bare. Dear friend across the river, I'll take what you can spare. I ask of you a penny, my fortune it will be. I ask you without envy. We raise no mighty towers, our homes are built of stone. So come across the river and find," and then it gets cut off, but the rest of the lyrics are the world below. We hear this lullaby while we are also witnessing destruction and chaos and just explosions on a bridge. Also, if you see me looking down, it's because I'm reading off of my notes. And you see this guy? This guy right here? This is an enforcer. Just remember that. I also have writing utensils now. We'll come back to enforcers, but just know they're basically the cops of this universe, okay? Can't you tell? And then the enforcer guy shoots this man dead on the bridge, and then the camera pans from this very heinous, violent act to these two young girls that are walking hand in hand. And we finally find the voice, the source of the lullaby. And we see a young girl with pink hair and a young girl with blue hair. And the one with the blue hair is the one that's doing the singing. Everybody say hello to our sisters, Vi and Powder. These are our heroines of the show. Remember these two. We're about to go on a journey that we will never ever forget. Ever. Powder's singing, she's shielding her eyes from this violence, and Vi's doing the best that she can to stay strong for her younger sister, but there's something in the distance that makes her like stop. And then as an audience, we hear this punching and grunting in the background, and we look over and we see this absolute beefcake of a man. Everybody say hello to Vander. Vander is currently pummeling an enforcer to the ground with these like metal punching gloves, okay? He's a punch guy. Anyway, I know that enforcer's dead, 100%. And then once he's done doing that, the two girls come up to Vander, and you can see in Vi's eyes, she's kind of asking him this silent question, and Vander kind of motions over to the side, and then when the smoke clears, there's two bodies on the ground, and it's very heavily implied that these are Vi and Powder's parents. And Vi breaks down. This whole time she's holding it in for her sister, trying to be strong, and she just loses it. And she collapses to the floor, and Powder like squeezes her tight. It's a very emotionally devastating scene. Vander drops his gloves, or his punching mitts, or whatever, his metal things, and he picks up both these kids and he starts walking across the bridge. While he's walking back, Vi, who's cradled against his shoulder, is looking behind him, where we can see some more enforcers just like causing havoc, and then she narrows her eyes and clenches her fists. This girl learned ACAB from the get-go, and then she looks up through the chaos and the smoke and the dust. We see this beautiful, intricate building in the distance, and as the way that I'm really using this like a microphone, and we are looking at Piltover, which is the sister city right across from Zon. A beautiful frame of just like highlighting privilege and how that is going to be such a prominent theme in this TV show. And that's our opening, everybody. Now we have the introduction, like the theme song that plays. Hot take, I don't know if I like the Enemy song. Also, I'm gonna be ranking my favorite songs that play because the soundtrack is so fire. It's so good. I fucking love the soundtrack to Arcane. Oh my god. So while I do this recap, I'm also gonna be putting a ranking of all my favorite songs. This song is at the bottom of the list. It's not a bad song, but I think I've just heard it too many times and I don't know if I like it. But like respectfully, I don't think I like it. The intro itself is really cool. It's like these stone statues of all the characters that kind of foreshadows what happens in the season. Guys, my laptop, can you hear that? She's not doing too good. Anyway, introduction's over. Let's get back into the story. Time jump, let's go. Okay, the episode starts with parkour. Personal opinion, I think parkour is really cool. I think it's really impressive. I think it's scary. I don't think that's crazy to say. I don't think that's a crazy opinion. You're just jumping from place to place. And anyway, the episode starts with parkour. And it's an older Vi and older Powder, but not much older. Actually kind of older. I think Vi here is like 15, 16, according to the Arcane Wikipedia. Powder's 11. This is what I wrote. An older young adolescent Vi is scaling up this building, and also Powder's there. And everybody, meet Milo and Clagger. All of them best buddies. Adopted siblings, if you will. Found family, if you will. And so they're scaling this building, and then we get this beautiful, beautiful epic shot of Piltover. Oh my god. Take a look at this. I'm obsessed! It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Anyway, clearly these kids are on a heist, and I love a heist. Guys, I love Six of Crows, okay? I love a heist. I actually fully also support anything that these kids do, so they can do no wrong. I say this knowing what's coming, but they can do no wrong. They're parkouring through the city, they're jumping from roof to roof, they're sprinting, they're running. Then they have to do a big jump. Vi does it okay, Clagger jumps through, Milo jumps through, and then we see Powder kind of just waiting there. And she's like, oh, it's a little scary, it's a little bit of a big jump. And so Vi, being the older sister that she is, she's so encouraging, she's so sweet, she's like, you can do it, you got this. And Vi's like, what did I tell you? And Powder goes that I'm ready. Just remember that conversation, okay? Remember that they said this. She jumps, okay? She almost makes it. And then Vi catches her, just like this. And then in the background, Milo's scoffing. Okay, Milo, actually, whatever. Now they start like sidestepping across this roof ledge, and Clagger goes, guys, what if Vander finds out we're here? Vi's like, this is like the stuff that Vander would be doing when he was our age, okay? Clear to us that nobody in the Undercity knows that they're here right now. They get to their destination of the heist, and it clearly looks like they're going to somebody's apartment, just some rich person's apartment, and Milo's trying to pick the lock, and Vi just fucking kicks the door down. Okay. So much for subtlety. When they get into this apartment, they're like looking around at how fancy it is, and they just start putting shit into their bags. They're really just here to steal stuff and bring it down to the Undercity to sell it. The classic break-in, you know? Vi starts looking at the chalkboards, and she's like, it must be some kind of inventor or something, because there's just like science on the boards. And while she says this, Milo and Clagger find this like weird triangle thing on the table with like a little blue stone in it. And they're like, who told us about this place anyway? And Vi goes, I don't know, it was a tip from Little Man. Remember Little Man, Little Man's important. And then Powder goes into this little room, and girl scores herself a sandwich. Oh my god, this sandwich looks so good, guys. Powder wins big time. She finds this sandwich. Okay, but it's just sitting on the table. I have a question. Why is it just sitting on the table like this? No plate, no bevy, no snacks on the side. What a choice for this person who lives here. And we're gonna meet the person who lives here later. Don't worry. Anyway, Powder obviously takes a big fucking chomp of the sandwich. I would too. I would too. Underneath the sandwiches are blueprints for something, and behind that she discovers this big chest. And then inside the chest, we see these blue crystals. Oh, I think these might be important. As the gang are filling up their bags with all these treats, there's movement and sounds coming from behind the apartment door. The owner of the apartment is coming. Vi jumps into action. It's time to fucking scram. Milo puts a chair underneath the lock so that whoever tries to open the door can't get the door open, and everyone starts to run. Powder shoves all the blue crystals in her pocket and starts to make a break for it, and one of them falls out, okay? One of them falls out of her pocket, and as everyone's running, it starts to bounce on the floor, and these electric shocks, these lights come out of it. As it keeps bouncing, it starts to get a little bit, like the sparks start to get a little brighter, and then it explodes, and the entire side of the apartment building crumbles. And of course, the explosion falls on the ground, and it just so happens that there's a bunch of enforcers watching the whole thing happen, and they spot the children. Vi looks down. Well, they see Vi, but they see the children as a whole. But Vi looks down, and the enforcers look at her, and she's like, And then the alarm starts blaring. There's a whole chase scene, and they start to run towards the bridge that separates Zahn and Piltover. The middle of the bridge starts to lift because there's a boat coming through, and then we get this like epic jump scene, and the enforcers come and follow them. And one of the enforcers, he doesn't make it across the bridge. It is heavily implied that he fell to his death. Tough. Back to the kids though. They're running through the streets, like they're actually running around the city like a damn maze. And finally, they do what any sane person would do. They jump down the sewer. Anyway, they slide down there and they land on this massive heap of trash. And once they like come to, Clagger goes, guys, what was that? In reference to the explosion. And everybody turns to look at Powder. And Powder's like, I don't know. Why are you looking at me? And then Vi gets up and she's like brushing off her shoulders. And she's like, once you guys are done being pissy, we just fucking raided a topsider's house, okay? We won. At this moment in time, we're not recognizing how detrimental this explosion is going to be for everybody. But again, I also agree with her. Guys, stop complaining, we got the bag. And now the kids are walking through the Undercity, and we get to see a little glimpse of what it looks like, but not completely yet. This is like towards like the entrance of the Undercity. And they walk by these 3 kids. And I say kids, but I don't think they're really kids. Like, I think they're Vi's age. Like, young adolescent, reaching teens. And they don't look like they're up to any good because they come up to them a little menacingly. This guy, meet this guy. This guy's name is Deckard. Everybody say hi, Deckard, if you want. Deckard looks at them. He goes, heard you guys got a nice haul. I also heard that there was some drama on the other side of the bridge. The kids are just trying to get home. Honestly, the kids don't want trouble. The kids just want to go home with their stuff. I get it. Me too. But guess what? Deckard has all of them cornered and trapped because he's approaching them from the front like this, and behind them in the alley, he's got 2 of his buddies trapping them in this little like square. And Deckard goes, you should share some of that, referring to their bag of goodies. And Milo's like, no, we work too damn hard. And Vi interrupts Milo and goes, don't worry, I got this. And then she punches Deckard in the face. And then she tosses the bag of goods to Powder, who catches it. And then a fight ensues. Brawl, brawl, brawl. Like, we are punching, we are fighting. Oh, okay. There's a lot of blood happening. Vi gets beat in the face. And Powder, poor Powder. Oh, there's a scene of Powder, this one right here. Oh my god. Powder, poor Powder, is in the middle of this, and all of her siblings are just punching the shit out of other people. And this is just, you can tell, she's not really in her element right now. Look at her. Look at her. And then one of the guys, he starts to chase her. Leave this poor girl alone. He starts to run after Powder, and Powder starts to run for her life. The other group, everyone's still punching and shoving, and eventually, most of them on the opposing side are knocked out, and the gang starts to walk away. And Deckard pulls out a knife. Oh, it's like that. And Vi, literally so unbothered, comes up to him and goes, you want to see how that ends? And Deckard just admits defeat and runs away. Powder. Powder's still being chased. She runs up to like this harbor area and she is trapped. She like runs behind this wall, and amidst this chaos and frenzy, she pulls out like this little gadget, and it's clear that she made this little thing. Okay, she made this little, it's so cute. I don't even know what it is. It's a little bomb, I think, is what she intended for it to be. She's tinkering with this, and it's got like screws and bolts in them, and before she throws it, she goes, come on, Mauser, I need you. I love that she names her fucking creations. And it's also here that we learn that Powder is a tinker. She's an inventor. She creates things. This is a really important aspect of her character, that she is just like this scientist inventor. In Pixie Hollow, she would be a tinker fairy. Anyway, so she chucks this mouse and it doesn't do anything. I'm so sorry to say, it doesn't do anything. It does like release like a little blue and pink smoke. Like, that's really cute. I will give her points for that. But it doesn't do anything to stop the guy. And he advances. And in a moment of panic, she does, I think, what anybody else would do. She throws the treasure off the fucking side of the harbor. And it sinks to the bottom of the ocean floor. I would do that too. I am Powder's biggest defender. Look how panicked she is. Cut to Milo yelling at Powder. You know, guys, I'm not gonna say anything bad about these kids because, you know, but Milo needs to get off of Powder's back. Milo. If you had seen the panic on her face, you would have said throw it off the harbor too, okay? Anyway, Vi to Powder is like, don't worry, as long as you're safe. Older sister privileges, like, that's so cute. And then the gang get into this really cool looking elevator, okay? I don't know exactly where they are. You'll notice that I don't really know where they are half the time in this show, but I know that I have a sense of where they are, and I think that's good enough. But they get into this really cool elevator thing, and then it goes down because it's an elevator. And it takes them down, down, down. And then we get to see the Undercity. And oh my god, it's so cool. It's so cool. Like, the time and energy that was spent into animating this place is so fascinating. It's so cool. You just have to see yourself. Half the time during this recap, I'm just going to be telling you to go watch the show because what I'm telling you is never going to compare to the actual animation itself. It is so cool. Oh, and in the elevator, Milo, who's still harping on Powder, by the way, goes, every time she comes, something goes wrong. She jinxes every job. Remember that, okay? Just remember him saying that. This recap is just me saying, remember that, which, remember it. I'm telling you, it's important. Anyway, welcome to the Undercity, guys. Anyways, while they're going down, the song Welcome to the Playground by B. Miller, I love B. Miller, guys. I love B. Miller. It starts to play. This is where that song falls in my soundtrack ranking. I love B. Miller. Did anybody watch B. Miller on X Factor? Like, when she was on X Factor? Because I did. Okay, Undercity. Stark contrast from Piltover, as we can see. So now we follow the kids to the last drop. Welcome to the last drop, everybody. Welcome to the last drop. I wish I could go here. This is a bar in the Undercity. I think it's like the only bar in the Undercity. Like, it's the main one. I could be wrong. I also could be right. Anyway, there's my boy! Everybody say hello again to Vander. I love Vander. I want him to be my father. He is like the owner / bartender of the last drop. And this is Huck, everybody. Say hi to Huck. I'm so sorry. This is Huck. He's important too. Just remember him too, okay? Remember this man. Huck goes through a lot. Okay, so in this scene, Vander is pouring Huck some beer, I'm assuming, because they're in a bar. And Huck brings this beer over to a table, and there's this guy and this girl sitting there. I don't know these people, okay? They're not important. Anyway, Huck sits down with them. It's clear that Huck has some kind of business deal going on with them, and then they give Huck the money, and then it turns out to not be the right amount of money that was promised. I don't really fully understand the subject of the transaction that they're having right now, but just know that it doesn't really matter, and the important thing is that Huck's not getting what he was promised. They start to argue a little bit back and forth, and then one thing leads to another, and then the woman pulls out a knife. No, it's not even a knife. It's like a machete. And she puts the fucking machete down beside the money bag, and she goes, make your choice. Oh! It's like that serious? I'll tell you one thing for certain. It's never that serious. And guess who steps in? Vander! And he steps in and he goes, is everything okay over here? And the girl goes, get your ugly ass away. I don't think she actually says that, but that's what I wrote in my notes, so we'll never know what she says. And Vander goes, oh, I see how it is. And he pulls up a chair and he sits down with them. He goes, no funny business in my home. And then we get this shot of everybody in the last drop just looking at them. And it's here that we fully get an introduction to who Vander is in the Undercity, and you can tell that this guy holds a lot of power here. And he's basically like the leader of the underground, and he maintains the peace here. Anyway, while this like awkward, quiet moment is happening, the door swings right open and the kids come in. Really bad timing for them, honestly. They couldn't have picked a worse time. And they walk in with their heads hanging low because, you know. And Vander takes one look at them. And he just knows. That's that parental instinct, you know? When you know that your children are up to no good. Now, cut to the basement of the bar. I'm assuming it's the basement. I don't know where else it would be. It's clear that this is like their little hangout spot. It's also like their bedroom. It's everything, you know? It's all in one. And when they get in and they like sit down, Vi goes, Vander hears none of this, okay? Okay, well. And Milo, again, guys, all the time, every time Milo speaks, he is on Powder's ass. And I try to sympathize with him. Like, I understand. Like, if I'm putting myself in his shoes, I can get it. You know what I mean? I get it. Like, annoying little sister can't do anything right. You can only harp on somebody for so long before it gets tiring. And I'm getting tired. Anyway, once again, he's on her ass about, you know, not sticking up and fighting and running away. And, like, he's like, take a punch or two. And then Vander comes in. And he walks in very nonchalant and he goes, does anybody want to tell me about why I heard about an explosion in the upper city today? And not only that, sources say that there were 4 children fleeing from the scene. Crazy. Does anybody want to say anything about that? And then he ends up chewing them up and he's like, do you guys understand how reckless and blah, 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 blah. He's directing a lot of this towards Vi. And we'll get into that later. And he's like, where did you even like get this tip? And Powder goes, little man. And then Vi and Vander get into this little argument, and Vander is just stressing the importance of staying out of the topsiders' business. He's like, we do not get into their business. And Vi's like, they are like soaked in privilege. Like, I don't get it. Like, why? Like, why not? Like, why not? Like, we have to work day in and day out, and they just get to like sit and relax in their castles. And then Vi hits him with this line. She looks at him and she goes, when did you get so comfortable living in somebody else's shadow? Oh! And then all the kids also do that. The kids go like, oh. And Vander goes, everyone out. Oh. When I first watched this, I was like, no way Vander's gonna yell at her. Obviously he doesn't because he's such a wonderful father. They have this very genuine heart-to-heart. He sees so much of himself in Vi. He sees this strong, hot-headed revolutionary. Like, she is somebody who wants change from the bottom up, and he can see so much of her in him. He talks to Vi about what it means to be a role model, what it means to be a leader, and he says, whatever happens, it's on you. I put that bolded in my notes. And that line, whatever happens, it's on you. And it's so reflective of how he also feels as the Hound of the Underground. I don't think they said it yet in the TV show, but he's referred to as the Hound of the Underground. He says, if we make ourselves a problem for Piltover, they will send the enforcers. Which is so f***ed up. And Vi's like, why? Like, these are our streets. These are our people. Like, and I get it. Like, I get it. And if we flash back to the beginning of the episode with that riot and the destruction and the violence on the bridge, I don't know if they ever say it in this episode. I can't remember. But this was an attempted uprising from Zon to Piltover, led by Vander. I think he says that somewhere. We'll get to it. If he does, then we'll talk about it again. But if he doesn't, there you go. Vander gets it. He sees so much of himself in Vi. He reaches for her fist, like this bloody, beaten up fist. And he goes, this path will only cause more problems. Because he knows. He lived that experience. And he's starting to clean her wounds. And he's cleaning one on the side of her head. And he goes, like, where'd you get this one? And she goes, someone was following us. And he goes, from our side? Who? And Vi, like, didn't know. And she also confesses that all the stuff is gone. And Vander's like, honestly, fine. That's great. Like, nothing can trace you back here. And he's like, just lay low, okay? Lay low while I fix this mess. Cut to the other side of the door. And it's very obvious that Claggor and Milo are trying to listen in and eavesdrop on the conversation, which I think is just really sweet. Anyway, Vander leaves and he tells Claggor to come with him. And he goes, I gotta have a little word with your informant, aka Little Man. As they're leaving the last drop, we pan to Powder and she's like in the little gutters, like picking up little gadgets. And then it's revealed to us that she still has a little blue crystal. She still has them. Not even just a little, like she has many of them. Oh my god, how exciting. And she's like, I gotta go show Vi. And so she starts to run back down to the hideout. And as she gets closer to the door, we have my least favorite trope in the whole world is when one character overhears other characters speaking about them, but just out of context. And we get that here. And she overhears Milo and Vi talking about her, and Milo again on her ass. You were twice the person at half her age. And Vi goes, you know what? You're right. And Powder hears this, and here's the thing. If I'm listening to somebody talk smack about me, you best believe I'm staying for the whole thing. I'm listening to the whole thing. I'm not gonna get up and run when someone starts to talk badly about me. I'm gonna listen. I wanna know what you have to say. But Powder, she leaves. Once she hears that, she goes. She runs. And guys, her face is so sad. Her face is so sad. But if she had stayed for a little longer, she would have learned that Vi was not done speaking. And she chews Milo's ear off and she's like, do you see this look on my face? If you see this look on my face, it means it's time to shut the fuck up. Now, back to Vander. Guys, new location drop. Welcome to Benzo's. I love Benzo. I love all these paternal figures in this show. Benzo is this man right here. He owns this pawn shop, I think. I think it's a pawn shop. Anyway, Vander tells Clagger to stay outside and make sure that no one comes into the pawn shop. And then when he gets in there, Vander and Benzo have a little bit of a banter. It's so sweet, so fun. You can tell that they're old friends. And then we pan over to this little boy fixing a clock. And Benzo introduces him as Echo. That's his name, Echo. And he goes, Echo, what's going on with that thing? And Echo's like, I'm trying to fix it. I'm just trying to fix it. And Benzo's like, do it later. I've got business. Scram. And it's so cute how he hobbles out of there. He's such a small little boy. And he's like holding this big box and he hobbles out of the shop. It's really, really cute. And when he goes outside, he sees Clagger and he goes, hey, Clag. And Clagger goes, hey, little man. This little boy, Echo is little man. Back to Benzo and Vander. And they're actually like talking about some serious stuff. And Vander's like, oh, how could the kids be so stupid? Like, oh my God, how reckless. And Benzo's like, you know, the younger folk, they think it's the right thing to do, you know? And they have this little gossip session now. And Vander goes, someone was following them. Someone from our side. And Benzo's like, oh my God, girl, who? Who? And Vander's like, I don't know. But we both know that there are worse things than enforcers out there. What? Guys, buckle up. Shit's about to go crazy. Cut back to Clagger and Echo. And it's so sweet. It's so cute, this little interaction. Echo's like, check out the new punching moves that Vi showed me. And he's like punching up a storm. And Clagger's like, oh, that's really good. Like, oh, she's really good. And then Clagger goes, hey, by the way, where did you find that place? Referring to the apartment building that they blew up. And Echo goes, this weird man came to the store and he bought up a bunch of random shit that Benzo only keeps on display. And he paid for the whole thing. And he didn't even haggle. And I charged him double price. And then I also followed him home. I love this kid. But we don't stay in this happy mood for long because the enforcers show up. And you'll notice that they're wearing these masks because we'll get into the pollution of Zon later, but just know that the air quality down here is not good. Everybody say hi to Sheriff Grayson and Marcus. You don't have to say hi to Marcus, actually. But you can say hi to Grayson if you want. Whatever. They're both important. Grayson is the sheriff and Marcus is just an enforcer at the moment, but like he's kind of like, I don't know what he is. I don't care. They come into Benzo's shop and they're looking for the culprits of the attack on Piltover in the morning. And they know that Vander knows. Okay? They know Vander knows because Vander knows everything. You know, now they're having this little chat and Marcus is getting a little flustered, a little angry, a little and Grayson is like, okay, why don't you go for a walk? And Echo, my sweet angel boy, so smart, goes up to the roof and he has this like little device that he can eavesdrop and like look through into the shop from the roof of the it's really cool. I don't really know how to explain it, but he can basically overhear and oversee their entire conversation. Grayson and Vander are chatting and you could tell from the body language and the tone of their conversation that they have history. It's clear that these two have a pre-established connection from the past. And in this conversation, it's revealed to us that the workshop that was blown up belonged to the Kiraman family. Remember that name. But because it's an important name and it's clearly important people, the top side needs a name, like they need somebody to blame for this. And Grayson goes, people need to feel safe. And Vander goes, yeah, top side needs to feel safe. And also in this conversation, it's revealed to us from Grayson that Vander and her have a deal where the people of Zon / the Undercity stay out of the topsiders' business and the enforcers will stay out of the streets. By the way, Echo's hearing all of this. Because of the explosion, this was a big no-no for the deal that they had made. And Grayson goes, if you just give me a name, we'll make it quick and quiet. But Vander's like, no, we don't hand over our people. And Grayson is like, bestie, girl, I don't think you understand how serious this is because if you don't give me a name, the next time I come down here, I will send an army of enforcers. Oh. But Vander's standing on business. Vander's like, okay, I don't care. I don't think he actually says that. And Grayson can obviously see that Vander's not going to change his mind either. And so she gives him this thing. I don't know what it is, like a little messenger box. I don't know what it is. But basically, she goes, if you change your mind, you know how to find me. And she gives him this thing. If he's ready to give up a name, he can just send that to her and I'll go to her it'll go to her mailbox. It's basically like an email, I think. Now cut back to the gang's little hangout spot. And Powder's in her bed and she's like making a little gadget. It's very cute, very sweet. She's drawing a little face on him. And Vi comes up to her and she's like, hey girl, hey. Oh, what is in my hair? Vi comes up to Powder and she's like, hey girl, hey, do you want to talk about what happened today? Should we debrief? Do you want to chat? And Powder's like, what's the point? Like, I mess up everything anyway. Like, I'm not a fighter. I'm not a fighter. And Vi, who just wants her sister to have a beautiful life, goes, you don't have to be a fighter. Like, you don't have to be a fighter. And she points to her fist and she's like, I've got these. And you've got these. And she points to her gadgets. And Powder, who's still kind of like sulking about it, and Vi goes, come with me. Come with me. Field trip time! She takes her sister to this lookout spot where you can see the majority of the Undercity and also this beautiful skyline of Piltover in the back. And it's here where Vi starts to show Powder different locations and spots where Milo has messed up and Clagger has messed up and also where Vi has messed up. And then she points to this little stuffed toy bunny rabbit that's like hanging up on a little wire. And she tells Powder this story about how a bunch of these random kids threw her favorite toy up there. Rude. And every day she would come, she would look at this bunny and just wait and wish that the wind would knock it down or something. It's a very sweet scene. It's very tender. And these two sisters just love each other so much. And it's here also where Powder reveals to Vi that she still has like a little blue crystal. And she's like, should we show Vander? And Vi goes, no. We should just, it'll be our secret. Okay. And we taper off this scene with Vi telling Powder that she's stronger than she thinks she is, and one day the city is going to respect them. And she stands up. Oh, it's such a beautiful scene, guys. You can just see her standing and looking up at the skyline of both cities. It's just so beautiful. Remember how Vander and Benzo were talking about how there were worse things than enforcers? Okay, well, everybody, cue, enter stage left, the worst things. Do you guys remember my boy Deckard, the guy chasing Vi and the gang? I don't know how you would forget. It happened like maybe 10 minutes ago. This is him now. You feel bad yet? So setting-wise, I'm a little unsure of where we are. I know we're in the Undercity, but it looks like we're underwater. I don't know where we are, guys. I really don't. Somebody needs to tell me. Geographically, in the Undercity, where are we? Vibes are not good down here. Vibes are really, really, really bad. Deckard is strapped to a chair. Nothing good ever happens when we're strapped to a chair. He's also surrounded by really scary looking men. I'm terrified for him. And then we hear a voice. Enter Silco. Everybody say hi to Silco. I love Silco. I love his character. I don't love him, but I enjoy him as a character, if that makes sense. Silco is a chem baron down here in the city. I had to learn what that was, and so I'm going to tell you what it is to save you from the research. Chem barons are like the crime lords of the Undercity, just like crooks and mob bosses and corrupt factory owners that all kind of work together to keep the citizens in line. In the first act of season 1, the crime lords aren't huge because Vander's still really in charge of the Undercity, but later in the episodes, the Chem Barons will have more power. Enter Silco. Silco goes up to Deckard and he goes, you were supposed to follow them and not interfere. And Deckard, who's like panicking, freaking out, goes, okay, wait, hold on, wait. And then he reveals to Silco that it was the kids who caused the explosion in the upper city. And when he says this, Silco goes, wait a minute. And he goes, Vander's in trouble then. And now his gears start to turn. You can see him thinking. Silco lets Deckard go, but he tells his henchmen to keep Deckard off the streets. And then he goes, our timeline's just moved up. Timeline? I just met you. Who are you? And then we have this guy. Enter this man right here. Everybody say hi to Singed. That's his name. This guy shows up and he's holding this purple substance. He's holding the substance. And he goes, it's almost ready. What is happening? And Silco goes, show me. And this whole time, by the way, I didn't mention the cat before, but the whole time when we started this scene, there's a little hairless Sphinx cat, okay? What are your thoughts on Sphinx cats? Sound off in the comments. Just like curious. I just want to know. Singed tastes this cat and he puts it in a cage with a rat. I think Singed goes, it's feeding time. Now the cat starts to stalk this rat. And the rat starts to freak out because it's being stalked by a predator. And then it runs to the little sippy cup that it has in the cage. And the sippy cup is full of the substance. And the rat starts to like suck on the substance. And when I tell you this rat starts to just freak out and its limbs starts, it's like honestly body horror, visually disturbing to watch, and it undergoes this like very visually vile transformation from this substance, and it decimates the cat. We don't see it, but we see a crack on the glass and we just see blood splattering, and we just know the cat's a goner. And Singe and Silco look at each other, and Singe goes, "Do you have a subject in mind?" What? And then we get a shot of the empty chair that Deckard was sat in. I don't really like Deckard, but man, do I feel bad for him. And Silco goes, "Somebody just volunteered." He definitely, I can tell you for certain, I don't think he ever volunteered for this, but whatever. That is the end of episode 1. Welcome to the world of Arcane. I've also been filming for an hour, so I don't know if it's worth it to listen to me or to just watch the show. I'm gonna take a break and drink some water and eat something, and then I'm gonna come back and do episode 2. How fun. All right, thanks for listening. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Let's talk about episode 2. Let's just jump right into it. The episode title is called Some Mysteries Are Better Left Unsolved. You guys are not gonna believe how we start this episode. Do you guys remember our little heist from the first episode? I mean, I don't know how you could forget because we just talked about it. POV, you're on the other side of the door. Enter our characters. Everybody say hi to Jace Tallis, and this is Caitlin. Caitlin what? Caitlin Kierman. Do you remember that last name I told you to remember? This is Caitlin Kierman. Piltover's finest nepotism baby. I love her. I'll say it. My favorite nepo baby. The episode starts with these two. Caitlin is not that much older than Vi. I think just like a year older according to the Arcane Wikipedia. I think she's 16 here. Vi's 15. And Jace is like a young adult. Like 20s, I think? I don't know. These two are like bestie friends, siblings. Like younger sister, older brother vibes. And they're walking to his apartment, lab, home, workshop. They're walking to the scene of the crime, okay? And as they're walking to the apartment, Caitlin's holding a box of things. And she goes, "You really went to the Undercity to get this?" And she's got this brilliant British accent, okay? And I'm not gonna do it because I don't have one, and it would just be not what you want to hear. She's holding this box of things, and she's like, to Jace, and she's like, "You really went to the Undercity to get this? Like, weren't you afraid?" And do you remember in the first episode when Echo was like, "This weird man came down and he bought all the stuff in Benzer's display"? This was him. That was Jace. Jace was the weirdo man, and I love that. They're walking towards the door, and Caitlin drops something out of the box, and Jace goes, "Careful, that's your parents' money that you're dropping." And then when Jace tries to open the door, obviously it's not budging because Milo had put the chair under the doorknob. And then he hears voices, and he's hearing like the shuffle of feet, and he's like, "Hello? I have to feed my dog. So sorry. Hi, sorry. I had to go feed my dog, so I actually don't know where we left off. But I brought back a snack. When I tell you that this is like really like, I've trapped you in a FaceTime call and I'm telling you the entire plot of Arcane, I wasn't kidding. So if you have a snack, eat it too. God knows this video's long. Thoughts on rice crackers? I love these things. Okay, let's get back into this. I don't know where I left off. Caitlin being a nepo baby. Yeah, we went through that. Careful, that's your parents' money you're dropping. Did we talk about that already? I think so. I remember talking about that. Oh, he tries to open the door. Okay, yes. Jace is trying to open the door with the key, and he can't because Milo's got the chair underneath there, and he hears this like shuffling, and he hears this movement. My boy, he starts to body slam the door. And at the same time this is happening, the exact same time, we get a cut to the blue crystal that Powder dropped is starting to bounce, okay? So as this is happening, the crystal is bouncing, Jace is trying to body slam the door open, and then it explodes. Where's my microphone? Okay, it's somewhere here in the mess, but I can't find it. So we've got a new color going. Maybe we'll have a new color highlighter microphone for every episode. It explodes, and Jace gets sent flying to the back of the wall, and he collapses. Man down, diva down. He hits the ground hard. Meanwhile, I think Kate's okay, by the way. I think she was out of harm's way. I think she's fine. We never get to really see her throughout this whole thing. But just know that she is fine. And then we get a flashback scene. Everybody say hi to baby Jace and his mother, Jimena. Oh, these guys are not doing too well. These guys are not doing well at all. I don't know where they are. I don't know where they are. But they need a warm place ASAP. This is not good for them. But geographically, no clue where they are. So if somebody wants to tell me where they are, that would be great. Mom collapses. Ooh. Jace is screaming for help in this frozen, deserted tundra. Not even a tundra, this Arctic blizzard, okay? And I'm thinking, oh, I don't think anyone's gonna hear you, brother. But okay, I'm wrong, because out of nowhere this wizard boy shows up, okay? It's not a wizard, it's a mage, okay? But it's a wizard, okay? This wizard man shows up and he starts doing this sorcery. He starts like casting spells and these runes show up, okay? I'm flipping this because I have pictures that are helping me with the storytelling. He starts just like waving his staff around and like conjuring magic. The arcane. The animation here is stunning, by the way, just visually stunning. And while he does this like magic shit, Jace and his mother get transported up this like rainbow, this rainbow portal, and they get transported to the most beautiful place on earth. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. I don't even know where we are. I want to live here. Oh, and thank God, Jimena, Jace's mother, is alive and well. She's okay. Except her 2 fingers are frostbitten to death. Like, she has no more, her fingers didn't make it, okay? The mage comes over and drops like a little rune in Jace's palms. This is important. Just remember this. And then the scene ends, and then we have the intro to the show, my favorite song. Now back to the episode. Back to the scene of the crime. Everybody, welcome back to the stage, Sheriff Grayson and Marcus. Okay, sure. And Jace is like sitting with his head in his hands. He's like, please, you have to believe me. I didn't do this. And Grayson's like, don't worry, we believe you. This was a break-in. And then Grayson starts to like talk about like, there are a lot of restricted items in here, boy. There are a lot of things in here that, you know, that you do not have the authorization to have. And then there's an enforcer who's lifting up something and Jace goes, oh, be careful with that, be careful with that. And then somebody, a voice goes, huh, I believe someone should have said that earlier. Everybody enter the stage, enter the scene, Victor. Everybody say hi, Victor. I fucking love Victor. He gives Jace a little bit of a chewing out, but not really. But just about how his research hasn't been authorized and blah, 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 blah. And Jace goes, it was an independent study. Who even are you? And Victor goes, I'm the assistant to the dean of the academy, by the way. And I'd also like to remind you that the dean of the academy has a seat on the council. We'll meet the council later, don't worry. And he's like, I'm here because I was asked to remove dangerous objects. And that includes you. Ooh. And then Grayson comes in with handcuffs. Oh, it's this serious. Okay. Cut to Jace in a prison cell. And then we hear footsteps, guys. And in walks Professor Heimerdinger. I love Heimerdinger. Everybody say hi. Everybody say hi. It's so cute because his head comes in first and he rolls in. Anyway, he comes in and Jace is like one of his students, by the way. And he comes in and he's like, Buddy, what are we doing? Look, I love science. I'm a man of science, but we cannot be putting people in danger. Come on now. And Jace goes, Professor, hear me out, buddy. Please hear me out. I've been able to harness magic through science. Heimerdinger goes, magic? And Jace goes, yes! And they have a really cute, like, yes, no moment. And it's very funny. You'll have to watch it. Heimerdinger starts talking about the dangers of arcane. And we also learn that this man is like 300 years old. And so he knows a thing or two about a thing or two, okay? He's seen the dangers of magic and how it can destroy civilization. And he goes, all my life, I've pursued the mysteries of science only to discover some are better left unsolved. Title drop. I love when they say the name of the episode. He's like, just tell the council about how, you know, you fucked up and you're a bit of an idiot and just don't talk about magic. Do not bring it up. Don't bring it up. Don't bring it up. And then you'll, you know, how do they say? Like a slap on the wrist. You'll be fine. And then Heimerdinger leaves and Jace is like big time stressed out in this prison cell. Cut 2. Back to the gang. I miss these kids. They are in this super, super cool location, this little awesome hideout. Not their like little bedroom hideout, but I don't even know where this place is, honestly, but it's like really cool. It's like kind of like an arcade type vibe, but not really. Anyway, you're welcome for this really good description. Vi is like punching the shit out of this like punching machine. It's really cool. There's a scoreboard and it's mostly Vi's name on there, practically every single one. Milo, again, you would have never guessed, guys. Milo, again, is on Powder's ass about her fucking up the job. I don't know if you can tell, but there's been a time jump in my real life. Unfortunately, I have a life outside of this video, which sucks. So I had to take a little bit of a pause, but we're back. We're back in business. And we're just gonna jump right back in where we left off, which was them in their little hangout spot. Oh, my microphone. Milo cannot stop talking about how Powder messed up his job. And no comment. I really don't. I have nothing else to say about Milo. It's funny because then in this little arcade hangout spot, she absolutely decimates him in this like shooting game. And the Powder like walks over to a different game And then she looks out the window, and then we see enforcers outside the window, and one of them is Marcus, and they're interrogating this poor man about the 4 kids, about the kids that were at the explosion. And Powder like turns to the others and she's like, you guys should really come check this out. And while she says this, one thing leads to another with Marcus and the poor guy that he's interrogating, and Marcus throws him into the window of the kids' hangout spot. There's a gaping hole in the window now, and the kids are obviously spotted, and they make a scram for it. Clacker hits the lights, shit goes dark. They're sprinting and they're running out of there, and they're running through the alleys, and then we hear a little whistle, and little man, here to save the day, drops down a ladder, and they climb up, and they're okay. Thank God. Cut 2. I don't know where we are, but this is Mel Medarda. Everybody say hello to Mel Medarda. I love her. I love her. She is of nobility, and she also has a seat on the council here in Piltover. So technically it's Councilor Mel Medarda. Forgive me. Councilor Mel Medarda. Is this her bedroom? Is this her office? Is this... Where are we? I think this is her bedroom, office, place. I don't know. Her and her bestie, Alora. This is Alora. Hi, Laura. They're just yapping, and they're talking about how Mel is the poorest Medarda, but she's the richest woman in Piltover. We'll learn more about her family later. That's important. But right now, we don't know much. She's just yapping about how she needs something revolutionary to put Piltover on the map. You know, to like prove to her family, whoever that may be, that she can do something. You know, she can be something. Anyway, so that's kind of like her storyline. They get to talking about the troublemaker of the day. So Mel's like, tell me about this trial. What's the sitch? And Laura's like, well, his name's Jace Tallis. You know, his family is really well known for making the collapsible pocket wrench. And they also build hammers. And while they're yapping and they're talking about Jace, she's like also picking out, she as in Mel, is like picking out these little trinkets, and she holds one up. And there's this man here, by the way. Say hi to him too. I don't know him. And she goes, this one's perfect. And the man goes, that's a children's toy. And she's like, even better. And then the scene ends. Cool. Okay. Cut to the Kierman estate. This beautiful home. Look at the sitting room. Oh my God. We've got Dad, we've got Mom, and we've got Caitlin. They're talking about Jace. Jace is like the talk of the town right now in Piltover. Caitlin's dad is like, this guy almost blew up our daughter. And Caitlin's like, okay, that was not his fault. He was robbed. We have to help him. And mom goes, you know, we are his patrons. We fund his work. We can put in a good word for him. Love Mom. She's very level-headed. Okay, that's that scene. Cut to, guys, my throat goes dry every time she's on the scene. Everyone meet Savika. This is Savika. Everybody say hi, Savika. I love Savika. If Savika has no fans, somebody check in on me. I might be dead. In this scene, she's hitting her fist on the table and she's like, we should hit them back twice as hard. Referring to the enforcers. And she has this like little posse behind her and they're like, yeah. They're talking to Vander about this. And it turns out everybody in the town is in the last drop right now chatting about what's going on in the world. And Vander in response goes, guys, we've crossed this bridge before. In reference to the little bridge. And he goes, and we all know how that turned out. And then someone from the peanut gallery goes, you're just protecting your kids. Okay. And also at the same time, the kids are also part of this meeting. They're like in the back and they're like listening. And Savika goes up to Vander and she goes, the Vander that I knew, the Vander that built the underground, he would not be afraid to fight back. And Vander walks up to her with the pipe in his mouth and he goes, do I look afraid? And she drops one of the hardest lines. I literally, my stomach hurt when she said it. And she goes, no, you look weak. Oh. And then she whistles and then she like leaves the last drop and like a bunch of people follow her. Anyway, that's Savika. I love her. I do. I really do. Now, back to the kids. The kids who are listening to this whole thing, they're like, we need to fight back. We need to fight back. We have to. Echo looks like he has something to say. Vi sees this and she's like, spit it out, Echo. I don't know if she actually says that. Anyway, he reveals to Vi that Vander and the enforcers have a deal. Cut to Jace's trial. Welcome back to Piltover, everybody. This is beautiful. Look at that. This is the council building. So when you see images of the skyline, it's the tallest building. That's the council building. We're going up this really fancy ass elevator. And it's Grayson and Jace in handcuffs. I can't believe they cuffed this man. Welcome to the council room. This is what it looks like. Very, very beautiful. I don't know everyone's names, but I'm gonna look them up. So from left to right on this image here that you can see, we have Counselor Kierman, that's Caitlin's mother. We have this woman with, I don't really know what's going on here, but she's got some gears around her neck. This is Shula. Everybody say hi, Shula. And then we have our bestie Heimerdinger. And then we have this robot, Arius Bolbach. Nice to meet you. And then we have Counselor Hoskell. I know him. I know Hoskell. Then we have Counselor Sallow. He's important. Not in this season. And then we have Counselor Medarda. Everybody say hi to the Piltover Council. Now that we know everybody's names, I'm going back to this now. In walks Jace, and there's a crowd of people. His mom's there, Victor's there, and obviously the council. As he walks towards the middle of the little circle table, the skylight starts to close. Okay, very dramatic. And then all of a sudden he's in the middle and it's pitch black, and then bam, a spotlight on him. I would pee my pants. I did not know they did their trials like this. Now we go into the trial. He's pleading his case. He's talking about his irresponsibility, like the way that, you know, he's just, you know, he's making his case. You'll have to watch it. It's whatever. It's like court. The counselors begin to talk amongst themselves, and they're just talking out loud, and they're debating, and they're like, this guy is reckless, blah, 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 blah. And then Mama Kierman, she goes, I can vouch for this guy. He's a good man. And then some other counselor goes, he just blew up a building. Now they're like yapping. They're like, oh, he blew up a building and he's not safe and this is dangerous and can we expect this from our future scientists? Blah, blah, blah. And then Mel goes to Jace. She goes, do you have anything to show us besides an explosion? And Jace goes, no, it came to nothing. And Mel was like, oh, so you're saying that your research was meaningless? And Jace goes, no, it wasn't meaningless. It was revolutionary. And Mel goes, revolutionary how? And now everybody starts yapping again. Okay, let the man speak. But because everyone's talking and Jace is like kind of sweating, tension is rising, and he says it, guys. He goes, I was trying to create magic. Oh, you could really hear a pin drop with that one. Oh, and Heimerdinger, he sighs and he face palms and he's like, oh, great. Yeah, no problem. And then one of the counselors starts talking about how the powers of Arcane are only this, it's this innate thing. You can't fabricate it. And then Jace goes, no, but I think we can. And now they start yapping again. And Jace actually starts to give off this really inspirational speech. You'll have to see it for yourself. Like, it really tickled my heartstrings. You know, just about how the possibility of harnessing magic through science could be revolutionary. It could change the world. He's just very passionate about this. And then Heimerdinger shuts him up big time. He goes, and also remember, this guy is 300 years old. He's seen things, okay? And now, again, the counselors are yapping and talking. And then they're also talking about how Jace should be banished from Piltover. I really didn't know it was that serious. Anyway, they're all yapping. Oh, it's just constant yapping with these people. And then, oh my God, in the background, someone says, let me say something. It's Jimena. It's his mother. And she goes, please let me speak. She goes, my son is not right in the head. All his life, he's been chasing this imaginary dream. He's not okay. Just don't banish him. Let him come home to me. I'm not a mother, but I can only imagine if I'm in a courtroom and the council people are starting to talk about banishing my child, I would step up and be like, my son's a little bit of an idiot. Just let him come home. You know, like I would say that. Anyway, Heimerdinger goes, you know, I can't blame a man's wish to chase a dream. So I don't think we should banish him, but simply let's just expel him from the academy. Anyway, they all vote, and they do vote to expel him. Okay, back to Zahn. We are here. This is somewhere in Zahn. I know that this is where Silco's little lab is, you know, his little crazy shimmer lab. The purple stuff is shimmer. I don't know if the show has talked about it yet. Anyway, we are here. This is where we are. And in here is Marcus. Oh, okay, hey, sure. And he's here to meet Silco? Okay. Marcus comes in here and he goes, it's the first time I've been invited to the lanes. Better be worth my time. And Silco goes, you know what your problem is, Marky boy? The problem is you keep that ugly chin of yours up so high that you forget to see the possibilities below. And then Silco goes, I heard you're looking for 4 children. I'm about to make your day. Guys, you ever watch a scene and it like makes your stomach hurt a little bit? Because nothing worse than a crime lord and a cop working together. What a dynamic duo, you know? Like, what a great idea. What a great idea. Okay. Anyway, cut to a really somber looking Jace. Pretty boy is not doing too well. He's not doing well, but he got kicked out of school, so I can't blame him. You know? I can't blame him. Oh, and I don't know if I mentioned this whole time, when the mage gave him that rune, he turned it into like a little bracelet, and so this whole time he has this like little bracelet with the rune in it, with the little gem. I don't know what it is. It's a gem with a rune on it. Okay. Anyway, he's like playing with it in this scene. In walks in Mommy Dearest, and she tries to talk to him, and she's like, if I had not spoken up, you would be lost to me. And he goes, Mom, how could you? Magic saved your life. And she's like, I know, but you need to let this go. And he goes, if my own family won't help me, then I'm gonna find someone who will. Okay. No comment. No comment. No public comment. Emotions are high. Cut to Heimerdinger and Victor, and they are in the process of getting rid of Jace's things, burning some stuff and getting rid of the research. And Victor is just talking out loud, and he's like, pretty intriguing, the research of Jace, you know, it's pretty intriguing. And Heimerdinger goes, yeah, it's intriguing, but very dangerous and very unstable. And Victor goes, would you be able to stabilize it? Heimerdinger goes, me? No. Anyway, come tomorrow, all of his stuff is going to be destroyed anyway. In this scene, I think Heimerdinger walks away, but then Victor takes Jace's journal, the one full of notes, and he takes it. And I love it. Love to see it. I love to see someone doing something sneaky. Also, guys, I'm so sorry. My hair is so, you know when your hair's so greasy, grimy, oily, and it's so itchy, but then every time you itch it, it just feels so good? I don't. Anyway, back to this underwater hellhole. So now we see Silco, and he's holding up a purple vial of the shimmer stuff, and he's just talking out loud, and he goes, will he live? And Singe goes, long enough. What do you mean, long enough? What do you mean? What does that mean? What do you mean, long enough? Do you guys remember Deckard? Of course you do. Here he is now. He's about to take the substance. Anyway, he's a little scared, and he obviously doesn't want to, and then Silco goes on this like big monologue about power and about where power comes from. Anyway, it really convinces Deckard to drink it. And so peer pressure works, apparently. Drink it he does. He drinks the whole vial, and immediately, side effects, immediately. Oh, he drops to the ground and he starts shaking. My brother's shaking hard. You remember Deckard before? This is Deckard now. Looking good. Looking really good. You look great, Deckard. Yep. Cut to the gates of the Kierman estate. It's raining, it's dark, it's dreary, the mood is low. That's called pathetic fallacy, by the way, if anyone wanted to know that. My high school English teacher taught me that, and anytime it's raining and I'm feeling a little gloomy, I'm like, oh, pathetic fallacy. Anyway, up walks Jace to the estate, and he's shaking at the bars of the enclosure. And he tries to open them. Obviously, they're locked. And wouldn't you know it, Caitlin's sitting right there. And she's like, they won't see you. Your name's no good now. My dad says you're a misfit and that we can't be friends anymore. And then Jace goes, so why are you out here then? And Caitlin goes, because I'm a misfit too. And it's really sweet. Their friendship is very sweet to me. And then Mother Kierman shows up and she goes, girl, get inside now. Cut to the council. First of all, look at this shot. Why are they posing for an album cover? Why are they all standing like this? Why is Sallow standing like this? Anyway, they're speaking to Marcus and Grayson. They're talking about the explosion that happened in episode 1, talking about, you know, how the conversations around magic are getting people scared, you know, and they have to do something. They have to find, you know, the person, you know, who's accountable for this, blah, 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 blah. And Grayson is like, we've looked high and low. We've looked left and right. We don't know who's responsible. And don't you think we've done enough? Don't you think we've given them enough hell? Robot Man goes, I don't care. Do whatever it takes. You know, turn the Undercity upside down if you have to. And Marcus is listening to this, and he's really listening to this, and he's like really taking it personally. He's like, yeah, I will turn the Undercity upside down. We're back at the last drop, okay? In walks in Marcus and his little group of enforcers. And Vander goes, welcome to the last drop. What can I get for you? And Marcus goes, 4 sump rats will do. And then he goes, search the place. Don't you need like a warrant for that? Enforcers go search the place, and Vander to Marcus goes, while you're here, can I make you a drink? As he's doing this, underneath the table, there's a little panic button, and he presses it, and I just know that has powders working all over it. Like, it's so cute. Like, I know that she invented that. This little panic button sends a signal down all the way down to their little hangout spot, and there's a little monkey, you know those monkey clapping toys that are kind of scary? Anyway, it's one of these monkey toys, and it starts clapping to alert the kids that trouble is on the way. And so when the enforcers show up, room's empty. Marcus now starts chatting to Vander, and he goes, I ran into an old friend of yours. And then he takes Vander's pipe, which is highly disrespectful. Don't do that to anybody. And then he goes, you weren't always the peacekeeper, were you? And then he puts his pipe in his drink. Don't do that ever. Vander is like visibly pissed, and so is everybody else in the last drop too, because they're like, you don't mess with the Hound of the Underground like that. And then Vander goes, you know what, you can't change the past. And then he like points to his little punching gloves that are hanging from the side of the bar somewhere. He goes, would be a shame if I had to put those back on again. Anyway, the kids are like directly beneath them, because we get this shot that like pans down. Anyway, obviously they're not found, and the enforcers come back and they're like, we can't find them anywhere. And Marcus gets all mad and he gets all whiny, and he like lights his drink on fire, and he's like, I'm gonna burn the lot of you. And he's like, there's a crime for every coin that passes through here. You all stink. Okay, cut back to the gang. And the gang is back in their hangout spot. And Vander comes to check in on them, and they're pissed. They're like, we need to fight back, okay? We can't stay here. Like, we literally can't stay here. We need to fight back. Vander's like trying to like soothe them, and Vi's like, if you don't, then I will. And Vander sighs because he's like, I've seen this movie before. I've been here before. If you hear noise in the background, I do apologize. There are other people in this house. I don't apologize for them making noise, but I apologize if you can hear it and it's distracting you. Cut to the Piltover Bridge. Not the Piltover Bridge, but the Piltover Zahn Bridge. And Vi and Vander are here for a little heart-to-heart. At the bridge, we can see that there are some memorials on the ground for the uprising and the lives that were lost there. Vi goes, I just don't understand how you can work with them. She's like, all my life, I grew up knowing that I was less than them. And she's like, I don't want Powder to have that life. I want a better life for Powder, and I'm willing to fight for a better life for Powder, okay? And Vander, who sees so much of himself in Vi, he tells her that he gets it. You know, he gets it. And then he reveals to Vi and also to the audience that he was the one that led them across the bridge that day. And had he not done that, her parents would still be alive today. And he says to Vi, I get that you want to hurt them because of how they hurt us, but who are you willing to lose? And then we get this frame of like Vi putting her head on Vander's shoulder. So precious. And Vi goes, what are we gonna do? And Vander, for the first time, like honestly, he goes, I don't know. And you can see it on Vi's face that it's like she's a little panicked because that's her dad and also the Hound of the Underground, and he doesn't know what to do. And then her face shifts into something more serious. It's like a thinking face. It's a face of determination. She looks down at the memorial, and then she looks up again, and you just know that she's planning something. Okay, you just know that she's planning something. Cut to the scene of the crime, the exploded apartment building. Also, trigger warning, in this scene, we're going to be talking about suicide for a little bit. And you can skip to this minute right here for when we're done talking about it. Jace is standing on the ledge of the apartment building, and he is ready to take his own life. He's been expelled from school. Everything that he's worked for is gone. His name has been destroyed. He genuinely feels at this moment in time that there's nothing else to live for. And in this scene, you can see that he's put his little rune bracelet down and also this little red seal, and it's got a hammer on it, which is the Talus house seal, because they're also famous for building hammers. As he's about to jump off the ledge, we hear a voice, and it goes, am I interrupting something? And it's Victor, and he has Jace's notebook. I'm gonna paraphrase, this conversation, but basically Victor's like, I'm just so intrigued by your work, and I'm a huge fan, and I saw you at the trial, and I just couldn't help but take notice of you. Anyway, the science bros become science bros, and it's just so sweet, and I love it. And in the fandom, there's a very big ship for Jace and Victor. Am I also part of this fandom that loves them together? Absolutely. But I can also understand people who just see them as like really great, partners, like science partners. I just think that they're cute together because I just want everybody to be gay. But I'm also okay if you don't ship them. Anyway, Jace goes, nobody believes in me. And here we learn that Victor is from the Undercity, and he understands not feeling believed in. He understands what that's like. And he goes, I believe in you, and I want to help you complete your research. And Jace goes, nobody thinks it can be done. And Victor drops one of the hardest lines in the world. And he goes, when you're going to change the world, don't ask for permission. Great line. Phenomenal line. I love these two. Okay, cut to back to Vi and the gang. Vi walks into the hideout spot, and her face is just full of emotion. She is holding on to so much right now. And the gang are preparing to fight the enforcers, and Powder's sitting on her bed, and she's showing Vi all these new bombs and gadgets that she's made. And then Vi hands her the bunny rabbit. the bunny rabbit from the first episode. And she cradles Powder's face and she goes, "What makes you different makes you strong. Never forget that, okay?" I don't know if you guys know what's coming. When I was watching this, I just knew that Vi was up to something not good, and it made my stomach hurt. Cut to Grayson ripping Marcus a brand new big fat asshole, okay? She slaps him across the face and she goes, "What were you thinking? Going into the Undercity? Going to the Undercity? Going to the last drop and searching? Are you out of your, And she's in the middle of chewing him out, and then all of a sudden, "You've got mail, girl. It's the email." Oh no. Oh no, guys. Oh no. Okay. We move forward. Cut to the last drop. But the music that begins to play here is my favorite song of all time. It's called Our Love by Curtis Harding and Jasmine Sullivan. Oh my goodness. The most beautiful song on this planet. I rank it #1 on my list. This song starts to play, and while this is happening, this is all from this point on, it's visual storytelling. There's no spoken dialogue here. I just recommend watching this scene because I can explain it, but it will not be the same as you watching it. So this whole video is just me telling you to watch the show. And we start the scene with the little jukebox. I recognize that I never mentioned this little jukebox in any of what I've been saying so far, but every episode starts with this jukebox, and the jukebox puts a CD down and it starts to spin. In every episode, it's Powder and Vi, and they're in this like yin and yang symbol and it just spins around. In this specific scene, we see the jukebox now and it's putting in a CD and it starts rotating, but it's not Powder and Vi, it's just like these two little kids. Anyway, music cue. In walks in Powder to the last drop, and she's looking kind of sad, and she's holding the little bunny rabbit, and she hops up onto the bar, and Vander makes her a little juice. As Powder's drinking her juice, there's also scenes of enforcers just coming down into the Undercity to make an arrest. And Powder props the little bunny up on the bar, and Vander notices it. And then realization dawns on him, and he's like, "Oh, shit." The last scene of this episode, we pan up from the ground, and we pull up, and we see Vi sitting in the dark, waiting to be arrested. And she's making this huge sacrifice to save the rest of her family. And that's where the episode ends. Isn't that crazy, guys? Isn't that insane? Guys, we got through all of this. We should be really proud of ourselves. Anyway, that's episode 2. See you in a different outfit on a different day for episode 3. Oh, I need to get my microphone. All right, everybody, let's just get into it. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. I'm in a different black sweater. I have other clothes. Sounds like somebody who doesn't have a lot of clothes would say that, actually. Let's get into it. Episode 3, the base violence necessary for change. This is the episode that really changes the entire course of the show. Like a title like that already, the base violence necessary for change, you already know you're signing up for some good fucking TV. We open the scene with Silco's voice, and he goes, "You ever wonder what it's like to drown?" Okay. Have you? Have you? And then we discover this is like a flashback lore building scene, okay? Silco's falling back into the water, and then we get like flashes of him in his like younger days, and he's being actively drowned in this murky ass water by somebody. He's really not looking too good, like he's about to die, okay? And his eye has been cut, and he's been stabbed too, I think. I don't know if he's been stabbed, but his eye's not doing too good, which is why his eye's fucked up now. And the murky water is like getting into the eye. Anyway, he's being choked. The person who's choking him is Vander. And then we get the intro scene. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Everybody sing it with me. We start this episode right where we left off in the previous episode, with Vi sitting alone in this dark alley waiting to be arrested. I said in the last episode that she was waiting in a dark alley, but turns out she's waiting in Benzo's shop. That was my bad. She's waiting in Benzo's shop. Footsteps approach. In walks in Vander and Benzo. And Vi looks at him. She's like, "I'm so sorry. This is the only way to protect the others." And they're moving quick, right? Because the enforcers are on the way. And Vander grabs her face and he goes, "You have a good heart. Don't ever lose it. No matter how hard the world tries to break you, protect the family." Guys, if we couldn't put it together by now, obviously Vander's not gonna let Vi get arrested. Obviously he's gonna give himself up. Oh my God, he shoves her into a little room and he locks the door, okay? She's banging on the door. She's like, "Hey, let me out." In walks in Grayson and Marcus, okay? Grayson goes, "I'm guessing that's for me," referring to Vi screaming in this little room. And Vander goes, "You'll oblige a doomed man one last smoke, will you?" And he takes his pipe out and he smokes. And then Grayson goes, "I can't put you behind bars. The fucking underground's gonna collapse without you." And Vander goes, "Don't worry, Benzo will handle it." While this is all happening, Vi is still like screaming and pounding at the door. Anyway, they make the arrest. Cut to Vi in the little room pounding at the door. And in this little like room, there's also a little basement window so she can kind of see what's going on outside. Then she can hear shuffling feet and there's commotion outside, and she goes up to the window and then there's a thud and blood streaks the window. Then we get a shot of the outside. Grayson dead. Dead on the ground. When I watched this for the first time, I really this is your warning now. Everybody in this episode starts dropping like flies. Next, and out from the fog, in walks Silco, and Benzo goes, get out of here, no one likes you. And Benzo starts to walk up to Silco, okay? And whatever killed Grayson snatches Benzo and kills him to the ground. Okay, everybody, okay. And Marcus then goes up to Silco and he's like, what are you doing? This was not part of the deal. And then Silco goes, the deal's changed. And then he tosses him a bag of money and one of the coin falls and lands on the blood, which I think is hilarious. I think it's so funny and so hypocritical for this cop to, not even one episode ago, to be like, every coin that passes through this place is a crime. Oh my God, there is a really big bird outside. Oh my God. Wow. Wish you could have seen it. It was very big. Moving on. Whatever monstrosity that's been terrorizing them comes out and punches, just like that, punches Vander across the face. He conks out. Also, by the way, Vi is watching all of this happening outside. Okay, capital T trauma. We all know that the monstrosity is Deckard, by the way, but we just don't know yet. But like, it's obvious that it's him. I'm just keeping it like mysterious for the vibes, but we all know it's him. Anyways, this mutated, shimmered up Deckard picks Vander up, who's still alive, and they all walk away, leaving a really pissed off Marcus in the streets with his dead sheriff and dead Benzo. Also, we have Vi sobbing in the cell. Just really devastating stuff. Cut to the science boys. Here's the thing with this show is that we get served trauma on a plate and then we bounce straight to the next scene. There's no pausing. There's no time to process. Now we're talking science, okay? And I have to just be honest with everybody in the room right now. Whenever they talk about the science stuff, I don't know if I fully understand. I just want to admit that right now. But my general understanding is that they're figuring out how to stabilize this hex tech nonsense, okay? They come up with this hypothesis that they might need to crank up the magic. And Jace goes, well, that would be great if I had my equipment. And Victor goes, yeah, that stuff's gonna be destroyed tomorrow, actually. And Jace goes, oh my God, why didn't you say something? What are we gonna do? And then Victor pulls out the keys to Heimerdinger's lab. A heist? Another heist? I love a heist. Just kidding, it's not really a heist. It's more like a break-in, which I guess is a heist. Whatever. And Jace is like, why are you helping me? And Victor goes, it's because I'm in love with you. I'm just kidding. He basically just tells Jace about how his hex tech science is like possible to change lives and how his hex tech stuff is gonna be revolutionary. And Jace comes up to Victor and puts his hand on his shoulder and goes, it's our hex tech dream. I love them. Next scene, cut back to Vi, sobbing alone in the room, devastated. The door opens. Echo is there. Little man. Echo shows up. They approach each other. Echo sobs. He goes, I saw the whole thing. Oh my God. Vi goes, where's Vander? And Echo goes, they took him. Cut to the crab house. This place. This is what I'm calling it, okay? They are dragging an unconscious, barely alive Vander across the floor. There's just some weird shimmer factory going on, and I don't like it. The vibes are abysmal. Really bad, you don't want to be there. And as they're dragging Vander across the hallway, Silco says the lines, it's a little crude, I'll admit. The base violence necessary for change. This line goes so hard, especially when you think of it in terms of this entire episode. And Vander, who's now a little bit more conscious, goes, even with your monsters, you won't win a war against Piltover. And Silco goes, oh, I don't need to. I just need to scare them. And Vander goes, you're gonna get people killed. And for what? Your stinky pride? And Silco goes, no, for respect. And then they just kind of talk about their past and their united brotherhood that they used to have because they wanted to build this nation of Zon. And then Vander betrayed Silco by nearly drowning him in the water, and that was a little tough, you know. Silco talks about how he always had respect for Vander, but then he lost it all when Vander became like a little lapdog to the Pilties. But then Vander goes, brother, I had no choice. Like, I had no choice. And then Vander goes, kill me. Kill me if you have to, but spare the Undercity. And Silco goes, you'd rather die for your cause than fight? And Vander goes, I'm just not that guy anymore. And then Silco looks at him and he goes, I'll show you what you really are. Please don't give this man shimmer. Please do not do that. And then they drag Vander out. Oh, also Savika's here. Hi, Savika. Traitor. Cut back to Heimerdinger's lab. I called it the Heimerdinger heist. Cue Victor using the keys to jingle jangle. Jace holding a flashlight up like he's a kid. Enter stage left, Mel with a bigger flashlight catching them in the act. Both of them have very comical reactions to this. Jace goes, oh my god, we've been caught. And Victor goes, wait a second, this isn't my bedroom. Was he implying that he was taking Jace to his bedroom? What does it all mean, guys? What does it all mean? And Mel looks at them and goes, you better say something that's gonna save your career right now. And Victor goes, we've managed to stabilize it. Like the magic, we know what to do. And Mel looks at him, she goes, you're the dean's assistant. And Jace interrupts her and goes, no, he's my partner. And here's the thing with Mel, okay? She recognizes potential. She sees potential here. And she says, I recognize that any worthwhile venture involves risk. And then from the back, we hear footsteps. A guard is approaching. Will she let them break in or will she give them up? Put your guesses in now. Jace looks at her. He goes, please give us a chance, girl. We won't let you down. She looks at them and she goes, one night. You better fucking impress me or you're packing your bags tomorrow. And then she distracts the guards and in they go. Phenomenal. Love Mel. Thanks, Mel. Cut to back to the gang in their hideout. Milo and Clagger are looking very proudly at these weapons that they made for when the enforcers come. And Powder's on her bed and she's sad and she's petting her little bunny. In runs Vi and she's panicked, out of breath, obviously because of what she just witnessed. Powder runs up to her and gives her a big ol' hug. But the look on Vi's face is soul crushing. And everyone's like, what's going on? What's going on? Vi can barely get the words out and she's like, Benzo's dead and they have Vander. And obviously they're like, we need to go save him. We have to go get him. We have to go rescue him. One of them, I can't remember which one, but either Milo or Clagger goes, you're not alone. He's our father too. And they're like, where is he? Where is he? And Vi goes, he's at the old cannery next to the docks. Guys, mystery solved. It's the old cannery down by the docks. Thank God. And Powder starts to get ready as well. And Vi sees her and she looks at her and she goes, Powder, you gotta sit this one out. And Powder's like, why? I'm ready to fight. And she goes, you families stick together. You said so yourself. And they kind of have this like back and forth. And Vi looks at her and she goes, you're not ready. What a gut punch to her in the first episode telling her that she was ready. Like that's so, I can't even think about it. She cradles Powder's face and she goes, you're all I have left. And then she gives Powder this flare gun type thing and goes, if they come for you, take this and run. Wherever you are, light it up and I'll find you. I promise. Remember these lines. Just remember these lines, okay? And then the three of them leave a very lonely Powder all alone in this room. Cut to the science bros. They're now trying to stabilize the magic and the hex tech stuff. Things start to light up a little bit, okay? Cut back to a very hysterically crying Powder. She's crying, she's sobbing, she's not handling this very well. She yanks at one of her monkey toys and throws it on the ground. The head pops up. She's having a bit of a meltdown. Understood. And she takes her bag and she chucks it on the ground and then the crystals bounce out. She looks at the monkey and then she looks at the crystals and she goes, oh, I can help them. Okay. Cut to the old cannery down by the docks, now that I have a name. The kids are running on the roof. Another heist. I love a heist. I love a heist when it works well. Okay, cut to. There are so many cuts. And I mentioned this before. But, you know, as I tell this story verbally, it's not as impactful as it would be if you were to watch it visually. But if you're watching me talk about it, I'm just assuming that you've already seen it visually, you know? Anyway, you know what you're doing. You don't need me to tell you this. Cut back to the science bros. Things start to work. Shit kind of goes crazy here. Things are like cranking up. The blue crystals are going crazy. Something's working. And then a window crashes. Okay, a window crashes and the glass kind of goes everywhere. And then it pauses in midair and then it like goes back into the window. See, like me describing this out loud doesn't translate very well, but it was a cool scene. Cut back to the kids at the cannery down by the docks. They're running in to get Vander. They run down the hallway and they see Vander strapped to a chair at the end of the hallway, and they run to him. Vi grabs Vander's face and Vander's like, what are you doing in here? And Vi goes, we're gonna get you out. And Milo immediately starts picking at the locks on Vander's arms and legs. And Vander goes, how'd you get in here? There's guards everywhere. And Vi goes, oh, it was so easy. We just found an open window and we walked in here. Oh no. Oh, it's a trap. Oh, everybody run. Anyway, enter the scene, Silco. He goes, welcome, everybody. But I'm sorry to say that this reunion is going to be quite short. Did you hear about the rumor about how Vander fled town with his children and they were never to be seen again? Oh my god. That's not scary at all. No problem. No problem. Oh, and not only is Silco here, his entire gang is here. Say hi to the gang, everybody. Great. Really good. And so visually, setting-wise, if I can put this into words, which I hope I can, Vander and the gang are in one room here, and then there's a long hallway, and then there's just like the factory below, and then on the other side of the hallway where Silco is, that's where his gang is. Vi puts on Vander's punching gloves, and she goes out there. She walks out there. Cut to Powder. She's made it to the old cannery down by the docks, everyone. She's here. She's here with her monkey. She's here with her plan that's gonna save them all. Cut back to Vi. Vi is now standing in this hallway ready to fight these people who are like thrice her size. She's a child, and everybody here is an idiot adult, so this is already not fair. Big Boy comes up to her. Remember this man, okay? This guy, remember him. I don't think he has a name. I don't think he needs one. Whatever, remember him. Not even 1 second into this fight, Vi hits him with that uppercut punch. Really satisfying, really good stuff. And then they all start coming to fight. Okay, one at a time, get in line. And while this is all happening, Milo is still working on the locks. Powder is climbing up the side of the building. Clagger is looking for a new way out. Everybody has a role. Everybody has a role on this island. Things are looking good. Things are looking really good. Powder also, she's here too, currently scaling up the building. She is also doing really well. You remember Deckard? How could you forget? I never let you forget Deckard. So it turns out Shimmer is a very highly addictive substance. Who knew? And Deckard, who is currently visually suffering from withdrawals, cannot wait to get a little sip of this juice. Silco, to Deckard with his little vial of Shimmer, goes, are you ready to rise to the surface? He's about to unleash a shimmered up monster to fight a child, but Vi, determined as ever, you can also see that she's a little bit scared. She goes to hit him. And she doesn't have a chance here. I'm gonna be so real with everybody in the room. She does not have a chance against this beast, okay? Catches her by the throat. Holds her in the air, dangling her. And then chucks her to the ground. Vander started yelling at Silco. Milo's still working at the locks. Clagger is starting to hit the wall now because he's seeing like there's a weak spot in the wall. Vi crawls back into the little room that they're in and she closes the door and blocks it. Let's just pause for a second here. There was a door and a lock this whole time. I'm not gonna say anything. But there was a door and a lock this whole time, okay? Not that it would have like stopped them from all pummeling in, but I think it would have bought them a little bit of time. Cut to a very angry Heimerdinger, and he's waddling down the hallway, and he's like, you open this door right now. But the magic isn't stable yet, okay? So just wait. Everybody wait. Jace cranks up some more of this stuff, and the magic goes, okay? And then bam, bam, explosion. These notes are really good. Bam, bam, explosion. So then the magic explodes, but in a good way, not in a bad way. And then they're floating. Jace and Victor are just floating in the air. They did it. They stabilized the magic. They did it. They did it, Joe. They're floating through the air and playing with the things that are also floating around the air. It's very sweet, very cute. And Heimerdinger walks in and he's like, get down. Get down right now. And he goes, this is not what the future of Piltover looks like. And Mel walks in and she goes, actually, that's for the council to decide. Perhaps it is time for the era of magic. And Jace goes, actually, it's Hextech. The era of Hextech. Cut back to the cannery down by the docks. My girl Powder is currently stuffing this clapping monkey toy with blue crystals. Well, the Hextech. Now that it has a patented name. Things are getting really tense. Clag is still trying to break down the wall. Silco's men are trying to break down the door, and Milo's still picking at these damn locks. Powder then looks at this monkey. She's also on the other side of the building. Like, nobody knows that she's there. And she looks at this monkey and she goes, please work. You have to work for me. And then she puts it through the small window and it starts to walk. All of these actions, by the way, are happening simultaneously as I speak about them. Milo picks the lock. The monkey is walking down the corridor. Deckard sees the monkey. Vander is free. The monkey starts to clap. The monkey explodes. And I'm not saying like a little apartment building explosion. I'm saying big time explosion, okay? Powder goes flying back. Beautiful shot. The whole place explodes, okay? Savika pushes Silco out of the way. In the process of doing this, her arm gets incinerated, and then also, forgot to mention this part, but the whole cannery down by the docks have like little shimmer streaks everywhere. I don't know if that's like a good way to describe it, but like through the process of making shimmer, they've left some stuff on the ground, like this. I don't know. That apparently is very flammable. So then the blue crystal hex tech nonsense then triggers this to also go up in flames. It explodes the little underwater area too. Also, while this is happening visually, it's very beautiful, like animated wise. It explodes into the room with the gang and Vander, okay? It slams Clagger into the wall. His goggles come flying off. There's blood everywhere. He's dead. Milo gets also slammed into the wall. He's also been impaled by a pole. Then the ceiling falls on him. He's dead too. He's dead too. Powder slowly falling backwards in this sea of blue stars, feeling so proud of herself for saving everybody. Okay. You following? Vander comes to. He's alive. The music, while this is all happening, instrumentally stunning. The score is beautiful. He looks around and he sees his children dead underneath the rubble. Deckard's still alive. Silco, also still alive, looks at Deckard and goes, kill them. Vi is still alive, which, duh, because she's one of the main characters. But Vi, who's like stuck under rubble, also is crying, sobbing, not doing well. Vander pushes himself off from the rubble, picks up something. I don't know what this is. I don't think these are his punching gloves, but they look like metal something. And he starts to walk down the hallway and he starts beating up Deckard. But because Deckard is high on shimmer juice, this is like not a fair fight. It's never been a fair fight. He's like, this is light work. He starts tossing Vander around like a little dog. And Vi, again, is just watching all of this happen, okay? Sorry, I'm fixing you because you kind of fell over. And then from behind, Silco comes up to Vander and stabs him. Silco stabs him from the back. I'm like sweating retelling this. This is trauma. Vander then turns around and chokes Silco. And then we get these flashback scenes to Vander literally drowning Silco. But because he was also just stabbed, his energy is down below the dirt. And obviously he succumbs to that wound. And then Silco just tosses him off the bridge, the hallway bridge. He just tosses him and he falls down. And when he falls, he lands on this huge shimmer supply at the bottom of the factory. He reaches for one of the bottles. We can see where this is going, right? And then Silco tells Deckard to go find the girl, which means to go kill Vi. And Deckard comes up to her and pulls up the rubble that's blocking her, and he's about to come get her. And then a shimmered up Vander grabs him and kills him. And Vi looks at Vander and she's terrified. She's terrified. It's here where we see Silco at the end of the hallway. And also on this side of the room is Vi, and the roof is like about to collapse on her. And now Vander has to make a choice. Is it Silco or is it save Vi? Obviously we're saving Vi. He grabs her and he throws himself out the window. Glass shattered, cut to black. Cut to Vander on the ground. Vi grabbing his face, willing him to get up. And his last words to her as he's dying is, take care of Powder. Now we have Vi crying over her father's dead body. Enter stage left. Powder. She's very happy, very proud of herself. She's jumping for joy over the fact that her monkey bomb worked. It worked, girl. Oh, did it ever work? And Vi turns to look at her and she goes, that was you? Why did you do this? And then Powder like looks beyond Vi and sees Vander. Then she starts to sob, okay? And she goes, I was saving you. I was saving you. I didn't mean to do this. I didn't mean to do this. And Vi is holding on to so much anger right now. And not even just anger, but grief and guilt. And she looks at Powder and she goes to Powder and she screams at her and goes, I told you to stay away. And as she says this, she strikes her across the face. Powder is begging her sister, screaming, crying, begging her sister. She's screaming. She's like, why'd you leave me? Why'd you leave me? And Vi, grabbing Powder's face like this, goes, because you're a jinx. Do you hear me? Milo was right. And then we cut to Powder's petrified face and we see blood coming down her nose. And Vi sees that and she realizes what she just did. She's looking at her hand and I wouldn't even be able to know what kind of emotions are running through her body right now. It's just devastating. It really is very devastating. Just the look on their faces. I have no words. I really don't. And Vi looks at her sister and in this moment, she has to walk away. I think she needs to take space. She walks away and Powder is screaming, crying, going, I need you, come back, I need you. Here's the thing. Vi's intention here was not to never come back. She was gonna come back. She just needed to take 5. How is Powder supposed to understand that? You know, I don't think Powder fully understood that. And so Vi goes to take 5 by the wall. And during this little 5-minute break, Silco comes out. Just the guy I wanted to see. He comes out holding a knife to Powder. And Powder, by the way, is just like cradling herself on the floor. She doesn't see any of this. And Vi sees Silco with Powder and she immediately runs to go save her. And then Marcus, oh, he's here, by the way. I forgot to mention that. When the cannery down by the docks blew up, he was there for some reason. He saw it. He saw the explosion. So he's here now. He grabs her from behind and puts a cloth of like sleepy juice over her nose and drags her away. And he says in her ear, he'll kill you if he hears you. Which I also think is true. But what the hell? Like, let her go to her sister. Back to Silco. And he bends down to look at her. And he goes, hello, little girl. Where's your sister? Oh, and Powder. She, in this moment, is a child in complete vulnerability. She sees an adult who doesn't seem like he wants to hurt her in this moment, despite the knife in the beginning, but whatever. She leaps into his arms and sobs. And she goes, she left me. She is not my sister anymore. I get it though. I get it. But she is your sister. She is your sister. She is your sister. She's your sister. And she was coming back for you. She was coming back for you. And Silco like cradles her and he goes, it's okay. We'll show them. We'll show them all. And that's the end of episode 3. There you have it. That is the base violence necessary for change. That also is the end of Act 1. Okay, but real talk. When ARCANE Season 1 came out, they released it in acts, so like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, every weekend, which is what they did for Season 2. Can you imagine watching the first 3 episodes of this show, starting off with this fun little heist with this found family, and then learning about the politics of what's going on in the 2 sister cities, and saying, oh, this is a really sweet, fun, found family little show. And then you get to the end of the act, and everybody that you love dies. And you have to wait 1 more week? Oh my god. To everybody who was watching this in 2021 when it came out, you are braver than most. Anyway, that's episode 3. I can't do another episode right now because it's all too much. It's just too much. So I will see you again for episode 4 at a later date. Okay, guys. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new act. It's a new episode. And I'm in a shirt that's not black. And I have a new color. Let's just get into it. No need for introductions. You already know me. Happy Progress Day, everybody. That is the name of our episode. Happy Progress Day. We start off with a 7-year time jump. 7 years. We open this episode with Heimerdinger in some kind of a room. And there's a knock on the door, and in walks Jace. And they start chatting about how Piltover is turning 200 years old. Jace enters the frame. He goes, it's shaping up to be a great progress day. Also, brother now has like a 5 o'clock beard. not a bad look. He's definitely somebody's type out there. It's not mine. But anyway, now we're chatting about Progress Day, and Progress Day is like the day. And they start talking about the progress of this city and how wonderful the Hex Text has changed the world. And Heimerdinger tells Jace, he goes, the council wants you to do the speech this year. And Jace goes, no, but you always do the speech. I could never take your place. But Heimerdinger goes, no, I agree with them. You should do the speech. And then he goes on to talk about how Hextags has changed the city and has brought investors and people from distant lands, and Hextags has changed Piltover. And Jace goes, you know what? Yeah, maybe I will do the speech. Maybe I did change a couple of lives. And then Heimerdinger goes, do you have anything to share with the class? Like, on Progress Day, it's always exciting to share something new. People love a grand reveal on Progress Day. You can't show up to Progress Day with no progress. That would be stupid. And Jace goes, oh my god, I'm so glad you asked me, Professor, because Victor and I have been working on something very exciting, and you have to come to the lab and see it later. And then they open the window, and we get this phenomenal shot of how much Piltover has changed throughout the years, and also to the thanks of Hextex. And it's absolutely stunning. Oh, and then there's this thing, this big old tower, that's a hex gate. It basically transports people in and out of the city. Using Hextech technology beats me. But this Hextech stuff is crazy. This is progress. Happy Progress Day, everybody. Hextech is insane. I say this with the knowledge of both seasons under my belt. So Hextech is crazy. And then we have the enemy introduction. Say it with me. Uh-oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Cut to the bustling streets of Piltover. It's so fun, so cute. You just want to be there. You just want to be in all the hustle and the bustle. I just love a little celebration. I love a celebration. We pan to this tent and we hear this lovely British accented voice. And it's Mother Kiraman. I should call her Counselor Kiraman. Sorry, it's Counselor Kiraman. Well, in my notes, I wrote Miss Mommy Girl Kiraman, so whatever. She's introducing Jace to a bunch of people, and she's talking about how he's the most famous protege, Jace Tallis, blah, 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 blah. He's the beacon of progress in our city, which I find so funny. And again, because this is a recap video, I'm not here to dive into the analysis of all of this, but it's just so stark, the difference between this and 7 years ago when everybody treated him like scum. Anyway, it's just so interesting to see what loyalty means in Piltover and what loyalty means in Zon. Anyway, Jace sees Kate and he's like, oh my god, and he walks up to her and he flicks her hat. It's just really sweet. He flicks her hat and he's like, oh my god, hey girl, hey girl. And then she grabs his hand and twists it. They have this little cute sibling reunion. It's very sweet. And she's much older too. She is now like 22, 23. Caitlin is an enforcer now. No comment. Which they talk about very briefly, and it's clear that her parents do not support this line of work that she's doing. Not because they hate the cops, but because they think it's dangerous. Her mom literally has her stationed outside the Kierman tent. Like, what is she gonna protect? She tells Jace, she's like, my parents will do anything to keep me from seeing the real world. Cut to an airship entering the city, like below. And we see this person, this friend, in an owl mask. And I know who this is, and you probably already know who this is, but we don't actually find out as an audience who this person is, or who this group are. Who this group are? Yes, that's correct. Who this group are until later on in the season. So just for the sake of suspense, I will also remain tight-lipped about this. On this airship, it looks like they're either loading or unloading, I don't know, a shipment full of barrels. Everybody on this airship right now, we recognize them because they are Silco's people. And the airship officer guy, poor description, but I don't know what his job title is. He goes to whoever's shipping the shit, he goes, shipping manifest, and a bag of coins gets tossed onto the clipboard. And it's my girl Savika, and she looks phenomenal. I just have to say it. She looks great. And Savika goes, it's from your friend downtown. And so we just have to assume that these barrels are full of shimmer. Cut back to the owl mask guy, okay? That's what I'm calling him, the owl mask guy. A bunch of them come out of these gaping holes in the wall and these hoverboards, and they just start attacking the ship. And one of the people on Silco's gang goes, oh shit, it's the Firelights. So now they have a name. the firelights, and the firelights come in swinging, and they have these like little crystal bomb things, and they chuck them, and when it explodes on the target, it like traps you in like a little ball of crystals. Also really good description. Anyway, one of them hits Savika and she gets pinned down to a bunch of crates, and so she can't move. And the owl guy goes, we have 5 minutes before they're out. So time limit on these crystal things are 5 minutes, everybody, just if anybody wanted to know. They open the barrels. Of course it's Shimmer, as we predicted, and they're here to dispose of it. That's what the firelights are doing. 2 of the firelights go down underneath the ship into like the little bunker area, and as they're walking, one of them trips over a wire. Okay? Lights off. And then just neon drawings everywhere. Little drawings on the wall over here, drawings on the wall over there, a little monkey drawing. Does this little monkey look familiar to anybody? And then the firelights start to panic and they go, oh, no, 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 no. They go, she's here. Who is she? Who is she? Then there's, in the distance, there's a swing, and the swing lifts up, and underneath it's written boom. And then we get a shot back to above the ship, just the door of the bunker, and then it just explodes. So suffice to say, I think those 2 firelights did not make it out alive. And then out from the smoke, we get this awesome shot of just a pair of boots walking out from the smoke, and out comes Powder. And she's so cute. She's so cute. I love her. She's like maybe 16 here, so definitely like unhinged, crazy teenage girl vibes. And I love it. And I'm so here for it. She comes out and she goes, hi. I'm obsessed with her. I, to this day, will always and forever be Powder's biggest defender. Also, she does have a different name in these episodes, but I'm calling her Powder for now because the episode doesn't introduce us to her new name yet. So I'm also not going to introduce you to her new name yet. And now her and Owl Birdman are face to face, okay? And then out of nowhere, she pulls out from her pockets 2 grenades, yanks them out with her teeth, and just chucks them at them. Fight ensues. Let's go. She starts fighting these guys left and right while the other firelights are trying to dispose of the Shimmer. Things are going crazy. Here's the thing. We just came fresh off of episode 3. We have this very vulnerable little girl who is not a fighter. And now we see, 7 years later, a completely unhinged Powder just going at it. She is a vicious fighter, relentless. In this fight scene, she grabs one of the firelight's hands and the mask falls off, and it's a girl with pink hair. She freezes, everything short circuits. She gets flashbacks to her past. She hears voices in her head. It's also here that we're introduced to how her mental health is doing. And spoiler alert, it's not doing very good. Oh my God, we have a special guest. Hey, buddy. Hi, come here. Hey. Whoa. Whoa. This is the dog I had to feed. This is him. His name is Charlie. He's 9 years old. And he's just the best boy in the whole world. Okay. And he's leaving. Bye. We'll see more of her mental health throughout this season. I don't know if ARCANE has ever fully come out with what specific mental health challenges Powder goes through, but a lot of people say that she has very schizophrenic tendencies and PTSD symptoms, and I think also BPD, but I'll have to confirm. I'll put a little thing here. Anyway, we get to see a little glimpse of that here when she grabs the girl with pink hair, and she looks at her and she goes, Vi? It's not Vi. And then Powder shoots her dead. The girl with pink hair is no longer with us. And the owl man, the leader, runs up to this girl with pink hair, cradling her, turns and looks back at Powder with just the most, I mean, he has a mask on, but he's growling. I can tell that big time mad. He's big time mad. And then he starts to chase her. And then Powder takes out this massive machine gun that I know she made, and she just starts shooting everything. Everything. When I tell you everything, everything. So much for keeping everything on the DL, okay? We gotta look at Powder's face, and it is very clear. It is very clear that she is going a little crazy, okay? There's a loss of control. It is simply aimless shooting, no rhyme or reason. She is just shooting to shoot. And in the process, she ends up like shooting one of Silco's guys. This guy, this man right here. The firelights make it out okay, and Savika ends up breaking free from her little crystal cage. She goes up to Powder and towers over her like this. And she goes, you were supposed to guard the cargo. And Powder just looks up at her and does not respond. Cool, that's that scene. Cut back to Progress Day. More specifically, cut to Jace and Victor. Here comes Heimerdinger and it's time for show and tell. They stand up in front of Heimerdinger like it's an episode of Shark Tank and they go, "Sharks, I'm looking for 20%. Everybody say hello to the Hex-Tex gemstone. This thing right here is the whole reason why we have this show." They start talking about how it's fortified and absolutely safe, and with this creation, we can now design portable devices that will help the betterment of everybody in Piltover. This is like you're watching every technology upgrade video every time Apple comes out with a new thing and there's this random man in black standing there. This is that, but just Hex Tech. And now they have portable devices to show Heimerdinger. One of them are these super cool gauntlets. Remember these gauntlets. They're important, okay? Jace puts the gauntlet on, picks up a piece of obsidian, and crushes it in his hand. And he goes, "So we can help the people in the mining fissures with these." And then Victor shows Heimerdinger this really cool Hex Tech laser, and you can draw shit with it and it'll carve it out in a piece of stone. Really cool. Anyway, presentation over. They go, "Hex Tech is a tool to design a new world." And Heimerdinger goes, "Oh my god, guys, this all looks fantastic. This looks great. Give it a couple of decades and then it'll be ready for public consumption." And Jace and Victor look at each other and they're like, "Decades? No, 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 Professor. With all due respect, this is ready now." And then Heimerdinger, again, 300 years old with a lot of experience, goes, "Power like this in the hands of the wrong people could be very dangerous. Power like this in the hands of wrong people could be very dangerous." Cut to the blown up airship. Not looking good. Actually looking really bad. In walks Caitlin. Oh my god, Caitlin's here. She's sneaking onto the scene of the crime, and it's here that we get to see her phenomenal detective work. She's very, very astute. She's taking in every single detail. She's fully reimagining the scene of the crime. All very cool, very thorough, very smart gal. Love her. She jumps down into the bunker and sees the guy, Mr. Tatted Man, and he is shot. Kate looks at him, who's underneath this rubble, and Kate looks at him. She goes, "You're from the Undercity. Let me help you. Tell me what happened." And he goes, "I can't. He'll kill me." And she goes, "Who?" And she looks at him. She's like, "I can help you. I can protect you. Who's gonna kill you? You gotta tell me." And they don't even get to talk much because in walks Marcus. Boo, boo. And he goes, "Caitlin Kierman. Why does that not surprise me? You're supposed to be guarding your mother's tent." And Caitlin goes, "Sorry, but this is a crime scene and this takes priority." Anyway, they just talk for a couple of seconds. It's not important what they say. And then Marcus goes, "Since you're desperate for work, you can take the graveyard shift tonight at the fair." Which, who wants a graveyard shift? Nobody wants a graveyard shift. And then Marcus looks at the Tatted Man and goes, "I want this one on a boat to Stillwater Prison." We're gonna go to Stillwater Prison later. Cut to the Undercity. Let's go. It's the Undercity. My favorite place on earth. The song Dirty Little Animals start to play. I love this song. This is where it ranks. And I love the way that this is animated. You'll just have to see it yourself. In walks Savika. She's walking down to the last drop. When we get inside, you can tell it looks very different. Everything has changed down here. You can tell Vander's gone. The vibes are very different. It's very club-like in here. Now we're in the office upstairs in the last drop, which is also Silco's office. In walks Savika into Silco's office, and she goes, "She fired on us." And Silco responds, and he goes, "The firelights were her target, and most of them are dead." You know how I said I am Powder's #1 defender? Silco is actually Powder's #1 defender. And Savika goes, "She's a problem, and we all know it." And Silco goes, "We? Who's we?" And Savika goes, "Were you silent? Or were you silenced?" And Silco looks at her and goes, "I expected better from you. Do not disappoint me again." And then out she walks. And then Silco starts to talk about the Hex Gates and how the world is slowly forgetting about the Undercity because of this new technology. And wouldn't you know it, Powder is up on the roof, sitting on the support beams, listening this whole time. He starts talking to Powder and he's like, "What happened?" And she jumps down onto the table, knees to her face like this, and then she goes, "There was a girl with pink hair." And Silco, while they have this conversation, hands her this eyedropper thing. He also had this in the first episode, but I didn't mention it because it wasn't that important. And it's still not that important. It is a little bit important. But basically, brother needs his daily dose of shimmer in his eye because of how fucked up it is. So he microdoses shimmer into his eyeball to keep it alive. It's clear that Powder helps him with this because he can't do it on his own. They start having this conversation about sisters and about weakness. Their dynamic here, okay, when I watched this for the first time, I was a little bit scared, as was most of the general population watching Silco and Powder interact. I was a little uncomfortable. I will say it. I said, what's going on here? But spoiler alert for everybody, it's just a really strange father-daughter dynamic. There is no like funny business going on. I'll say that now, just so none of us are stressed, okay? Because I was really stressed watching this because I was like, isn't she a child? And isn't he like 80 years old? He's not 80, I'm sorry. He's like beekeeping age. Powder starts playing with the eyedropper like it's an airplane. She literally goes like this. And she's also up really close to Silco right now. And he grabs her arm like this, mid-flight, and he goes, I'm doing this for us, Jinx. All of us. And I knew that we all knew this, but her name is Jinx now. But if you are watching this for the first time, the name is like a slap in the face. It's just so sad that her name is Jinx. I mean, it's not sad. I don't know the right emotion for it, but the fact that she like calls herself and refers to herself as the thing that her sister called her and the thing that Milo called her, it's just like, there's an emotion here that I can't quite place, but I'm feeling it in here. She gives him the little eye drop, and then he goes, Savika will clean up today's mess. And then she roasts the shit out of Savika, and she's like, that old beanbag. I don't remember what she calls her, but she roasts her big time, and it's funny. And Silco to Jinx goes, you should focus on your gadgetry. Take some time. And Jinx goes, I don't need time. And he goes, take it anyhow. Jinx just looks sad because she feels like she's disappointed her father. Anyway, we'll talk more about that later. Cut back to Progress Day in the city. Mel's here. Everybody say hi, Mel. Alora's here too. Everybody say hi, Alora. I love them. I love them together. I meant like friends, but they're like at this beautiful balcony patio that looks over the city. And Alora goes, how's it going, bestie? And Mel goes, everyone here sucks. Everyone here is a waste of my time. The only person that's actually worth my time is him. And she points to this airship with Jace's face on it, and it says, Man of Progress. And speak of the devil, here he comes. And he walks right up to Mel and he goes, hey, can I steal you for a second? Like we're on The Bachelorette. And they start chatting about Heimerdinger's hesitancy about sharing the Hextech gemstones. Mel goes, Heimerdinger, he's a great scientist, but this man is stuck in the past. The world is ready. I've already spoken to some investors. This girl, networking, is afraid of Mel. Mel knows how to work. And then she pats Jace tenderly on the shoulder. And she goes, it's your speech. Give the people a glimpse of the world. And during this conversation, guys, she's like really, really flirty with him. Raise your hand if you want to be Jace. Cut to the coolest little hideout / lair ever. Welcome to Jinx's lair. It looks like we're like down below in the fissures. It just like looks like this massive extractor fan. Really, really cool stuff. But Jinx herself is not doing very well right now. She's not doing good personally. She's sitting in her little hideout recounting the experience she had this morning with the girl with the pink hair. And she's just like repeating over and over, it wasn't her, it wasn't her. She's throwing bombs down into the emptiness below when they blow up down there. And we also get flashes of Milo and Clagger and also these like life-size dolls of them. Well, a life-size doll of Milo and then like a little doll of Clagger. And it's here that we really get to start seeing just how much her mental health has been impacted by the base violence necessary for change. And she's sitting down here and she's like, now he thinks I'm weak. He being Silco. I'm not weak. I'm not weak. And then she throws a bomb down. She goes, I'm gonna show him I'm not weak. Girl, what does that mean? What does that mean? Don't do anything crazy. Cut to the Progress Day speech. All day I've been waiting for this damn speech. We start with Victor coughing. But like not a good cough. Like that's deep inside the diaphragm cough. In walks Jace with his papers, ready to make his big speech. He goes up to Victor and he goes, you should come with me. We're partners. We're partners. And Victor goes, no, not in front of all those people. By the way, setting-wise, we're like backstage from the stage. And then the person on the stage goes, and please welcome the man of progress, Jace Tallis. And Jace goes, oh, I guess it's my time to shine. He walks onto the stage. I'm not the worst at public speaking, but I think that this would make me throw up. All of Piltover is here, okay? All of Piltover is here. The whole damn city is here. And here's the thing, is he still doesn't know if he's gonna talk about the Hextech gemstones. Like, imagine going up there, a sea of people, and you don't even know if you're gonna share your big thing. Victor is also under the assumption that Jace is gonna share the big thing because Jace didn't tell Victor that he's hesitant about sharing the big thing. Anyway, Jace is a really good public speaker. We saw this in his court trial in the last episode. He's making some good points. He's talking about his humble beginnings and coming from a family of hammers and dreaming about building a beautiful world. Really good stuff. And then here comes the big moment. Are we gonna talk about the gemstone? Are we not gonna talk about the gemstone? Put in your guesses now. He does not talk about the gemstones. So he goes, we have something really, 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 really cool to show you guys. And while he says this, Victor is like about to present the Hextech gemstone. And he goes, it's really cool, guys. It's really, really cool. I can't wait to show you when the time is right. Not that it matters that he didn't share it, because this damn stone still becomes the fucking center of attention. Cut to Caitlyn's graveyard shift. There's a group of enforcers. They're talking about how they expected maybe a little bit more from the speech that was given today. In the distance, Kate spots a fire. There's a fire, a whole building on fire. And in the building, they hear a child's voice. Help me, I'm stuck, I'm in the fire. Okay, and then they go into the building, and then the voice gets a little distorted, and then the voice goes, I'm a helpless little girl, and I set the building on fire. This show gives me so much anxiety. And then we look around, and there's just these floating machines everywhere. They're not machines, they're bombs. And then, before they detonate, mind you, all the enforcers are in here, okay? Before they detonate, we see the big monkey. The monkey. Nobody's ever gonna forget this monkey ever again. This monkey shows up and then the building explodes. Kate goes flying, all the enforcers die. It's not good. Kate, in this like hazy, concussed, like hazy vision, she sees a blue-haired girl walk into the building that they were guarding. Not good, everybody, not good. Cut to the lab being absolutely vandalized. Here's the thing. If Jinx is in your house or in your space, she will let you know that she was there. She will sign her name on every little crevice and wall and say, I was here. The Hextech gemstone. Stolen. Gone. Cut to Victor and Jace and Marcus standing before the council. The counselors are not very happy, and Counselor Hoskell goes, for too long the underground has been left unchecked. Unchecked? Now they're all yapping about the Undercity, these privileged people talking nonsense. The robot man goes, could they possibly build a weapon with this gemstone? And Jace goes, yep. He goes, yeah, if the wrong person with the right brain figured out how to stabilize or use this fucking crystal thing, then absolutely they could create something that could kill us all. He doesn't say that, but he says a version of that. Anyway, he then goes, sorry guys, this is my bad, this is all my fault. I recommend that we suspend all Hextech's usage until we get this stone back. As soon as he says this, everybody up in arms. They're talking about the economy, they're talking about the politics, they're talking about trade, they're talking about foreign affairs. They're like, are you kidding me? Without Hextech, this city is nothing. Okay, then let your city be nothing. Sorry, maybe that's controversial. And then Mal goes, level-headed as ever, goes, it seems as though we are at an impasse. And she goes, if we shut down the Hex Gates, our city suffers. But if we don't do anything, then we leave our city vulnerable to whoever has this gemstone. And she goes, perhaps the time has come for a more radical solution. And Mama Kierman goes, what are you suggesting? And Mel goes, I propose a new chair be brought forth into this council. Jace has just been promoted to counselor. Everyone, including Jace, goes, wait, are we sure? But Heimerdinger supports Mel. He goes, this is actually not a bad idea. This is not a bad idea because the person who invented Hextech should also have a seat on the council to talk about Hextech matters. It just makes sense. Everybody, congratulations, Jace. I don't think this boy in the tundra would ever dream of being a counselor. Cut to Jinx's lair. A phenomenal song playing in the background. This is Get Jinxed. I love this song. Anyway, she's in her lair. She's making these little mechanical butterflies. Remember these butterflies, okay? They will come back later. Also, this record player is the same record player that she had in her old hideout when she was a little child. The music is so loud, she can't hear a damn thing. She's just like f***ing with her little gadgets. And Silco is in the back and he's yelling at her. And he's like, Jinx, Jinx. And he slams his hand down on the record player and he goes, Jinx. And she turns and spins and she goes, that's me. Love this scene. And he starts yelling at her. He's like, enforcers, half a dozen, dead. And she's like, yeah. And he's like, do you have any idea what you just did? And she goes, actually, I do. She pulls out the Hex Text gemstone. This girl and her blue crystals, she pulls his Hex Text gemstone out and she gives it to Silco. And she goes, happy progress day. And she pulls this lever and fireworks start shooting up. I love this girl. She is chaotic. I love her. And then she walks up to him, kind of weird, and then gives him this big old hug. Whatever. I have no comment about this scene. It felt weird on my first watch. Cut to Caitlyn's bedroom. Very beautiful bedroom. Anyway, Kate is being like hardcore detective right now. And there's also like flowers everywhere from when she almost died. Anyway, Jace comes in, brother Jace. And this girl has this whole red string detective Pinterest board set up on the floor. This whole thing on the ground, this is her Unhinged recap video. She's like, I suspect there is one person behind all of this. And Jace is like listening too. And he's like, oh, okay. And she's like, this monkey keeps showing up. It was on the airship and it was also in the building that exploded. I think this person, whoever drew this ugly ass monkey, it's not ugly, I'm so sorry. Whoever drew this monkey is behind all of this. And Jace goes, how do you intend to prove any of this? And she goes, if I could just figure this out, then Marcus will listen. Honey, Marcus is not gonna listen to you. Oh, also, Marcus is the sheriff now, by the way. He's been promoted by default because Grayson died. Anyway, Jace tells Caitlyn that she's a counselor now. And she's like, oh my God, you? And then Jace goes, I was hoping you would join my staff team as House Talus security. And Kate's like, that is a desk job and I'm not fucking doing that. And she's like, I already have a job. And he's like, actually, you don't anymore because your parents talked to the sheriff after you blew up. And so you don't actually have a job anymore. And Caitlyn's pissed off, rightfully so. And she goes, I don't need your charity. Get out of my room. Love her. Jace leaves and she's like looking at the map and she's looking at Stillwater Prison. Cut to Stillwater Prison. I'm so excited to be here. Welcome to Stillwater. I think it's the first time we are seeing this prison in this show, but I love that every fantastical world needs some kind of prison floating on an island. I love it. Welcome to Azkaban. Welcome to Alcatraz. Well, Alcatraz is real, so that was not a good example. Caitlyn's on her way to prison. I wonder who she's gonna meet here. She goes to the prison guard, man, creature, thing. He's definitely not human. And she says, I need to talk to an inmate. This guy was hit by friendly fire this morning at an attack. He has reason to speak. She's talking about the tatted man. And the guard monster goes, yeah, that guy will not be able to talk to you. And he goes, there's been an incident. And she's like, what kind of incident? And then we get shots of this guy eating his prison food and somebody comes and attacks him and slices his jaw off. And Kate's like, oh my God, who did that? Any guesses? Any guesses to who did that? Kate's starting to walk down this corridor and we just hear punching, just punching on the concrete wall. We also see punching on the concrete wall. And she gets closer and closer and the punching becomes louder and she stops in front of a prison cell. And we see this built, delicious, and I'm not even ashamed to say it, we see the back of our girl, our bestie, the one and only Vi. Inmate 516. We're facing her back and she turns and she looks and she gives a little side eye to the little pilty princess on the other side of the cage. And she goes, who the hell are you? And the episode ends. Guys, we are about to go on an adventure. I love Act 2. Act 2 is a phenomenal act. Act 2 is like one of the best 3 episodes of television in the world. And then I'm going to say that again for Act 3. Anyway, that's episode 4. Welcome back, Vi. I'm so excited to talk about Caitlyn and Vi. I'm so excited to talk about it. I will see you later for episode 5. Guys, who's ready for episode 5? Me. I love episode 5. Let's just get into it. Episode 5. Also, I have a pimple patch on my head. So if you're wondering, what is that shiny thing on her forehead? That's what that is. Mystery solved. Episode 5 is called Everybody Wants to Be My Enemy. My favorite song on the soundtrack, episode title. Everybody sing it with me. Uh-oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. We open in the great outdoors. The birds are chirping. It's a crisp winter afternoon. There's frost. And then a gun. And then a target flips up. And then bam, bullseye. And then we see a young Caitlin. Flashback, flashback. And then we see that she's shooting with somebody. Or I guess against someone. And it's Grayson. Everybody say hello, back from the dead, Grayson. Just kidding. This is a flashback. She's already dead. And it's here that we see how skilled and brilliant Caitlin is as a shooter. Bullseye every single time. Every single time, no misses. So they're shooting all these targets and Caitlin shoots the last one and she looks over at Grayson, who's holding her shot. So then Caitlin wins the competition. Cut to the celebration party. It's very fancy schmancy. And Caitlin, who's sitting outside with her little trophy, so cute. And she goes up to Grayson, who's looking over the balcony. And she's like, did my parents pay you to let me win? Her parents do seem like the type, okay? I'm not saying anything that's not the truth. Her parents do seem like the type to pay. Grayson goes, that's a serious accusation. What are you gonna do, cuff her? And Caitlin's like, but you held your shot. I saw you with my own 2 eyes. And Grayson goes, I know potential when I see it. And you have big time potential. And then Grayson starts talking about why she became an enforcer. And she's like, being an enforcer, knowing how to handle a gun or a weapon like this means being able to protect people. And that's trophy enough. Okay. And then she ends her little spiel by looking at Caitlin and going, this begs the question, young Kierman, what are you shooting for? Cut to, back to Stillwater Hold, back to Caitlin and Vi. Caitlin, who's standing in front of Vi's cell, is holding her files and she's like, girl, I took a look at your file. There's nothing on here. Why are you here? And Vi goes, my sunny personality. Here we go. In my personal humble opinion, after years and years of being a fangirl and consuming media, these two have one of the best enemies to lovers storyline I have ever had the privilege of witnessing in my life. I just love enemies to lovers, and these two fuckers do it so flawlessly. Anyway, they're talking about the inmate that Vi sliced the jaw off of, and the conversation kind of goes nowhere, and Kate goes, this is a waste of time. And Caitlin starts to walk away, and Vi goes, couldn't have said it better. Give Silco a kiss on his big, fat, juicy, ugly ass eye, will you? And that catches her attention, her being Kate. And Kate comes back, and Kate goes, Silco, the industrialist? And Vi's like, okay, this is getting ridiculous. Everybody works for Silco. How do you not know this? Are you idiot dumb? And then Caitlin, between the prison cell and her, there's a red line, which is like a do not cross line. And Caitlin takes a big deep breath and steps over the line. And then Caitlin holds up her notebook like this in front of the cell. And she goes, does this mean anything to you? Guess what's on the notebook, everybody? The little monkey. Monkey boy. Monkey! And obviously Vi will recognize this. She knows her sister like the back of her hand. That's a Powder original. And then Vi's face, jump scare, up to the bars. She goes, where'd you get this? And Caitlin like steps back and she's like, there was an attack. And this person has been drawing things everywhere. Anyway, they start talking about the attack again. And then Vi goes, I could get you more information, just not from in here. And Caitlin goes, in what mad world would I trust somebody like you? And Vi goes, somebody like me? You motherfucking enforcers are all the same ugly ass bitches. I'm kidding, she does not say that. She says something similar. She goes, you fucking enforcers are all the same asshole criminals in ugly ass uniforms. I don't know if that's what she said. I'm just freestyling. Anyways, Caitlin goes, fine, I'll do it myself. Bye. And Vi goes, okay. And she's laughing and she's smirking. She goes, Undercity's gonna eat you alive. Has anybody here seen season 2? Caitlin goes back to the guard desk man, monster creature, and goes, I have orders regarding inmate 516. And he goes, oh, do you want us to have a little chat with her? And he like bangs his stick on the floor, insinuating that he beats her up. It's just heavily implied that Vi in prison, and it's also just like a fact in the League world, in the Arcane world, whatever, that Vi has been tortured and beaten up multiple times while she was in Stillwater, which is so sad to think about. And to this day, she's like this person with this genuine golden heart. So all I'm saying is that she deserves to have a heart full of vengeance, but she doesn't. Anyway, the prison cell opens and Vi is a free woman. Cut to the intro song. Sing it with me, everybody. Oh, my microphone. Uh-oh, the misery. Intro over. Cut to a funeral. It's a funeral / memorial service for the enforcers that died during the explosion at the graveyard shift. They are in a graveyard now. That was a foul joke. I wrote that down. Marcus is now giving this speech. He's like, these enforcers were sons, they were daughters. And then we cut to his daughter, who's a white ginger girl. I want to know who mom is. This kid looks nothing like her father. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm just saying that as a fact, that this ginger kid does not look like her East Asian dad. Just want to know what's going on in this family. Cut to Marcus in Silco's office, and he's just like yelling at Silco. And he's like, you said you could control her. Marcus goes, you need to let us arrest her. We need to arrest Jinx. Like, we have to put this crazy girl behind bars. Silco does not listen to any of this. He brings up the firelights. Forget Jinx. This is not about Jinx. We have a common enemy. It's the firelights. And then he says very threateningly and very menacingly to Marcus, he goes, we've accomplished much together, Sheriff. I do hope that you can remain part of it. As much as I do not like Silco, I love Silco. Does that make sense? I just love his character. I clown on him a lot because he is like the main antagonist of this show. But I just love him. I do like Silco. I just want everyone to know that. I do like his character. And then he hands Marcus a bunch of money and he goes, here, it's from a sympathetic donor. And then Marcus leaves and Silco smokes and he puffs out a beautiful smoke ring. Great work. And then the smoke ring transitions into the hex gates. I love a match cut. Delicious. Cut to Jace and Victor in the hex gates. Welcome to the hex gates, everybody. This massive tall building that goes down, down, down into the underground. Don't ask me about this place. I do not know how it works. I don't. And I don't care to know. I don't want to know how it works. Jace and Victor are arguing. The husbands are fighting. Drama in the house. And Jace goes, I'm a counselor now. I need to make sure the hex gates are protected. And Victor goes, but what about the people who need protecting now? What about the people that we promised we would help? Like the Undercity. And Jace goes, I'm sorry that I didn't mention the little gemstone during my speech, but soon. And Victor goes, soon? No, there's no soon. They need our help now, Jace. They need it now. In walks Marcus to the hex gates. He goes, you wanted to see me, Jace? And Jace walks right up to Marcus and goes, do you even check your things? Do you check your logs? There is a lot of corruption in this city and I intend to snuff it out. Marcus is like standing there being like, oh, corruption. Corruption. While Marcus and Jace are having their little aside, Victor starts to cough. He starts to cough up blood and it splatters on the railing. He starts looking a little sick, a little anemic. His vision starts going hazy while he's looking at the hex gates. And Jace comes over and he goes, oh my God, buddy, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? And Jace like flings his arm away and goes, I need to get to the lab. Cut to Jinx in her lair. She is also trying to figure out the hex tech gemstone. And here's the thing. She is a smart cookie. Jinx is like, she's got a brilliant, brilliant mind. If you take away the crazy, the mind in here, you have a full ride scholarship to MIT. She, put the crazy back. It's a package deal. She's trying to figure out this magic too. She's like studying the runes and shit like that. She's in her lair and she's speaking out loud, but she's talking to these like voodoo doll versions of Milo and Clagger. So then she goes to try out the gemstone in this little machine that she built. And it blows up. And blue powder stuff goes everywhere. And this triggers her very badly. And it takes her back to the day at the cannery down by the docks. And when we see her again in this scene, she's cradling herself on the floor and she's crying and she goes, it was a mistake, it was a mistake. Absolutely devastating. Cut to a freed Vi and a Caitlyn at the edge of town. Guys, we are about to watch one of my favorite scenes ever. I fucking love this scene. I rewatch it like every night before bed on my phone like this. And I go to sleep. It has to do with parkour. Caitlyn's like, hey, I heard the bathysphere has a very nice view of the Undercity. That could be a great way to get the lay of the land. Vi goes, no, too risky. She puts her hood up and just plummets down below. And what follows is one of the best little parkour sequences I have ever watched in my life. It is so good. We are so lucky and so blessed to have been able to witness this. I love Vi. I love Vi. Can you tell? Sorry, I have a big fat lesbian crush on Vi. Me and every other person in this world. So I'm not saying anything revolutionary. I'm just like a sheep. You know, I follow. I like, I follow. Also, the score goes crazy here. It's really good stuff. It's also really funny because you get these shots of Vi like absolutely just jumping and spinning and twirling around the Undercity. And then you also get Caitlyn following her at her own pace, you know, go for it, queen, slow and steady. Take your time, no rush, it's your first time. And this shot right here, when she's done her little parkour dance, so beautiful. Welcome back to the Undercity, Vi. And when Vi lands, she takes in a deep breath, and this like ugly man and then this fish lady come up to her. They like come up to her kind of menacingly, and Vi is not fazed. This girl was in prison for the past 7 years, beating people up and getting beat. Do you think she gives a damn about this man? No. Anyway, she looks him up and down, goes, nice jacket. The next scene we see is her wearing his jacket and the two of those people in a dumpster. And also the fish lady is wearing this like purple little getup. And then Kate finally lands, and when she does, she gets the purple little getup thrown at her. Anyway, super cute. Love that they just so happen to find clothes that would fit them perfectly, because Caitlyn looks deliciously beautiful. They change into their clothes. Vi like flicks her little collar on her new jacket and goes, welcome to the lanes. These are cartoon characters, but I just want to like, I know you get it. I'm on Tumblr and AO3 and on TikTok. You guys are all freaks, and I'm one of you. Oh, and Twitter too. You guys are crazy on Twitter. And when I say y'all, I mean a collective us. It's a royal we. Anyway, who cares? Cut to the science bro lab. Victor's like messing with the hex text stuff, okay? Jace is there too. Victor's talking about the hex text, and he goes, what if we've been looking at it backwards, you know? What if the hex text can adapt and learn? What do you mean? What do you mean? Is it like AI? It can adapt and learn? Is the hex text the AI of ARCANE? If that's the case, then shut it down. Shut it down. As you can tell, AI is not for me. I am not, ow. Anyway, when it comes to the science stuff, don't look at me for help. When I'm writing out this script and it comes to the science part, I kind of just plagiarize. Cut back to our lovers, our enemies, the couple of the century, Caitlyn and Vi. They're currently at this food stand. More specifically, this is Jericho's food stand. She is currently stuffing her face with this like fish slug looking type slop. No table manners whatsoever, and I think that's what makes her really sexy. Caitlyn goes, girl, what are you doing? Are you not gonna go question him? Are you not gonna question him? And Vi's like, no girl, I'm here to eat. And then Kate goes, oh, you don't actually know anything, do you? She's like, this was a huge mistake. You don't know anything. I should have just... Anyway, Vi is like barely listening, downs the rest of her bowl of slop, and then Jericho puts a little napkin down. Napkin? Jericho puts a little napkin down, and underneath the napkin, there's a little symbol. And Vi looks down at the symbol and looks at Caitlyn like, bitch, I told you so. And Caitlyn looks at Vi, she's like, oh, so you do know a thing or two. Anyway, they walk off. Cut to the theater in Piltover. Beautiful. I just want to be in here. I love a theater. Mel and Jace are there, and so are a bunch of other counselors and rich people in Piltover. They're listening to this one-man show, and I want to see this show. They got brilliant sets. Mel and Jace start talking about politics, and Mel tells Jace that he's a little bit, you know, under fire right now for tightening up the security, because in doing so, he kind of put a target on his back. And Jace is like, I just wanted to be a scientist. and she says to Jace, there are people that want your power over whatever wealth the Hex Gates can provide, and they will not hesitate to take that from you. Cut to, do you guys remember this little arcade hangout spot? In walks Jinx, and when she's in this room, she can hear the dialogue of Milo and Clagger from episodes 1 and 2, I think, just teasing her when she was still powder. And she walks up to the punchy machine where Vi would always punch, and she looks up at the scoreboard, which again are mostly Vi's name. And the next scene is this wonderfully animated scene where she goes to punch the punching thing. Simultaneously, as she's punching it, we also see a younger Vi punching it too. Just really cool stuff, like visually stunning. When she's done punching it, like she goes crazy. She starts punching this like a mad woman, and when she's done, she looks at the scoreboard for her score, and she does come in second to Vi. No problem. As a younger sister, I felt this one in my core. Then she shoots the machine. Okay, no problem. And then the little like spinny thing, whatever, this doesn't matter, but it matters because it was cool. And the spinning thing transitions into the Last Drop logo. Shout out to the animator who did that. Flawless stuff. Cut back to Caitlyn and Vi. They're walking down this little corridor, and below they can see the last drop. And Vi can finally see how much it's changed and how different it looks now that Vander's gone. And she's gripping the railing tight because she's watching like the bouncers, I'm assuming they're bouncers, just like push people to the ground. And Caitlyn in the back goes, well, that place certainly looks like it has dead bodies in the basement. And Vi grips the banister harder, and she walks off and she nudges Caitlyn. She goes, you don't know anything. Which is true. Cut back to the theater, the show, the one-man violin. Heimerdinger is having the time of his life. I love this man. And Jace and Mel are still talking shop. They're still talking politics. Here's the thing. When I first... You know what? Actually, I'll talk about the scene and then I'll speak my truth. Basically, Jace goes, I never wanted to do anything with politics. You pushed this on me, at Mel. And Mel goes, you're a symbol of progress. And then in walks Amara. I did not introduce her ever. This is Amara. Everybody say hi. She was in the last theater scene very briefly, but it didn't really matter, so I didn't say anything. But it matters now because now she's a speaking character. She's a pretty influential, rich, wealthy person, merchant in Piltover. Okay, and what I'm about to read next is directly from the ARCANE Wikipedia page. These are not my words because I just wanted to look up who and what she was. So, in exchange for Amara's generous donations to the Academy, several council members helped ensure that her trading business was extended certain leniencies at the border. Thus, she was one of several people affected when the newly appointed Counselor Jace Tallis, in his desire to ensure the safety and protection of the Hex Gates and prevent corruption from affecting this, ordered the enforcers to more strictly inspect all merchandise that went through the gates. That I could have paraphrased that, but I didn't, so there you go. So she walks into where Jace and Mel are having this little chat, and then she goes, so what was that all about? These enforcers at my door this morning. And Mel, with the most perfect customer service voice I have ever heard, goes, oh my goodness, Amara, we are so sorry about that, but don't you worry, because Jace is here to personally negotiate all of his deals from now on. And when I first watched this, let me tell you, let me speak my truth now. When I first watched this, I was like, oh, Mel, you little master manipulator. You are playing him. You have this man wrapped around your finger like this. I love a girl boss, but at this time, I did not know her intention, okay? I loved her character. I was like, I love this girl. I love every time she's on my screen. One, she's beautiful, and two, I like the way she works. I do. But also because she's got this like tough history with her family and this constant need to prove herself, things can get a little complicated, if you know what I mean. But anyway, I don't think that my initial opinion of her is any different than other people's. Like, I think when people watch this, people are also like, Mel, what are you up to? Anyway, what am I saying? I hope whatever I said made sense. I don't remember. Jace agrees. I want him to make a decision on his own. Can he do that? Can Jace make one decision on his own without the influence of others? I need to stop clowning on this man. And Jace agrees. He goes, let's invest. And he starts shaking hands with every counselor in the theater. Every single one, except for Heimerdinger, who is just sitting here enjoying his music. Because obviously Heimerdinger would never approve of this. He would literally sit Jace's ass down and be like, you need to stop. Anyway, the show is over. Everybody's clapping. Wish I could have been there. Cut to the brothel scene. I am gonna scream. I love this scene. We open with a shot of this like small door, and on the door there's a symbol that was the same symbol on the napkin. The door opens and the girls walk into the brothel. Vi walks in, does not bat an eyelash. And Caitlyn, who I can just assume has never been in a brothel before, is like, what the f***? She's like looking into the rooms and like seeing what everyone's up to. I can only assume people in there are doing some crazy fucking freaky kinky shit. Vi's walking down the hallway and Caitlyn behind her goes, oh, actually, how do you think we should go about this? And Vi, so nonchalant, goes, let him think you work here. And Caitlyn goes, I will not. And then, okay, I need to relax. I need to get through this scene. Vi turns around and goes, you know what your problem is? There's nothing I love more than when the enemies have this tension and they look at each other and one of them goes, do you know what your problem is? I fucking love shit like this. And Caitlyn goes, I would love, tell me. And Vi walks up to Caitlyn and she goes, you expect people to give you what you want. If you really want people to talk to you, you have to let them think you have what they want. And Caitlyn goes, just like so confused, is like, and what do I have? And Vi walks a little circle around Caitlyn while giving her the little once-over, and then backs her up into the wall, okay? Slams her hand down against her face right here and goes, "You're hot, Cupcake." Caitlyn, gay panic written all over her face. I know gay panic when I see it. Vi then goes, "So what'll it be, man or woman?" Oh my God, I'm so unwell. Oh, Caitlyn is flustered to the max. Me too, honestly. Anyway, while they're like still up against the wall like this, and I wrote, "This random man with this ass baby mask comes up." And Vi grabs his hand, pulls him in, and this man goes, "Hi, I'm Pim. What's your name?" "Do not speak, Pim." The girls were about to kiss. When he goes, "What's your name?" Vi goes, "Matilda, but you can call her whatever you want." And then she lets them talk to each other. And Caitlyn, the words that come out of her mouth, I'm like, oh, this girl is not into men. Immediately not into men. She looks at Vi, and then she looks back at Pim, and she's like, "Oh, yeah, my parents named me Matilda after my grandma." It's a funny scene, but I'm not giving it the comedic effect that it needs to give, because I'm not. My parents didn't name me Matilda. Anyway, Vi leaves them together, and she starts walking to the back of the hallway where I'm not assuming, I know. That's where the office of the brothel is. Phenomenal scene. I think about this scene daily. This and the parkour scene, and then other scenes in this show I think about on the daily, and I don't think that's weird. I know you do too. We're all freaks here. You're watching this video, aren't you? Caught in 4K, regardless of me being a fan of it, purely on like the writing aspect of it, the tension, just like the dialogue, and then the body movement and the choreography of it all is just so well done. Next. Oh, just kidding. We're not done yet. Now Caitlyn's with this Pim freak, and Vi, again, walks down into the office, and when she goes in there, we see the manager, the owner. Anyway, this is Babette. Everybody say hi to Babette. And she looks at Vi and she goes, "Would you believe it?" Because everybody thinks Vi's dead. Cut to Marcus. Do you guys think I hate on Marcus too much? Let me break the fourth wall for a second and talk to you directly. I'm filming this video in many parts, so I've already edited episodes 1, 2, and 3. And I really do hate on Marcus a lot, and I recognize this. I'm asking for this opinion, but I will be continuing to film this before I post it, which is how YouTube works. Do you guys think I hate on Marcus too much? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, top sympathizer? I'm just kidding. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe something bad will happen to him and then we won't have to talk about him ever again. Anyway, cut to Marcus holding this blood-soaked coin from episode 3. He still has that. He's in Silco's office, and Marcus is peeing in his pants. He is a little stressed because he goes, the golden boy is now a counselor, and now he's asking questions, and sooner or later, I'm gonna get caught. Are you afraid, Marcus? Silco then hands him a bomb with the Firelights logo on it. But we're not idiots here. This was made by Jinx. You think I'm stupid? You think I'm an idiot? No. And then Marcus picks up this bomb and he goes, "This has gone too far." And Silco goes, "Huh, are you imagining yourself as a hero right now? The martyr that you've always seen yourself as? The martyr that you've always seen yourself as?" There is no way in hell Marcus thinks he's a martyr. There's no way. That's crazy. Marcus pulls the trigger and the bomb explodes. Just kidding, psych. I can never have one good thing in this show. Unfortunately for everybody, they are alive and well. He doesn't actually pull it. Anyway, he takes the bomb and he walks out. Silco then sits back on his chair, stressed. He's a stressed dad right now. And he goes, Marcus is faltering. And then he starts talking out loud. And when he's talking out loud, we have to know that he's never really just talking out loud. Because Jinx is like up in the support beams, okay? And she is there now. He goes, "You need to weaponize the hex text now. Because once you figure that out, the top side will not have any power over us," which is true. And Jinx hanging out at the top of the support beams is like, I can't do it. I can't do it. Just give it to the doctor. The doctor. We will talk about the doctor later. Silco goes, "You're the only one I can trust with this." What is this? And Jinx goes, "I keep seeing them that day," aka the monkey bomb down by the docks day. And Silco goes, "Fear haunts us all, child." Cut back to the brothel. Thank God we're back to them. Babette is talking to Vi, and she's like, "I am so sorry to hear about what happened to Vander and the kids. Like, truly, truly, I am so sorry. Vi goes, by the looks of it down here, nobody tried to stop Silco. And Babette goes, well, he's got the money and the muscle. So it's kind of hard, girl. Then Vi goes, have you heard anything about Powder? I think he has her. And Babette shakes her head no. But like, we all know. Vi goes, I have to find her. And Babette goes, Silco's number 2 is a regular here. I can tell Miguel, tell you where to find her. Anyway, Vi goes, thanks, girly pop. And she walks out. And Babette really is like, please don't, no worries. It's really the least I can do. Now Vi's walking out of the brothel. And she's walking down the corridor and she can hear a little giggling in the room. And she turns to look and she looks back and then she does a double take. Guess who's in there? Okay, lesbian. We can now confirm Caitlyn is a lesbian and Vi has a big fat lesbian crush on her. I love women. Cut to the Hex Gates. Here's Jace and Mel. And Mel tells Jace, you did great today, bestie. Actually, not bestie, because of what happens in about 2 seconds. And Jace goes, I had a good teacher. Okay, why are we flirting? And they start talking about like how life is gonna change and whatever, who cares? What happens next, guys? On my first watch, maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe I didn't see it. Maybe I just didn't see it. Mel grabs Jace's hand and she goes in for the smooch. When I tell you I was really shocked to my core, not because like they kissed, God no, I'm not 5, but like because I genuinely just thought Mel was just like this girl boss manipulator, like trying to get Piltover to be on the map. I just thought that maybe Mel knew that Jace was a little bit of a fruity boy. Like if I were Jace, I would do it too. I would. But I just didn't know. Anyway, they start macking. They start kissing like this. They are inseparable. Cut to Victor messing with the hex text stuff again. And now the hex text looks like this. And I know that this is called the hex core, but they don't say that it's the hex core until later. But I'm telling you right now that this is the hex core. And he's like messing with it. And in walks Sky. I never introduced Sky. I'm so sorry. This is Sky. Everybody say hello. Sky has been here since Progress Day. She's a sweetheart. She's wonderful. She is Victor's assistant. And she has a big old crush on Victor. Sky walks into the room and she's like, hey, Victor, are you heading home soon? I was thinking we could walk together. And you know what? Shoot your shot, girl. Lord knows that his boyfriend is currently locking lips with Counselor Malmedarda, so might as well just shoot your shot, you know? I support it. Except for the fact that Victor doesn't even look at her. He doesn't even look at her. He goes, I'm gonna sleep in the lab tonight. Sorry, girl. Maybe another time. Diabolical. Oh my god. If I were to be rejected like that, if I were trying to shoot my shot and the person didn't even look at me, I would move town. You would never see me again. I'm kidding. That is what we like to call in show business a joke. Okay, now we get this like intercut scene, which means just scenes that are happening simultaneously. We get a scene of Victor still working on the hex core and Jace having the best sex of his life. And then we see Victor and he's really not doing well and he's coughing up a storm and he just coughs blood out. Jace, on the other hand, is like on his way to his 4th orgasm. And then the blood that Victor coughed out goes into the hex core. I didn't know it could do that. And then Mel comes. And then there are stars in the sky. And the stars in the sky actually match cut beautiful because then we transition and we pan down from the sky to Silco and Jinx in the water. In what water, you might ask? In the water that Vander tried to drown Silco in. It all comes back to this. And Jinx is like, oh, why are we here? I know this story you told me like 1,000,000 times. Vander was like a brother to you and he tried to kill you and blah, blah, blah. That's actually how she says it in the show. So like, that was my Jinx audition. And Silco goes, okay, damn, shit. Let me give you a remix version of the story. And he says, that day, I let a weak man die. And then he like baptizes himself in the water. Like literally. And then he comes back out and he goes, and he like wipes the hair out of his face and he goes, and I let a new one be reborn. And then he starts talking about how you can let betrayal eat you from the inside out or you can forge it into something new. He looks at Jinx, he goes, you need to let Powder die. I don't want Powder to die. No, no, boo. He goes, Jinx is perfect. And then he baptizes her too. I'm gonna be so real with everybody in the audience. I really thought he was gonna kiss her. So sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't be the only one that thought this. Look at this scene and tell me they're not about to like kiss. In like, no, I don't want that, actually. I don't want that. But they did not. They did not. These ARCANE animators really had me stressing with Jinx and Silco this entire season. When I first watched this, I said, oh my god, what is this relationship? Oh my god. Cut to the Undercity, and oh my god, guys, nobody panic, but I think the Imagine Dragons are in the Undercity. Because we get the song, okay, uh-oh, the misery, everybody wants to be my enemy, but then we also get the Imagine Dragons singing this in the underground. Is this song like a canon song in the universe? That is so fun to me because they had to animate that, you know? They had to animate this guy singing, uh-oh, the misery, everybody wants to be my enemy. And while this song is playing, cut to Vi walking around in the underground. Well, she's not walking around, she's looking for somebody specific. We follow Vi in the Undercity. We also get shots of my girl Savika, and she's gambling. And then we see Vi like standing behind a wall, peeking at Savika, like she's prey. Cut to Mel waking up in bed alone, looking a little disappointed. Then cut to Jace next to Victor on a hospital bed. Well, he's not on the hospital bed, but Victor's on the hospital bed. And Victor wakes up and he goes, Jace? And Jace goes, Victor, the doctors, and Victor goes, how much time do I have left? No! I cannot have one good thing in this show. Cut back to Savika. Gambling. She's clearly won whatever game she's playing, and she goes, rotten luck, boys. And she also has this like blunt in her mouth. I don't think it's a blunt, it's definitely a cigar. She goes to collect her coin, and as she does this, she gets a knee to the face. Not just any knee. This is Vi's knee. Vi is ready to fight. And Savika, from the ground where she was just hit, looks up and she's like, Vi? Because everybody thinks she's dead. And then we have this awesome fight scene. I used my free will to watch this fight scene on repeat. On slow motion, on super slow motion. I need to not tell everybody my business, actually. All I want to say is use your free will wisely. This is how I'm using mine. Anyway, go watch this fight scene. It's very epic. Anyways, they're fighting and Vi slams Savika's face into the wall and she goes, you filthy fucking traitor. She doesn't say fucking, but I added that for a little. You remember how Savika's arm was incinerated in episode 3? Her shoulder starts to glow purple. And out she comes with this bionic shimmer arm. Phenomenal stuff. She is this universe's Bucky Barnes, but much better. So sorry to Bucky Barnes lovers. I love Bucky Barnes. The girls are fighting. Vi gets a couple of good punches in there. So does Savika. This is like a hard fight. Ultimately, my girl Vi gets Savika good. Pummels her into the wall, breaks through this brick wall, and then Savika spits out blood. And Vi pins her down, hand on the throat. Everybody likes to choke everybody in this show. Hand on her throat, she goes, where's my sister? Where is he keeping her? And then Savika goes, you mean Jinx? She works for him. And after hearing this, Vi's hand on her throat loosens a little in this moment of shock, and Savika uses this second of just like faltering to stab Vi in this area. What is this called? Oh my god, what is this called? I'm blanking. This area right here. Her waist, her hip, her stomach, her appendix. She stabs her right here with her bionic arm. Then she leans in close to Vi and goes, she's like his daughter. Ooh! And then she throws Vi off. And Vi is like, first of all, processing this information, just got stabbed, and is trying to crawl away. Savika comes over and picks up Vi by the face, pulls her up to her knees. I have no public comment about this image. And then Savika has Vi's face, and she's about to kill her. And she goes, I'll send her your regards. And then her shimmer juice. Oh, by the way, I didn't explain how her shimmer arm works, but like there's a vial of shimmer that like pumps up and down to like fuel the arm. It also like fuels her with shimmer because she gets kind of animalistic when she like fights. And this thing goes up to recharge with shimmer, I'm assuming. As it goes up, it gets sniped. Sniped by who? Up on the bridge. if it isn't Piltover's finest Nepo baby, my bestie, the love of my life also, Caitlin fucking Kierman. I want her too. I don't know if I made it clear that I'm in love with every single woman on the show. Anyway, Savika makes a run for it. Caitlin shoots her a couple more times, but apparently she's bulletproof because the bullets just fly off of her. No problem. Caitlin jumps down from the bridge and she approaches Vi, who is like bleeding out on the floor, not looking so good. Vi goes, why did you let her go? And Caitlin goes, do you ever say thank you? And Vi goes, he's gonna know we're here now. And Caitlin's like, and whose fault is that? And Vi, who's still kneeling on the floor, blood dripping out of her waist appendix hip, is like shrugging, and she's like, you know what, you do have a good point there. And then Vi goes, you're an all right shot. And Caitlin goes, I'm an excellent shot. And then Vi goes, you gonna help me up, Cupcake? I want to die every time she says Cupcake. Stupid ass pet name, but I love it. And Caitlin goes, stop calling me that. My name is Caitlin. And she helps her up, obviously. And Vi goes, but you're so sweet, like a cupcake. I'm sick to my stomach. Okay. I'm sick to my stomach. As we approach the end of this episode, we get this awesome score that starts playing in the background. I love this score. The ARCANE score, not even just the soundtrack, the score goes crazy too. And this one is called She's Back. Anyway, we get these intricate scenes and it's Jinx in her lab working on this hex tech stuff with her new baptized identity. And it's also Savika walking up the stairs to Silco's office and she's like dripping shimmer everywhere because her arm got shot. She walks into Silco's office. He goes, you're making a mess. And then back to Jinx, who's finally stabilized the hex tech stuff. She got it. She did it. It took these science nerds 5 million years to figure out how to stabilize this stuff. It took this psycho crazy killer girl, in a respectful way, 2 hours in a Red Bull. She is a genius. I love this girl. And then there's a scene where she's like celebrating her stabilizing this shit and she like twirls around in her chair and the hair choreography goes crazy. Like it twirls around her arms. Really good stuff. I love Jinx's hair. Okay, back to Silco. Savika's walking into his office, leaving this like dripping puddle of shimmer everywhere. And she goes, the sister, she's back. And Silco, who's putting on concealer, by the way, to hide his eye, which, King, you don't need to do that, gives Silco a kiss on his big, fat, juicy, ugly ass eye, slams the makeup closed and spins around and goes, from the dead. And that is where the episode ends. Episode 5, one of the best episodes of ARCANE ever, except that I will be saying this to every single episode. Anyway, that is episode 5. I hope you enjoyed listening to me yap about it. I hope it wasn't too crazy. I don't remember. It's been an hour and a half of filming. I do not remember what I said, and I don't know if I'm sorry if I'm weird, but I can recognize that maybe I was a little bit unhinged, but like that's what you signed up for. And also, I've been working on this video for a very long time now. The only thing that I've been doing since the beginning of November is eat, sleep, think about ARCANE, okay? I started rewatching ARCANE in preparation for season 2. So I had already started watching ARCANE, and then season 2 came out, and that was crazy. And then after I watched season 2, I rewatched it again. And I'm strapping her down to a chair and saying, watch. So suffice to say, the unhinginess is coming out, and I can recognize that. Okay, anyway, that is episode 5. I will see you later for episode 6. Hey, buddy. Man of the hour over here, everybody. Man of the hour. Everybody loves you. They don't know you, but they love you. I love this dog, guys. You don't understand how much I love this dog. I mean, you maybe do. So is he chilling for episode 6 or what? All right, see ya. If you hear the pitter-patter of feet, that would be, oh, so sorry. Okay, everybody. Same day, same fit, new episode. Oh, Charlie, sometimes he gets into these moods where he doesn't like to be left alone. Sometimes he loves his alone time. And sometimes he just needs to be around a person, which I understand. So he's here for this episode. I hope that's okay with everybody. Okay, everybody, let's dive right into this episode. Not only is this episode 6, but it's also the end of Act 2. So just know that whatever happens in this episode, at the end of it, the people watching originally in 2021 had to wait 1 more week to watch the rest of the 3 episodes. The title of this episode is called When These Walls Come Tumbling Down. This episode, I'm not even gonna lie to you, is a bit of a doozy. So just buckle up. We open with a child cannonballing into this Very murky ass water. Charlie's leaving. Welcome to the past, everybody. We are now in the past. We are, location-wise, in this beautiful steel oasis. This is Victor's steel oasis, as the fandom calls it. Not even just the fandom, I think Arcane calls it a steel oasis too. We will be returning to this location a couple of times throughout this episode / the rest of this season, I think. Beautiful, green, lush, there are kids playing everywhere, and we pan to a very young Victor. He's sitting there and he's fixing / playing with a boat that he made. And then there's a girl that like looks at him from above, where they're all cannonballing off of, and she just stares at him. And apparently this little girl is Sky. Call me crazy, but I don't think that this little girl looks like Sky at all. But she doesn't speak, and she doesn't really play any other part in this little introduction scene. And then Victor puts the boat on this little stream and it starts to like chug along. And then it goes a little too quick for him and he struggles to keep up. And then it goes all the way down into this little cave. He follows this boat into this little cave. And in this cave, there is this massive like axolotl-like creature. Oh. And also Singed. Singed is here. Everybody say hi, Singed. And Victor's a little scared of this giant axolotl. And Singed goes, don't be afraid. Come. And also, he's holding on to Victor's boat. And he goes, did you build this? And Victor's like, uh-huh. And Singed introduces Victor to this axolotl. Her name is Rio. He's like talking to Victor about this axolotl and he's like, she's a mutation that I cultivated. And he holds out this like bioluminescent flower. And he's like, do you want to feed her? And Victor goes to feed Rio. And it's giving How to Train Your Dragon. Turns out Rio's not doing well. Rio's dying. And Singed goes, I'm attempting to prevent that. The mutation must survive. And Victor goes, can I help you? And Singed goes, sure, we can be loners together. Cut back to present day. Welcome back to the Oasis. This is what it looks like now. Everybody say thanks, pollution. And here's Victor. He's sitting up in one of the gear things, he's sitting here. Heimerdinger shows up. And he's like, seems like just yesterday I stumbled upon an aspiring young scholar from the Undercity here. And he goes, I heard about your prognosis. I'm very, very sorry, my boy. This is so sad. The two of them start talking about death and about what it means to leave a legacy. And Heimerdinger says, it's a sad truth that those who shine brightest often burn the fastest. Cut to, everybody wants to be my enemy. We open and Mel is painting. Gorgeous. Oh my God, painter. I did not know. In walks Jace. He goes, I didn't know you could paint. Me neither, bro. Mel, who's a little salty from being left alone after having probably the best sex of her life, goes, there's a lot you don't know. And Jace goes, I'm sorry for disappearing last night. And Mel, who's pissed off still, goes, duty calls. Girl, no, girl, his boyfriend was dying. It's not like that. And Jace goes, Victor's dying. And Mel then puts the paintbrush down and she's like, oh. And then Jace continues and he's like, I think it had to do with the gases and the fissures where he was growing up. Exactly the sort of thing that we wanted to fix with Hextex. And I think I mentioned maybe in the first couple of episodes, I was talking about how the pollution in Zaun is an important part of their lore. But the air quality in Zaun was pretty disastrous and it left a lot of people with some serious health complications and chronic illnesses. Example A, Victor. And Jace is now just feeling a lot of this guilt because he was like, I can't save Victor. And then he's like talking about how the invention of Hextex, the whole point of his science and his creation was to help people, aka like Victor. And so he's just feeling a lot of guilt at the moment. And he's like, now he needs me and there's nothing that I can do. And Mel just goes, I didn't realize you guys were so close. Which I do not believe. I just do not believe that. Anyway, Jace goes, he's like my brother. Which also, okay. And then he lays his head down on Mel's lap and he goes, nothing feels impossible when I'm with you. My brother is down bad. He is down bad for her. He ate her pussy out one time and he is hooked. And then Mel goes to trauma dump as well. And she goes, I'm in exile from my family. And that she fell short of the Medarda standard. And Mel then looks at Jace and goes, you should be with him, Jace. I agree. You should be with him. We can't change what fate has in store for us, but we don't have to be alone. Cut to this phenomenal shot, okay, of Victor sitting in front of the Hextex web thing, okay? And the camera spins from the Hextex web thing to face him directly. Me saying this out loud does not sound cool. Watching it, very cool shot. Victor does not look very well. To be very honest with you, he looks sick. because he is, but he does not look, he looks a little gaunt. And also, the Hextech core does not look very good right now. It starts freaking out too. And then Victor goes to touch it, and then it freaks out more, and then he blacks out. We cut to the last drop. Dead quiet. Business is not booming, not a peep, not a soul. 'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. No one's in the last drop, except for one lonely bartender, and he's cleaning the cups. There's a noise at the door. There's no one there. And then there's Jinx sitting at the bar and playing with the Hextech gemstone. This is probably one of my favorite Jinx scenes ever. She's just so cute and goofy and like really childlike here. And I love her. She sits on the bar and she goes, Chuck, to the guy, to the bartender. The bartender goes, Theorem. My name is Theorem. She goes, I like Chuck. And then Chuck pulls out her little juice cup from like the beginning of the show, the same juice cup, and he makes her a juice with a little straw, and she's like sipping on her juice and she's looking around. She's like, what's all the hubbub? I love the way she says hubbub. I love it. I don't even know why, but it scratches a little itch in my head. What's all the hubbub? It's so cute. Hubbub. And Chuck goes, boss wants us to grab somebody up. And she goes, someone? Anyone? Who you grabbing? So cute. It's just so cute the way she says this. Chuck goes, some girls. Well, I'm not grabbing girls. And the girls that we're talking about, by the way, are her sister and Caitlin, but obviously she doesn't know this yet. And then Jinx goes, why wasn't I invited? And Chuck goes, I don't know. They got into a fight with Savika. Really did a number on her. And Jinx goes, what number? And Chuck goes, oh, it's like a saying, like underrated joke. I don't think people talk about it enough. Anyway, she gives him a big old hug, goes, you're doing great, Chuck. And she leaves him a nice big fat smoke bomb on his back and it blows up. What a treat. He doesn't blow up. He's fine, but just the smoke bomb blows up. Cut to Caitlin and Vi. Back to my favorite lesbians, except that Vi is doing really bad. She actually is doing really bad. She's currently being supported by Caitlin and they're hobbling down the Undercity and they hobble over to this cliff ledge and there's this big neon sign attached to this big old construction wooden beam building and underneath there's a little house. Really, really good description. Anyway, Vi gets ready to parkour all the way down there, okay? And I'm not talking like it's a little hop, skip, and a jump. I'm saying it's like we're jumping down the CN Tower, okay? And in her condition, I do not see this going very well for her. And even Caitlin goes, are you sure that your cuts her off? Vi just jumps. And of course, it does not go well for her. She hits the first beam, plunk, hits off the side of the wall, plunk, all the way down to the bottom. And Caitlin looks down and she's like, shit, and then follows her down. Way in the back, we get a shot of Owl Bird Man. He's back. He's watching. He's following them. Then, also, on the ledge where they just jumped off from, are Silco's men running after them. Vibes are getting intense. Cut to Savika entering Silco's office. She goes, we lost her. In the chair, it spins. It's Jinx. And she goes, lost who? Savika steps forward. She steps on a little tripwire. Green smoke starts to fill the room. Jinx puts on a mask. Savika falls to the ground. Fade to black. Fade back in. Savika tied to Silco's chair. Jinx sitting in front of her like this and goes, I feel like you and I got off on the wrong arm. Because this girl blew up her arm. And then she goes, should we try the other one? That's crazy. Oh, by the way, Savika is slapped awake, okay? She didn't just like, wake up. No, she got slapped awake. And Savika laughs at her and she goes, no need, it's your sister. And that has her gagged, okay? That has Jinx going, oh. Her eyes go wide, she freezes. Savika goes, she's back. She's looking for you. But it's not what you think. She has some girl enforcer with her. Guess she replaced you. Savika, shut the fuck up. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. I mean, I guess, like, it is true because she is looking for you. And she is with some girl enforcer. But it's really not like that. It's really not like that at all, Savika. It's really not. Jinx pulls her close. She goes, you're lying. And Savika goes, why bother? With her back in town, it's only a matter of time before you implode. And then Silco can finally see that you're as good for our cause as you were for your family. Jinx. Ruthless. Also, if you hear any snoring in the background, that would be Charlie. He's taking a nice nap right now. Don't we all wish we were doing that? And then Jinx starts to cry. And Savika starts to laugh. And Jinx starts to cry a little more. And then she goes, achoo! 10 out of 10, toots. I love this crazy girl. I love this crazy girl. She is so unhinged. I love her. She goes, I think I know just how to deliver that message. And then spins Savika in the chair. Cut to Marcus's house. He's pissed. He's stressed. He being Marcus. Things are tough for this corrupt cop. Things are not looking good for him. Clap if you care. And then he hears his daughter giggling in her room. He's like, I should go check in on her. He opens her door slightly. And she's playing with like these little wooden cards and she's making a little house. How cute. And then he opens it further and Silco's sitting there in the room with her. I do feel bad for him, okay? I do feel bad for Marcus right now because that is terrifying. That is terrifying. And Silco looks up and he sees Marcus. He goes, about time Daddy joined us. And then Marcus opens the door fully. And it's more of Silco's goons sitting in his daughter's room. And these guys are like the most unhinged looking ones. Like they are the most like, I am scared of them. They are scary to me. This whole scene is just really, really unnerving. And I do feel bad for Marcus here. Clap if you feel a little bad. One clap. Marcus goes, let's talk outside. And Silco goes, can't you see we're playing? And then Silco goes, you remember our old friend Vi? Vander's daughter? And then looks at Marcus's daughter and goes, she was about your age. Her father went on a long trip and your daddy promised me that she left with him. But it seems she never made it. Isn't that sad? And then he looks at her and goes, could you imagine being separated from your father? My stomach hurts. And then Marcus goes, she's in a safe place. And Silco goes, she's in the lanes. And then he says there's an enforcer with her, around her age. And Marcus goes, Caitlin, she's a Kiraman. Just like them, she does whatever she wants. Just like them. This Undercity rhetoric is, I've had enough of it. This microaggression here and there, this little just like them. They're blah, 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 blah. Enough. And he tells Marcus that his men are currently chasing down Vi and Caitlin. And he goes, they cannot resurface. Do we understand? And then he knocks down the tower that his daughter's been building this whole time, and she cries. No further questions or comments, Your Honor. That is the scene. Very unnerving. Next, cut to the Hex Corps freaking out. I mean, it's always been freaking out, but it is just like, as of late, the Hex Corps is freaking out more than it usually freaks out. Victor's showing Jace the Hex Corps responding to this plant, and it's making it grow really big. And Victor's like really excited about this, and he's like freaking out because he's like, this could be it. This could be, he says, this could be the key to augmenting physiology, extending life. And Jace goes, curing you. And as he says this, the plant shrivels up and dies, like immediately. And Victor goes, that keeps happening and I don't know why. And Jace goes, we're gonna solve this. And Victor goes, buddy, I do not have a lot of time left. I can feel my body eroding, he goes. And Jace goes, we'll go get Heimerdinger. He might be able to help. Okay. Cut to Caitlin and Vi. Now they're in the bottom of the Undercity. Like, the bottom of the Undercity. Also known as the Sump. In the bottom of the Sump, there's just like a small community of like houseless people and they are really not doing well. You can see them and they're covered in cloaks. And Vi points behind and there's this house below this giant neon sign and she's like, in there. So they hobble over there and when they get in, Kate rests Vi on this like wooden bed and Vi starts to hallucinate powder. She like sees her on drawing on the walls and like standing on the ceiling, like not standing on the ceiling, but like playing upstairs. This used to be their humble abode. Caitlin goes to wipe Vi's face with a little towel and Vi like blocks her hand away. And Caitlin goes, I know you have your reservations about me, but this only works if we can trust each other. And Vi goes, it doesn't work. It never has. You topsiders always find a way to screw us. And Caitlin goes, I guess topside is to blame for all your misfortunes then. And then Vi hallucinates powder again and goes, no, not all of them. And then she sees powder again, like laughing and drawing on the walls. And she goes, I shouldn't have left you. Caitlin, who thinks that Vi is talking to her, which obviously why wouldn't she think that? But we all know that she was talking about Powder. And also Vi at this point is like succumbing to her wound, like she's about to pass out. And now Caitlin has this opportunity to like wipe down her face. And she goes, it's okay, it's all right. Despite it all, I can tell you have a good heart. And as Vi like passes out from exhaustion, we can hear Vander's voice, and it's his voice saying, you've got a good heart. Cut back to the science bros. Now it's Heimerdinger looking at the hex core. Heimerdinger goes, what is that? And Victor goes, I'm calling it the hex core. Okay, he calls it the hex core now. I know I've been calling it the hex core. And Victor goes, it's basically hex text that evolves. Heimerdinger looks at this thing closely, and then he gets flashbacks and visions of like the hex core doing some crazy like world ending shit. And he jumps back and he goes, you must destroy it. Both Victor and Jace go, what? And he goes, if you have ever put any faith in my guidance, listen to me now. Destroy it. You have to destroy it. He goes, I've seen nations destroyed by a single seed, and it looked just like this. You have to destroy it. If a 300-year-old scientist who has seen civilizations get destroyed and it looked just like this, I would not even ask any questions. I would throw it into the incinerator immediately. No questions asked. It's gone. Do you think Jace and Victor would do that? No. Jace goes, this could save Victor's life. Heimerdinger looks at Victor and he goes, something's wrong with you. Something's changed. What did you do? And Victor's like, what do you mean? And Heimerdinger goes, it's that thing. It's the hex core. It has to be destroyed. You have to destroy it. Then he starts to walk towards it, and Jace goes, I won't let you. And then Heimerdinger goes, and I've never seen this man so serious in my life. He goes, this is a violation of the ethos. I will have it destroyed one way or another. And then Jace goes, that's your opinion. We'll see if the council agrees. Okay. Heimerdinger walks off. Victor goes, I might know somebody that can help. And Jace goes, do what you need to do, buddy. I need to get ready. And Victor's like, get ready for what? Cut back to Caitlin and Vi. Caitlin puts her hood up and leaves the little house. And she is determined. I don't know what kind of plan she's thinking of, but she is determined to help Vi because this will not work if Vi's dead, you know? And she closes the door to the little house. And there's a guy standing there, jump scare. And he goes, is she all right? And Caitlin immediately rifle out, pointing at him. He goes, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And he goes, that's Vi, right? And then his hood falls back. And he goes, I'm a friend. At least I was. I owed her old man my life. Everybody say welcome back to Huck. Still with the gun to his head, Caitlin goes, she needs a doctor. She's bleeding. And Huck's like, oh, well, you're not going to get a doctor down here, but I do know somebody who can help. They make their way to this apothecary of some sort, okay? It's like a random shack in the middle of the sump. They tell the apothecary person, pharmacist, medicinal herbologist, person that they need medication for a stab wound. And as the pharmacist person is doing that, Huck goes, she helps people who have problems like this. And Kate goes, Shimmer, why would you take something that does that to you? And Huck then explains to us and the audience, he goes, I just wanted to feel what it was like to be someone, to make people afraid for once. And as he says this, the pharmacist comes back with medication and she goes, trade. And Kate hands over her rifle. And the pharmacist puts a tiny little drop of shimmer into the potion before handing it to her. And when Caitlin goes to grab the bottle, you can literally see Huck's eyes glow with purple, just like indicating to us how highly addictive this substance is. And then Caitlin goes, let's go. I think Vi will be happy to see a friend. And Huck goes, no. She knew me when I did not look like this. And then he goes, just tell her that I'm sorry for everything. And then Caitlin runs over to him and gives him the tightest, sweetest, most caring hug. And you can tell Huck needed that so bad. Cut back to Jace in the council room, doing some kind of paperwork. In walks Marcus and he hands him the firelight decoy bomb. And he goes, I found this on the firelights. I have reason to believe that they're going to plan another attack soon. And Jace goes, how did this go unnoticed for so long? And Marcus goes, well, since the hex gates were completed, the fissures haven't been a priority. And Jace goes, we'll deal with that later. Right now, we need to prevent any further attacks. And Marcus goes, well, there's nothing else we can really do besides search everybody that crosses the bridge. And Jace goes, then we will do that. And Marcus goes, are you sure? That kind of an order is like, and Jace cuts him off and goes, just do it. And then Marcus, on his way out of the council room, goes, I saw Caitlin had a prisoner released on your order. And Jace is like sitting and he stops writing. because obviously he's a little shocked at this information, but he is a ride or die homie. And Marcus goes, is that something that I should look into? And Jace, ride or die, goes, no, we got it covered. Work. Cut to, we're still in the council room now, but everybody is here now. And by everybody, I just mean the council. And you know how I just said that Jace is like really ride or die for his bestie sister Kate? He's not ride or die for everybody. I hate this scene. I really do. I hate this scene. It makes me sick. We start with Heimerdinger, and he's basically like, everybody, we've lost the plot. We've lost the plot. We used to be a city that, you know, prides herself on our progress, and this city used to be a beacon of hope and light. What did I write? And then he goes to say other things, and he's like, we must hold each other accountable. And Jace cuts him off and goes, who holds you accountable? Oh. And then Jace starts listing off a bunch of things. And he goes, there's shimmer rampant in the Undercity. There's attacks at the Hex Gates and in the Academy Square. There's enforcers afraid to go into the lanes. All under your watch. And Jace finishes his little laundry list of things and goes, time and time again, you tell us what not to do. But let me ask you this. What is your plan to fix it all? Speak. Heimerdinger, speak. And Heimerdinger listens to this and he goes, oh, I know what this is about. He goes, your hex text technology needs more time. It needs more safeguards. And Jace goes, humans do not live for centuries. We cannot wait for progress. And also, while this is all happening, the counselors are all listening. Like, they're like attentive. They're locked in. And Jace continues. He goes, we need a leadership that is focused on the future, not the past. And then he goes, you are the true father of Piltover, and your years of service can never be repaid. I believe it's time we gave the beloved founder of our city a well-deserved retirement. And Heimerdinger looks just so betrayed, and they all vote, okay? It's a unanimous vote. They all vote to fire Professor Heimerdinger from the council. I will never forgive you, Jace. I will never forgive you. I will never forgive you. Except that I will. Later. Cut to Vi hallucinating her mother's face and little powder. That's how you know we're in the trenches, you know, like when you start hallucinating. Cut to reality, it's actually just Kate putting the shimmer potion into Vi's mouth. That shit sends her into oblivion. She starts freaking out, her eyes glow purple because it's shimmer. She screams and she jolts up. And then Kate holds Vi's face to like calm her down, and they are centimeters from each other's lips. No comment. No comment. Oh my god. Kate gets gay panic and then like pushes herself off. That's how it's done, guys. She like distracts herself by talking. She goes, what was that name Safika gave you? Was it Jinx? Vi like gets up and her wound, it's healed. That shit worked. And she gets up and she's like, yeah, Jinx. How could I forget? And then as they get up, Caitlyn's like looking at this wooden beam that's kind of holding the whole infrastructure together. And she's looking at this beam, and on the beam, there's just their names, Violet and Powder. And it's just like little height markings when they were like wee little babies. Caitlyn looks at this and she's like, you used to live here. Who's Powder? And Vi goes, she's my sister. I thought she died. But no, I have to try and find her. And Caitlyn goes, how do you not know if your sister's alive? And Vi goes, well, it's hard to know when you're locked up in a cell. And Caitlyn goes, what, you don't have parents? And Vi goes, no, they were killed by enforcers. Cue noises outside the door. Vi opens the door. Anybody want to guess who's on the other side of the door? It's our boy Silco. Yay! He's with his goons. And he's holding out vials of shimmer. Just like this. He's standing like this. And he's holding out vials of shimmer to the people in the sump. And they're all whimpering and they're reaching out for these vials. And one of them is Huck. One of them is Huck. And Silco walks up to Vi and he goes, ah, Vander's prodigy. And Vi goes, what have you done with my sister? And Silco goes, I freed her. You know, I always thought you were the prize of the family. But Jinx, no, Jinx is. Cut to, okay, a very quick and brief shot of Jinx walking up to this like landing somewhere, okay? Intercut time, now we get a bunch of scenes happening all at once. Cut back to Vi and Silco. He's talking about how Jinx is perfect. She's more than he's ever imagined. Back to Jinx. She's currently now on top of this landing area. I don't know where she is. But she's here. And she's holding the Hex-Tex gemstone in one hand. And the flare. Do you guys remember this flare from episode 3? Cut back to Silco and Vi. Vi goes, I'm gonna find her and erase whatever fucked up delusions you put inside her head. But first, I'm gonna bring your bullshit empire down all around you. I love this girl. And also, it's here we see Caitlyn like looking at like the really creaky wooden beams, and she starts like pounding on the beam. Silco goes, you don't know your limits. That's what got Vander killed, and that's why your sister ran away. That's why I'm here. And Vi goes, yeah, well, you talk too much. And then we turn and she punches the shit out of this support beam and the whole thing falls on them. And then Vi and Kate make a break for it. Cut back to Jinx looking at the flare. And she's staring at this flare, and we get a voiceover from episode 3 of Vi's voice of her saying, wherever you are, light it up and I'll find you. She pulls the flare. Blue smoke goes everywhere. The song Guns for Hire by Woodkid starts to play. I love Woodkid. And I say this every episode, and I know I say it every episode, but this scene truly, me putting into words will not be able to encapsulate at all what the animation does. This scene haunts me. I think about it all the time. It's very beautiful. The flare goes up. Caitlyn and Vi are running, climbing up the cliff ledge. Silco, somehow still alive, is pissed. And then we cut back to Jinx, and we get this rotating shot of Jinx with the flare gun, and as it spins around her, Milo is behind her, and so is Clagger. I have chills. Silco then starts punching and beating up one of his men out of sheer anger. And then we also get shots of the enforcers starting to set up camp. Not camp, but like set up at the Piltover and Zon bridge, as per Jace's orders. Vi runs into somebody, and she like flips them off. And in the process of doing this, she looks up between the walls of the alley and sees the blue smoke. She sees the blue smoke! And then we end this sequence with the enforcers surrounding the bridge and Marcus standing right front and center. This, with Guns for Hire playing in the background, is like one of the best scenes in all of all TV ever. Cut back to the past. We are going all the way back to the Steel Oasis. We see little Victor walking into the cave, ready to feed Rio. He walks in, and Rio is not doing okay. Rio is not doing okay at all, hooked up to all these little wires and machines looking really bad. Nobody in this show is ever doing okay. Can anybody in this show do okay for 1 second? Please. Victor runs in and clings onto Rio, and Singe walks in, and he goes, she will live. It'll be fine. And Victor goes, you did this? And Singe goes, the mutation had to survive. I thought you understood this. And then the camera has this like epic like transition pan to the right. And we're back in the cave, but now in present day. This is what it looks like now. And Singed, okay, I forgot to mention this. Singed is still alive, but he looks like this now. But the last time we saw him, I forgot to mention this, in the cannery down by the docks, in the bottom where the underwater lab is, when it got blown up, Singe was also there. How did he not die? I need the ARCANE writers to explain this, or if anybody knows, how did he not die? His face got really f***ed up in the process, but he's still kicking. Anyway, in walks Victor to this cave in present day, and also Rio is here too. Rio in this big tank, and Victor walks in and he looks at Singed and he goes, I understand now. Cut to Silco walking in to his office. He sits down on his chair and he goes, how many problems can one girl cause? And as he says this, he looks on his desk and there's a map and there's Jinx's signature drawings, and then it leads to a knife, and on this knife there's an arrow pointing up, and we look up and we see Savika dangling from the air, and big bold font it says liar. Cut to the landing where Jinx lit the flare. The flare goes out, no more smoke. Jinx looks pissed. She throws it over the ledge. and then picks up the blue hex text gemstone. And as she does this, in the back, coming up the stairs, is her big sister, Powder. And Jinx turns around, and her face is so soul-crushingly juvenile. Her face looks like a baby. And she goes, Vi? And Vi starts to cry, and she runs to Powder and cradles her in this big hug and goes, oh, Powder. And Jinx drops the crystal from her hands. And this scene is just so emotionally beautiful. Every single time I watch this, without failure, I cry because I think about just the loss and the trauma and the grief these two have gone through. And they are finally reunited. And Jinx grabs her sister close and she sobs into her shoulder. And she goes, are you real? And Vi looks at her and goes, I'm real. Yes, I'm real. It's me, Vi, your sister. And Jinx looks at her and she goes, things changed when you left. I changed. And Vi goes, I know, Pow, I know. We had to do what we had to do to survive. And I know I'm like saying everything word for word, but there's no need to paraphrase when everything's just perfect, you know? And then in comes Caitlyn. Girl, I love you, but not now. Not now, not now. Stop. Stop. Jinx sees her and pulls back. Machine gun out. Who's she? And Caitlyn goes, who are you? And Vi in the middle of this going, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Everybody wait. And Vi goes, it's okay. She's a friend. And Jinx goes, so Vico wasn't lying? You're with an enforcer? And I can see how that would be a stab to the actual heart for Jinx. I can see that. I understand this. And then Caitlyn sees the hex text crystal on the floor, putting 2 and 2 together right now. Your sister is Jinx? And Vi goes, well, okay, we can work this out. We can work this out. Jinx goes, this is a trick. You're playing me. And then she hallucinates Milo and Clagger. And she goes, everybody shut up. I need to think. And Caitlyn's like, we didn't say anything. And then Jinx points her gun at Caitlyn and goes, I wasn't talking to you. Yeah, you tell her, Jinx, you tell her. And Vi, poor Vi, who's doing her best to de-escalate the situation, she's like, Powder, it's okay. Jinx goes, don't call me Powder. She goes, Powder fell down a well. It's Jinx now. And Vi goes, you're not a Jinx. I should have never called you that. And then Jinx cuts her off, goes, stop talking to me like I'm a child. Is this why you came? For that stupid stone? And Vi, who has just seen her sister again for the first time in 7 years, is so confused. She's looking at the stone with this gun up to her face also. Is like, I don't even know what that is. I've never seen that before in my life. I don't know what that is. And Jinx, with the machine gun still in front of her sister's face, goes, you're a class act, sister. Sister, thought I missed her. Bet you wouldn't miss her. This girl is crazy. This girl is so crazy. Jinx scares me so much, but I love her. It's a real dichotomy, you know? Vi then literally goes, I am here for you. Only you. She's like, you can fire this thing if you want to, but I am not leaving you again. I am not leaving you. And then she puts her hand on Jinx's shoulder. And then Jinx starts to hallucinate again. And then we hear noises in the background. And Jinx goes, shut up. Do you hear that? And then the firelights show up in their hoverboards. And Jinx starts shooting. And I'm saying unhinged shooting, the same way she did in that airship. And guess what? The firelights come in. They start to attack. Now, the sisters are fighting back. They are back to back fighting off these firelights. Love to see it. As they're all fighting, the Hextech gem crystal stone gets tossed around like a fucking soccer ball. And Caitlyn manages to get it. Oh my god, we're almost done. There's no way. Oh my god, I flipped. We're almost done. That's crazy. Vi is currently fighting off some Batman rat daddy who is important. He is important. And Jinx is like, again, aimlessly shooting as she does. And in the midst of this chaos and fighting, Vi gets a chance to see her sister. And she just is in complete shock and disbelief at the insane, unhinged behavior that her sister is exhibiting. Caitlyn gets absolutely decked in the face, and in doing so, drops the Hextech crystal, and this firelight, who's very bird-like, like, her head goes like this, and she, like, picks up the crystal. Now the firelights have the crystal. Vi watches Powder again rock the absolute shit out of this firelight, just, like, pummeling him to the ground, and she starts to walk towards Jinx, and she goes, powder. And in this moment of distraction, a firelight knocks Vi to the ground, unconscious. As that's happening, Jinx gets like sliced in the leg by a firelight. And then the Ratman goes to spear Vi. He goes to kill her. And then the Owl Birdman leader says, stop. Take her. Jinx is about to shoot the guy that sliced her when she turns and sees that the firelights have Vi. They have her unconscious body. And then she goes to attack them. Owlman throws a smoke bomb. The smoke clears. Everyone's gone. Jinx is left alone. She looks around. She looks terrified. And she goes, Vi? No answer. And then she screams into the abyss. And then that's where the episode ends. Imagine having to wait another week to find out what happens. Anyway, that's Act 2. We had a beautiful progress day. We had some lesbians flirting. And we had a reunion that we've been waiting for forever, only for it to be cut short like this. Anyway, that's episode 6 for everybody. And we will be back to talk about the final act and the last 3 episodes later. And by later, I mean like in 2 seconds for you. But I don't know when I'm gonna film it, so it's a guessing game for everybody. Okay, everybody, it's time to talk about Act 3, Episode 7, The Boy Savior. Ever since watching Season 2, this episode just hits a little different, knowing who the Boy Savior is. And it's funny because when I'm filming this, in my head, I'm speaking as if you've never watched this show. But I'm 99.9% sure that if you're watching this video, you've already watched the show. So we all collectively know who the Boy Savior is. Anyway, we open this episode with Misfit Toys playing in the background by Pusha T and Mako. Guys, this song is fire! We open with graffiti spraying the Firelight's logo, and then it's just like this really cool animation style of like this graffiti artwork introducing to the audience who the Firelights are. For those in the audience who don't know who the Firelights are, I will give a very quick spark notes, but basically they are a group of Zonites whose whole mission statement is to take down Silco's empire and disrupt his shimmer business and all of this stuff. But they've also created this safe haven for kids and other people in the Undercity that don't have a safe place to go. We'll see that later in the episode. They wear these masks and they travel on these hoverboards, which we have seen, and they are just awesome people. I love a resistance group. I love a resistance movement. I love the Firelights. So anyway, this introduction is super cool. Would recommend you to watch it. Very awesome, very cool. And then we have a swipe cut to Caitlyn and Vi tied up to this pole in this like holding area. And they're arguing, couple fight. Caitlyn is like struggling to get out of her cuffs and she's like yelling and she's like, I knew I should have never trusted you. And Vi's like, you've been a real picnic yourself, girl. And Caitlyn goes, I am not the one who walked us into not 1, but 2 of Silco's traps. And Vi goes, this is not Silco. And Caitlyn goes, how do you know that? And Vi goes, if it was Silco, we'd already be dead. So true. Okay, sorry, I had to put my hair up. It was so greasy, grimy that it just needed to go up. And then Caitlyn goes, when were you gonna tell me that your lunatic sister works for Silco? Okay, girl, she didn't know. She did not know. Oh. Actually, Savika did tell her, but that's different. That's family business. That's family business, you know? And then Vi bites back and goes, when were you gonna tell me about that stone? Radio silence from Caitlyn. And poor Vi. Vi, I feel like, is the only one that has no idea what's actually going on. And then the door opens, and then there's shuffling, and there's moving, and all of a sudden Vi goes, hey, leave me alone, get your hands off me. And then Caitlyn goes, oh my God, leave her alone, that's my wife. The Firelights come in, they take Vi, and they leave Caitlyn all by herself. Cut to Vi in a dark room. Bat Daddy, Rat Man, takes the potato sack off her head. Oh, I forgot to mention, when they were tied up to the pole, they also had these like potato sacks over their head. Forgot to mention that, so sorry, that was part of their costume. So now when Vi is in this dark room, Rat Daddy, Batman, takes the potato sack off. And there on the chair is Owl Birdman, okay? And Vi looks at him, she goes, you shy or you just ugly? I love a mean girl. Owl Birdman comes up to Vi. He takes off his mask. It's Little Man! It's Echo! On my first watch, I just knew everything was gonna be okay once it was Little Man. I just knew everything would be okay. I was wrong. And he looks at her and he goes, you look good for a dead girl. Cut to, my microphone. Why did no one tell me? Why did you sit here and stay silent? I'm kidding, that was unfair. You wouldn't have been able to tell me. Okay, moving on. Uh-oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Cut back to Little Man and Vi. And Vi looks at him and she goes, Echo? And Echo doesn't even respond to her. He pulls out the Hex Text gemstone. He goes, what do you know about this? What do you guys think she knows about that? And she looks at this stone that she's seen maybe twice now in her life and goes, I do not know. I just got out of prison. Everybody's asking me about this stone. I don't know. And then Echo goes, what are you doing with Jinx? And Vi goes, first of all, her name is Powder. And second, I just found her when you guys showed up out of the blue. And third, hello in there. It's me, Vi, basically your older sister. What is going on with you? And Echo goes, that was a long time ago. People change. And Vi is like, yeah, I'm getting that. The culture shock back into her own culture is crazy for her. And then Echo looks at her and goes, are you working for Silco? Don't ask her that. Don't ask her that. And Vi goes, you. That's right. And Echo goes, dude, I thought you were dead. And all of a sudden you just show up and you're with some enforcer girl and you're taking her on a tour of the lanes. And Vi goes, you were following me? Why didn't you say anything? And then Echo goes, I didn't know if I could trust you. And Vi goes, so you just come out swinging? And Echo goes, gee, I wonder where I learned that from. And Vi then goes, yeah, well, you should have learned better because you still punch like a little boy. Now the tension lowers a little bit. And then Vi goes, I remember when you wouldn't stand up to me. And then, by the way, this whole time she's been cuffed to a pole. She breaks free from the cuffs. Okay, wow. And then she grabs Echo and gives him a big, big hug. And she goes, I missed you, little man. Great scene. Cut to Singed in his little cavern cave area. You know the one. We've talked about this place before. And also Victor's there too. And Singed is looking through his microscope at some hex text stuff. And then Victor starts talking about how he has tried so many different combinations of runes, but then everything that he does just withers and rots away. And then Singed goes, perhaps it's not the science, but your subjects. And then he drops this line, nature has made us intolerant to change, but fortunately we have the capacity to change our nature. Bars. And then he holds up a vial of shimmer. Do you guys see where this is going? And then he explains that this shimmer is like a variant of shimmer and it's not as violent as regular shimmer. And Victor goes, will it work on plants? And Singed looks at him, he goes, you and I know damn well you're not using this on a plant. And then he goes, I know the look of a doomed man. And he says, I must warn you, if you take this path, they will despise you. And Victor looks at the vial, takes it from Singed, and he goes, Jace will understand. Okay. Cut to Jace. He is somewhere in a forge, I think, like maybe his old hammer factory, and he is working up a sweat. Good work, buddy. In walks Mel, and she's just looking at her mans, and she goes, hammerwork is such a delicate art. You know she wants to pounce on him right now. Then she starts talking about like politics, and she goes, this border shutdown has people pissed. I'm pissed about it. And then Jace shows Mel the bomb and he goes, I tried taking this apart and it almost killed me. Whoever built it knows exactly what they're doing. Yeah, her name's Jinx. Jace goes, this and Shimmer, it's hard to know what they're capable of down there. And Mel, who can read Jace like a book, goes, is this really what's bothering you right now? And Jace then talks about Heimerdinger. And he goes, he was my mentor and I betrayed him. I know, I saw. And Mel tries to comfort him and she's like, you know, I am exiled from my family, but I still love them. Heimerdinger will understand. But now you get to build the future of your dreams. And Jace goes, but I have to save Victor first. That's right. Don't ever forget the original plot of the storyline. You need to save your boyfriend. And then Mel goes, we'll figure it out. Don't worry. And then she leans him for a kiss. But then she stops. And she's holding these like nuts and bolts. And she goes, in the meantime, try not to lose your nuts. I think maybe she thought that she ate. But it just didn't do it for me, you know? That did not do it for me. Okay, cut to Silco's office. In there, it's Savika, the love of my life. She's talking about how all the enforcers on the bridge are making the people in the Undercity pissed. And she also tells Silco that the Chem Barons have scheduled an assembly because they're also pissed, which is exciting for us because we get to meet the Chem Barons soon. It's a very short, quick scene between the two of them. Silco goes, I'm going to find Jinx. And then Savika hits him with some dad advice real quick, and she goes, I was never that close with my father, but give her some time and she'll come to you. Cut to Jinx in her lair. She's not doing well. She is not doing well. She is freaking out. She's panicking. She's also bleeding quite a bit from where she got her leg sliced, and she is having a mental breakdown and hallucinating voices. And they're saying in the background, you lost her. And she's freaking out. She goes, no, I didn't lose her. They took her. And also while she is freaking out, she's staple gunning her leg back together. And it's kind of an intense scene to watch. And she goes, she was there for me, not the enforcer. And every time she clicks the gun, she like yelps and screams and then also kind of laughs. It's a lot. It's a lot. And she's also at the same time trying to actively remember what the enforcer's name was. And then she staples her leg and she goes, Caitlin. And then she does one final staple and then starts chuckling into the open air. Cut to the Firelight's hideout. And it's just beautiful. I just want to be there. And Echo explains to Vi, if a single seed can make it down here, then so can we. And then he drops some lore to Vi, and for us as well, when he says, when Vander died, Silco basically flooded the streets with Shimmer, and he didn't care what happened to anybody down here, and people either became a victim or they died. And Vi feels bad for not being there, and Echo goes, that's a great way to drive yourself crazy, girl. And Echo continues, and he goes, Powder's gone. The only person that's left is Jinx. And Vi's like, that's not true. That's not true. I can reach her. I'm her sister. I can reach her. And then Echo shows Vi this beautiful mural that they painted for everybody that they've lost since Vander died. Right there is a picture of Powder. Echo looks at Vi and he says, your sister works for Silco, not because she has to, but because she wants to. Powder is gone. Cut to a lot of action on the bridge. On the cusp of a riot on the bridge. People are not happy. There are a bunch of enforcers. People in the Undercity are trying to push through these barricades. Victor is there, and he's sitting by the bridge on the Piltover side. And Jace is also there. And Victor goes, what is going on over here? And Jace goes, do you have any idea how bad this looks? I order a blockade and my own partner violates it. And Victor goes, you did this? Brother, why? Jace goes, there are people down there that are hell-bent on destroying us. What were you doing down there? And Victor goes, I told you that I knew somebody. And he goes, you didn't tell me they were from the Undercity. And Victor's like, what difference does that make? And then Jace goes, what difference? They're dangerous. Okay. Victor looks at him, dead in the eyes, pupil to pupil. I'm from the Undercity. Yeah. Yeah. Jace starts to backpedal. He's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm sorry. And he's like, I'm sorry. You're right. Was he able to help your friend? And Victor looks at him and he goes, no. So we're not going to tell Jace about the Shimmer. Cut to Silco and Savika going up this really cool elevator in the Undercity. And they're going to where all the Chem Barons meet for their assemblies. It's like this beautiful greenhouse glass roof type building. And I think, based on what I have looked up, is that this area is the highest point of Zaun. And so it's where like sunlight actually hits. And then in the inside of this building, you can see that there's a lot of flower and there's like green life in here because it actually can sustain life. Everybody say hello to this East Asian king. His name is Finn. I love when I see Asian people on my screen. He's also very sick to me. I love his design. Anyway, he's talking about how the Undercity is not doing well, especially under Silco's leadership, and people are feeling a little frustrated. He's just basically voicing what everybody in the room is thinking. Oh, and I should probably introduce you to everybody else in this room. We have Rennie. This is Rennie. She's important. And there's also Smeech. This is Smeech. That's his name. Onomatopoeia ass name. Smeech. He doesn't talk much at all. I don't even think he speaks, period. But in the second season, he's got some funny bits. And I don't know who else is here. That's all I wrote down in my notes, so I actually have no idea who's in this room right now. For the rest of you Chem Barons, I'm so sorry, I forgot about you. Silco walks in with this box, and he goes, we're not due for an assembly. And Finn is like, we should be. And then again, he yaps about how Silco's leadership is making everything fall in the Undercity, things are not looking too good, yada, yada, yada. He goes, what is your plan to fix it all? And Silco goes, oh, you're all wondering, hey? And then as he's speaking, the ceiling fan turns off. This is important. And then he brings out the box. And then Savika puts a mask on, drops a metal tank on the floor that starts to let out this like stinky gas. Not good, really green. And the plants in the background start to die. And everybody starts coughing because they cannot breathe in whatever this gas is. And then he starts taking, and he is Silco, he starts taking out masks for everybody to put on. And he goes, oh, you guys don't recognize this smell? You don't know it? And he goes, have you forgotten where you all came from? The mines that they had us in? Air so thick you couldn't breathe. And as he's speaking, he's dropping masks to all the Chem Barons. And he walks up to Finn, who's still choking, gasping for breath, cannot breathe. And he looks at Finn and he goes, I pulled you up from the depths. I gave you a taste of topside. And also, while he's saying all this, Silco is breathing fine because he's just used to this smell. Like, he grew up in the mines, he knows this smell. But the rest of the Chem Barons, most of them, and Finn specifically, is much younger than Silco. So he's not used to this smell. And my boy's about to fall to the ground. And Silco's still in front of him, mask in hand, not giving it to Finn. And then Finn does fall to the ground. And now he's like wheezing and coughing and begging for his life on the floor. Silco looks down at him and he goes, you've grown fat and complacent. This is why we fight. Do you remember? And Finn on the ground, gasping for breath, reaching for the mask, is like, I'm sorry. Was that good? Was that convincing? And then Silco takes his mask, breathes in some air, and drops it on the floor. And he looks at Finn, he goes, do not forget again. And then he walks out. And then he goes, great meeting, guys. Never let me cross this man. Never let me cross this man. I don't think I would make it out alive. Cut to Mel Medarda. It's a very quick scene, a very fast scene. She is standing at this like balcony area. I'm pretty sure this is her house. I'm pretty sure she's got some banging real estate in Piltover and she's got this gorgeous balcony area. And in walks Alora and she's talking about the current state of Piltover. Everybody's talking about the current state of Piltover or the Undercity, which is fair because the current state is bad. On top of that, Alora hands Mel this letter and she goes, this came for you in the mail. And on this letter is the Medarda symbol, seal, whatever. And Mel does not look very happy to be receiving this. Cut to Caitlin, still tied up with this potato sack over her head. The door opens. She can hear some shuffling feet. And then the bag is ripped off of her head. And there's a child offering her water. She kicks it out of the way. Okay. And there at the door is Echo. And he's sitting there. And Caitlin goes, what have you done with Vi? What have you done with Vi? Leave her alone. She's not part of this. It's me you want. Oh, girl. And then a shadow approaches beside Echo. And there stands Vi. And she goes, my hero. And Caitlin goes, I thought they were hurting you. And then Echo goes, Vi says that I can trust you, but you get a pass back, Pilty, and that's it. Cut to Silco in his office, and he's getting ready to do his little daily dose of eye drop. And out of nowhere comes Jinx, and she grabs it from his hand, and she jumps on his lap, and she goes, let me do that for you. Okay, this is the first time Jinx and Silco are interacting since she found out about Vi. Things are gonna get tense. Silco goes, where have you been, Jinx? And Jinx goes, oh, you know, here, there, chasing down dead ends. And you know what? Turns out they're not all dead. And Silco goes, girl, let me explain. And then she starts stabbing him with the little shimmer dropper around the face. And she goes, stay still. I might hurt you. Okay. And then Silco goes, I didn't know she was in Stillwater. Marcus never told me. And she goes, but you knew she was back. And you didn't tell me. You're a liar. And then Silco goes, I wanted to protect you. She and the Enforcer are here for the crystal, not for you. Stop lying. Stop lying to her, please. And then he goes, did you forget who gave you a home? Who took care of you? Who took you in after she left you? And he goes, I am your family now. Everybody else betrays us. And here's the thing, is that Jinx is gonna listen to Silco. And because Silco is literally her father, not literally, but like metaphorically her father, she's gonna listen to him, or, you know, his opinion has a very heavy sway on her actions and her life. And so whatever he says gets through to her, and she gives him the little eye drop. And, oh, and before she does that, he goes, I need you to stabilize, or I need you to make the weapon, the Hextech weapon. I need you more now than ever. Anyway, Jinx is crying, and she gives him the eye drop. She dashes out the door. Cut back to the Firelight's hideout. They're all looking at this tree now. And Caitlin's like, wow, it's so beautiful. And Echo goes, if your people had it your way, it would be rubble and ash. Caitlin goes, it's all a misunderstanding. Everybody here thinks you work for Silco. And Echo goes, your people hunt us like animals, and Silco pays them to do it. And Caitlin goes, that's not true. And Echo goes up to her face, goes, say that one more time. And Vi, for the second time this evening, has to be the mediator. And she pushes them back and she goes, Echo, she believes what she's saying, okay? She's not your enemy. And then Echo pulls out the crystal and he goes, okay, so then what's this? And Caitlin goes, it's a gemstone. You have to let me take that back. It was stolen by your sister, by your sister during the attack. And Vi goes, oh, you failed to mention this? No, literally, you failed to mention this, Caitlin? And then Caitlin doesn't answer Vi's question. And she goes, if this falls under the hands of somebody who's a genius and also somebody who could build weapons, they could destroy us. Anyway, they talk about the crystal for a little bit. Echo basically says, like, a weapon like this, they could destroy Silco with it. And Caitlin's like, yeah, so true, bestie, but is violence the right course of action here? Because would that really solve anything? You have to let me take the stone back. And then Caitlin goes, it's not right what's happening in the Undercity. And you'd be so valid to keep this stone. But just know that the cycle of violence will never stop if you do not give me back this crystal. And she goes, this city needs healing more than I ever realized. And I swear to God, it's here. It's right here where Vi falls in love with Caitlin. I'm serious. Just look at that. That is the look of love. And Echo goes, you have a plan? And Caitlin goes, I have a friend on the council. Let me take the gemstone to him. Cut to Victor, Mel, and Jace. And they're looking / disassembling Jinx's bomb. Victor is the one who's disassembling it because he is the smartest out of the three. I've decided that right now. He's like looking at it, he's like, the form is crude, but the engineering eats. In the scene, it's Victor sitting down and Mel and Jace like standing above him like this. Just like this. Mel goes, it's been suggested that they may have found a way to use the gemstone. If we are to assume the worst, it means that they've made a weapon. And Jace goes, well, how do you know for certain? And Mel goes, well, we can't wait to find out. And Victor looks up at Mel and he goes, what does that mean? And Mel looks back at Victor very briefly before turning back to Jace. And it's frustrating because it's so evidently clear that this conversation here is not between the three of them, but simply between Mel and Jace. Which is so frustrating because this is Jace and Victor's science. This is their stuff. They are a package deal. This is not a meeting between counselors. This is a meeting between the three of them. And Mel goes, we should prepare our own countermeasures. And Jace goes, weapons? And Victor then goes, absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is not why we invented Hex Tech. We are not doing that. And he goes, Heimerdinger would have never approved of this. And Mel goes, well, he's fired. So that man is stuck in the past. You said so yourself, Jace. These two. And Mel goes, I'm only asking you to defend your people. The choice is yours, Jace. And then Mel walks out. And Victor goes, you cannot actually be considering this right now. You can't. And Jace goes, what if she's right? And Victor goes, we are scientists, not soldiers. So true. And then he goes, we agreed that Hex Tech was invented to improve people's lives, not take them. And Jace goes, we might not have a choice. And Victor, who's also still in the process of disassembling this bomb, accidentally hits something and it starts to beep. And then it's fine. It doesn't blow up because he diffuses it. But just know the tensions were high in that scene. And Victor goes, we always have a choice. Cut to another intercut scene. We have Vi, Echo, and Caitlin leaving the Undercity through this secret passageway. And then we have a little creature on a boat. And then we have Victor. And Victor is taking out the vial of shimmer that Singed gave him. And Victor is also carving runes onto his body. And then we also have Jace reading through a book. And he sees a little paper in there and he picks it up and he looks at it. Vi, Echo, and Caitlin are walking through this sewer area. I don't even know where they are. And then there's just a bunch of firelights, real firelights floating around. And then we get a shot of the Piltover Bridge. And way above, at the top, sits Jinx with a little telescope. Back to Victor. He's now ready to inject his leg with shimmer. He hasn't done it yet, but he's getting ready to. Back to Jace. Enter Jimena, his mother. Jace gives his mom a big hug and he goes, I'm afraid I have to do something I thought I would never do. And then we see what was on the little paper he found in the book. It's a little drawing that he made when he was a child of him in a little superhero cape and holding a big hammer. The hammer is important. And then back to this mysterious little creature on a boat. It's Heimerdinger. Back to Victor. He is now injecting the shimmer into his leg. And it runs through his body and the rune. He slices his hand. He reaches for the hex core. I don't know how to verbally describe it, but what he goes through in this scene looks very torturous. Cut back to Vi, Echo, and Caitlin, and now they're on the bridge. And they start walking across, And Vi hangs back a little bit. And she goes, I can't leave her again. And Echo, who understands, gives her a big hug. And he goes, don't get yourself killed. And then Caitlin and Vi hug each other. And it's just like this clutching hug. Like they're holding each other. And Vi goes, it's been real, Cupcake. Thanks for everything. Cut back to Jinx, who's like still up on the bridge looking at them through a telescope. And then we have this like hallucinated Milo face in the background. And she's like, shut up. It's just a goodbye hug. And it is. She read the room very well here. Caitlin and Echo start walking towards the bridge. Lights flash on. Echo goes, what's going on? Out comes Marcus. And Caitlin, with her enforcer badge, she goes, sir, I have proof of everything. It's Silco. He's behind it all. Echo sees Marcus, okay? And he remembers Marcus. And he goes, oh no. It's him. But like, he can't do anything. He can't do anything in this moment. But Caitlin encourages him to show Marcus the blue gemstone because she doesn't know he's corrupt. And so Echo does this. He shows him the stone. And then Marcus pulls out a gun and shoots Echo in the chest. He falls backwards. And then he points the gun, sorry, not at you, at Caitlin, okay? Caitlin's like, whoa, what the hell? What the hell? Also, I forgot to mention, when Marcus shoots Echo, Vi is still on the bridge and she hears this and she turns around and she starts running back for the bridge, okay? And then Powder's watching this on the telescope, watching Vi run back to Caitlin. She does not take that very well. And she goes, liar. This one I don't know if I can defend. I don't know if I can defend this one. Because, were you not watching? Did you not see what happened? What were you doing like this whole time, Jinx? I thought you were looking. Anyway, Marcus to Caitlin goes, I told you to leave this alone. Still gun to her face, by the way. Okay, lots happen in this scene. Vi is running down the bridge. Also, a bunch of firelights, not the actual group, but like the bug, start to like swarm the bridge. And they all land close to the enforcers. However, upon further investigation, these are not firelights. These are mechanical butterflies. Do you guys remember these mechanical butterflies that I told you to remember back in episode 4, maybe? Yeah, one of these butterflies then lands on Marcus's gun, and when it flaps and spreads its wings, signature Jinx art. They all explode. And when I say they explode, I'm saying we're watching a fireworks show on the bridge from a distance and they just keep exploding. When we all come to, we get a shot of Echo on the bridge. He's still alive. He's breathing. Thank God. But he's not doing too well because he's a little unconscious. The rest of the bridge, we are doing not good because everybody is dead. All the enforcers are dead. Out walks Jinx, and she's humming Dear Friend Across the River, the lullaby from the beginning of the show that she also sung while crossing this bridge with her older sister. Caitlin is alive, thank God. She's not doing too well though. Her leg is big time hurt. She looks over at Marcus, who's dying. No comment. His last words are, tell my daughter, ... and he dies. I have no comment. I also feel no sympathy. None of this should be surprising though, because since day one I've been clowning on this man, so if anybody is surprised that I feel no sympathy that he's dead, maybe you've been watching a different video. Okay, next. Vi rushes to Caitlin, checks to see if she's okay. Out comes Jinx, picking up the gemstone. She sees Vi and Caitlin, and then she hallucinates this like evil devil smile on Caitlin's face. She puts the machine gun up and she shoots them and they blast apart. In the center of this separation, out comes Echo on his hoverboard. He comes out swinging. Jinx starts to shoot at him. He knocks that out of her hands. In the process, also grabs the gemstone. But I never mentioned this also. The gemstone this whole time has been in this little crossbody bag. So now you know that the gemstone's in here. He snatches the crossbody bag gemstone from her. He tosses it to Caitlin and Vi. He looks at them. He screams, go. What comes next, everybody, is arguably one of the best, if not the best fight scene in all of ARCANE, season 1 and season 2. This is my personal opinion, but I also feel like it's not a lonely opinion, Raise your hand if you agree. This Jinx and Echo fight will go down in history as one of the best animated fight sequences in the world. Jinx faces Echo, and they're kind of at a distance right now. She giggles and she laughs and she goes, "Oh, look who it is! The boy savior." Echo takes a deep breath, he smirks, and then he drops his pocket watch down and it starts to click. And then when it's clicking, a beat starts to play, and the song Dynasties in Dystopia starts to play. This song makes me feel superhuman. I love this song. Easily takes second place. Jinx then laughs, cocks her gun, and this gun is actually a personal handheld gun. And the nickname for this gun, because she names all of her creations, is actually called Pow Pow, which I think is so cute. Echo's watch starts to tick back and forth like a little pendulum. In the camera shot, Echo's pocket watch is swinging back and forth, and Jinx is standing in the background of this. And while it's swinging back and forth, and Jinx is standing here, as it goes back and forth like this, it animates from Jinx as a teenage girl, which she is right now, to Powder as a little child, with a little cute hat thing over her head. Then it goes back to Echo, who then now is Echo as a child. And so what proceeds to happen is this fight scene is now two children play fighting with each other because they were best friends in their youth and they would do this all the time. I'm going to cry as they fight to this amazing upbeat song in the background. It switches between them as children and them as teenagers, and then the song cuts. We go back to reality, and then they actually fight. And it is vicious, it is violent, there is no music whatsoever, and Echo ultimately gets the upper hand. He pins Jinx to the ground, and he is punching her left and right. And then he goes to deliver a final blow. And when he looks at her face, he does not see Jinx. He sees his best friend. He sees Powder, and he cannot do it. And Jinx looks at him, gives him this little sad smile, and from her hand takes out a bomb or a grenade or whatever, and she pulls the pin, and they look at each other, and then it explodes. And we get a shot of a very, very, very dead looking Jinx and Echo's broken pocket watch. And that is where the episode ends. Every time we finish an episode, it really feels like we've lived a lifetime. Anyway, that's the boy savior. And before I let you go, well, you're not really going anywhere because we have 2 more episodes left. But I wanted to mention this fun little Easter egg, not Easter egg, but this fun little clip that never made it into the actual show, but Amanda Overton, who's one of the writers on Arcane, and I'm sure you already know this too, but I'm mentioning it here because it fits in this episode, where the reason why Echo is the boy savior, or why Jinx calls him the boy savior, is because back in their youth days, back when Vander had died and Silco has started to take over the Undercity, and also at this point has adopted Jinx, Echo, I think at this point, had established some sort of Firelight group. And once he did that, he looked far and wide, high and low, left and right for Powder. He looked everywhere for her. And he found her in Silco's lair. And when he finds her, he goes, "I'm here to save you. I'm here to save you." And at this point, Powder is not Powder anymore. She is Jinx. And she doesn't want to be saved. I really do wish we got that scene. It would have made her saying, "Oh, look who it is, the boy savior," so much more impactful. But I understand that we can't always fit everything into the time space that we're allotted. Knowing that backstory is just so heart-shattering, and it just means so much more now that we know the history of Powder and Echo. And I really also wish that we saw some more of that friendship within the first few episodes before all the shit hit the fan, because that would have been cool too. But anyway, that is episode 7, The Boy Savior. I hope you enjoyed, and I can't wait to talk about episodes 8 and 9. We are almost done. I can see the light. Anyway, goodbye! All right, everybody, I need a microphone. It's time to talk about episode 8, Oil and Water. You might notice I'm once again in black, but this time I'm dressing for a funeral. Okay, you know how I promised everybody that we would talk about Mel Medarda's family? Well, we are going to talk about Mel Medarda's family. We open this episode with a young Mel Medarda, and she's standing before some kind of destroyed throne room. And in walks, from the back, her mother. Everybody, welcome to the stage, Ambessa Medarda. This woman causes a ruckus and a half. Not really in this season, but in the next season, every time I saw her. Oh, I'm so popular. Ambessa Medarda is a woman that frightens me. I would never want to cross her. I only want to be on her good side. She comes rattling in from the back and she starts talking about war, okay? War is her brand. That is her whole shtick. She loves war. She eats, breathes, sleeps war. Like, that's her. That is her. So she comes in lecturing Mel about war and about how when she was younger, after some kind of massive battle, her grandpa had told her to go retrieve every single blade that was on the battlefield because they needed steel. But in actuality, Ambessa Medarda goes, he wanted me to see death. Okay. All right. Mel starts looking around the room and thinking about how she'll redecorate the place and who the leader should be. And her mom goes, perhaps she could be my daughter. And Mel goes, you would really give me the throne? And Ambessa goes, I will give you the world, child, if you can prove you can take it. From the back, these Noxian guards come in. Okay, Noxus. Let me talk about this first. The Medarda family are from Noxus, which is a place in the League of Legends universe in Runeterra. I think maybe we talked about this in the intro. I haven't filmed the intro yet. I don't know. But let me just look it up. Okay, Noxus. Noxus is a powerful empire with a fearsome reputation. To those beyond its borders, it's brutal, expansionist, and threatening. Oh, okay. Colonizers. You just don't want to mess with them. Just take a look at Ambessa. Do you want to mess with her? No. It's clear from this destroyed throne room and just like the general atmosphere that the Medarda family and the Noxians have just invaded this place and dismantled whatever royalty that was here. So in walk these guards with this young girl, and we can just assume that she was part of the royal family that was just destroyed. And Ambessa goes, okay, so what should we do with her? Mel goes, well, she's not a threat. She's a child. She's just like me. She's like my age. She's my friend. Mel goes, we should just send her away. We just strip her of her possessions and send her off. And Ambessa goes, she's a symbol of the old regime. Kill her now, only one dies. Save her, and we might have to kill thousands. And so then do you know what Ambessa does? Do you guys have any idea what Ambessa does? She takes out her sword and she decapitates the girl. And then in present day, Mel wakes up from this nightmare. Jace at her side. Honk shoe, me, not even blinking an eyeball. There's also an alarm blaring outside. This man is sleeping like a log. Okay, cut to Vi and Caitlyn hobbling over to this little side alley. Remember that Caitlyn, she got her leg up a little bit. And so they reach this little side street and Vi puts her down gently and she goes, I'm gonna be right back. Cut to Silco and his goons approaching the bridge. Silco sees Jinx on the bridge in her near-death condition. He runs up to her, panicked, because this is his child. This is his daughter. He picks her up, and in her hand is the blue hex text gemstone. We cut back to Caitlyn, who's opening up the little cross-body hex tech gemstone bag. There's nothing in there. Cut back to Silco. He's holding Jinx now, and he's looking back at the enforcers and everything that's on the bridge, all the damage and destruction, and he walks back to the Undercity. Cut to Vi, who's watching the whole thing. Uh-oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. We open in the morning, but still at the bridge. A lot of dead enforcers. Marcus included. Mel and Jace are looking at the scene of the crime. Jace, his tummy starts to hurt a little bit because he's never seen death like this before. And he throws up over the side of the bridge, and Mel looks very determined. She looks determined as ever. Cut to Caitlyn and Vi sneaking into Caitlyn's bedroom. I'm obsessed. And I just know in an alternate universe, Caitlyn would sneak girls up into her bedroom like this. You know what I mean? Like, Caitlyn's like a private school student, and then Vi works in her like dad's motorcycle shop, and like she sneaks into Caitlyn's bedroom. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. You guys get it. Anyway, they're sneaking into the bedroom. Vi goes, who lives here? Another rich friend of yours? Bam! The door gets kicked open. Gun cocked at their faces. And it's Mama Kierman, ready to shoot whoever just invaded into her property. The girls' faces? Priceless. And her mom's like, Caitlyn? And her dad rushes in and he cradles her. He goes, oh my God, we were so worried about you. I love her dad too. And her mom then looks at Vi and she goes, you found a stray. And Caitlyn goes, this is Vi. She's from the Undercity. And her mom's like, so I see. Can we have a word? In private, cut to the Kierman sitting room. Her dad is currently like taking out bits of the mechanical butterfly from her leg. And Caitlin's like, you have to talk to the council. And her mom's like, talk to the council? Girl, are you aware that you broke several laws? And her dad goes, oh, don't worry. She was doing what she thought was right. I love him. And then her mom goes, you are a counselor's daughter. Your actions reflect on the body. And Caitlin bites back and she goes, my actions? You know what else reflects poorly on the council? Your inaction. And she continues and she goes, people are dying on the streets, your streets, and they have to choose between a kingpin crime lord who doesn't care about them or also a government who doesn't care about them. And that makes Counselor Mama Kierman think. And she goes, I'll schedule an audience with the council. Slay. And then she says, you and your friend, friend can address the council yourselves. Friend. Okay. Right. Friend. Cut to Singed in his little cave lab, okay? In barges Silco, panicked, holding Jinx. Now they're strapping her down to this wooden gurney. Things are moving quick. Singed goes, these injuries look very severe. Silco goes, you think I'm an idiot? You think I can't see? And Singed goes, I believe I can save her. The process will be demanding. Sometimes death is a mercy. And then he starts to prepare a syringe. And he talks to Silco and he goes, before I begin, I must know, are you prepared to lose her? And Jinx then starts to cough. She's still alive. And Silco runs over to her and gives her a kiss on the forehead. And then he goes, she won't die, doctor. She can't. I don't know if that's how that works. And Singed goes, I understand. And he walks over to Silco with the syringe and says, please understand that this is for your sanity. Plunges the syringe into his neck. And then he sits a very loopy Silco down on a chair. And Singed then goes, I too once had a daughter. Lore drop. Cut to Savika in the last drop, fixing her mechanical arm. In walks Finn. You remember him? He almost died last episode. But he's okay, alive and well. Savika goes, Silco's busy. Finn sits down with her and he goes, I'm not here for Silco. I'm here for you. And then he starts to gas her up and he goes, you do a lot down here, Savika. Savika's doing this, Savika's doing that. Savika. You're a scary lady, Savika. And Savika goes, get to your fucking point. And Finn goes, you run a tight ship, but it's not your ship. It's Silco and Jinx's. And Savika goes, this was your plan? To show up here, gas me up, and undermine Silco? And then she says, every time I think you can't get dumber, you dig a new low. I'm gonna use that. And then Finn goes, okay, let me get to my point. The Undercity is losing control. Things are getting rough. And here you are, shoveling his shit. And then he lights her blunt for her and goes, you're not the only one that's been dissatisfied with his work. Oh, cut to the Noxians are here in Piltover. Everybody welcome the Noxians. Oh, they're gonna be such great contributions to this city. And Mel and Allura are waiting down by the docks as the Noxians arrive by ship. And Mbessa comes out of her boat and she goes, aw, you guys didn't have to wait for me down here. And Mel goes, what are you doing here, mother? And Mbessa goes, am I not allowed to visit my favorite daughter? What? And I thought Piltover was known for its hospitality. And Mel goes, you did not sail the 7 seas to come over here and just sample the local cuisine. And then they start talking about Mel's banishment for a little bit. And Mel holds a lot of resentment, a little passive aggressiveness. I would too. And then they start walking down the harbor. And Mbessa goes, your brother is dead. I forgot to mention that Mel has a brother. He was mentioned very briefly in the intro of this episode. I forgot to mention him because I forgot. I'm so sorry. So RIP to Mel's brother, Kino. Rest in peace, Kino. Anyway, Mbessa starts to talk about Jace's hex tech weapons and Mel goes, oh, that's why you're here. And Mbessa goes, you let the problems in the Undercity fester way too long. You have lost sight. I am here to fix that. War is coming. And you know my girl loves a war. And Mel goes, Piltover is not like Noxus. War is not the first thing we think about. Yeah, you ever heard of democracy, mother? Not everything has to be martial law. And then an airship pulls up. And on the airship, it's Miguel. I never formally introduced you to Miguel. He was at the brothel. He was in the mask. And also, Babette mentioned his name one time. And Mbessa walks up onto this airship. And she goes, I'm off to sample the local cuisine. My girl's a freak. Cut back to Caitlin and Vi. Vi is currently lying down on Caitlin's bed with her head at the foot of the bed, and she's like looking down at the detective Pinterest board on the floor. Kate comes in and she goes, we have a meeting with the council tonight. Then they lie down on the bed, heads at each other's feet. And then Caitlin goes, what happened to her? Talking about Jinx. She goes, it's not your fault. And then Vi starts to tell Caitlin a sweet story about their childhood and about how when they were younger, they would share a bed just like this. And then they would pretend to be bigger and bigger monsters with different names and just like different characteristics. It's all very sweet. And she says, sometimes I get carried away and she'd get scared. And I didn't want her to start crying and wake my parents, which is so sibling core. That is so sibling core. Like when you are play fighting with your sibling and then you hit them a little too hard and they start to cry and you're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Don't tell mom. Relatable stuff. Anyway, she goes, I didn't want her to start crying, so I pretended to chase my own monsters away. And I'd say, no monster is gonna get you when I'm here. Then a real monster showed up, and I just ran away. That's so sad. It's not true. Vi, it's not true. And Kate this whole time actively listening. And I swear it's over here that Kate falls in love with Vi, like this genuine deep love. And then she reaches her hand out and she touches Vi's face, and Vi takes her hand and they just hold each other. Oh, they have fallen in love, Your Honor. They have fallen in love. Cut to Jinx doing really bad, like the worst we've ever seen her. Like, I don't think I've seen somebody do worse in her life. She's being injected with shimmer, like a lot of it, throughout her whole body. And she hallucinates these wild scenes, like these wild scenes. She sees images of her childhood. She sees like this teenage Vi. She sees like adult Vi and Caitlin, and they have like these scary faces on them. Like, it's just a lot. She is seeing a lot. And all while this is happening, she's also profusely screaming, no, 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 no. But it like in this guttural, terrible, torturous way. Huge shout out to Ella Purnell for voicing Jinx because, girl, you deserve every award for that. Cut to Silco waking up to an empty gurney. Woozy as ever. He walks up, grabs a scalpel from the table, goes up to Singed, and goes, what have you done to her? And Singed goes, I saved her. Okay, so where is she? Cut to Heimerdinger walking around the Undercity. He walks over to the bottom of the Zon Piltover Bridge, and there he stumbles upon Echo's hoverboard. And he's looking at it, he goes, ingenious design. Every single character is such an engineering baddie. And by every single one, I mean Echo and Jinx. Echo comes out. He's alive. Well, we knew he was alive, but we just didn't know where he was. I was worried about him. Heimerdinger sees him and goes, oh my God, are you okay? And Echo goes, oh, you're Counselor Heimerdinger. And Heimerdinger goes, it's just Heimerdinger now. He will always be counselor to me. Anyway, we now have a wonderful new dynamic duo. It's Echo and Heimerdinger. Love it. Cut to the spa. Just kidding. We're in some fancy ass bathroom. In the bath, Spread Eagle is none other than our favorite army girl, Ambessa Medarda. And she's doing exactly what she said she would do, sampling the local cuisine. She's speaking to somebody in this bath. And that somebody is Jace. And he is so uncomfortable. And she starts talking about war again. The only thing this woman likes to talk about is war. And Jace goes, I'm busy, so if you'll excuse me. And Ambessa cuts him off and goes, the Undercity's threats are real. No, we know, girl. We know. And Jace goes, we might not be Noxus, but we're not as helpless as you think. And then he says other stuff too, but it's whatever. And then he goes, if you'll excuse me, I have a city to run. And Ambessa goes, wait. And then she steps out from the water, nude, okay? And now Jace is looking anywhere but her. Like, he can't, like, this is his mother-in-law, technically. And Ambessa goes, I want to help you, Jace. But if you don't take my advice, I fear you'll end up dead. She doesn't say that, but, you know, it does. She says that, you know. Cut to the council room. Everybody's yapping, talking about the economy, talking about trade and foreign policies. Oh my God, it doesn't matter. Your cities are about to go to war, okay? None of that matters. Jace goes, we need to act now before anyone else gets killed. Oh, and then they talk about Marcus and about how he was a little bit of a corrupt cop. And Sallow goes, what could anyone in the Undercity offer him that he didn't have up here? And then we hear Caitlin's voice, and our girls walk into the council room. She goes, it's not what they offered him, it's what he had to lose. Our girls are here, and they're ready to do their big presentation in front of the counselors. Caitlin introduces Vi to the council, and she's like, this is Vi, she's born in the Undercity, and we have failed her tremendously. And even so, she risked everything to show me what life was really like down there. And then she goes to explain what the conditions of the Undercity is like, because obviously the topsiders don't know anything. And then she goes, one man leads all of this corruption, and it's Silco. And then Robot Man opens his mouth. I don't know if he has a mouth. He says, we've done investigations of Silco. We got nothing. And Caitlin goes, and who led those investigations? Idiot. Nice try. And Jace goes, what does Silco even want? And Caitlin goes, he wants the Undercity to be independent. He calls it the Nation of Zon. And then Jace pulls out the bomb. And he goes, what is this? Who's been making them? And this time, Caitlin doesn't know what to say because it's a family matter now. This is a family matter. That's her sister-in-law. And Vi takes this opportunity to step in. She takes Caitlin's hand and she goes, her name is Jinx. And Jace goes, and Jinx has the gemstone? And we nod. And Jace goes, then we go in by force. And Caitlin goes, no! There are good people down there. And then some random counselor goes, yeah, bad ones too. Okay, whatever. Anyway, now they start talking about what's right, what's wrong, blah, 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 blah. And Mel interrupts and goes, Jace, you do not know war like I do. War is our last resort. And Vi, watching them talk about all of this, interrupts and goes, you guys, she goes, are you guys serious? You want to negotiate with him? And then she goes in on the council. She chews them up. She goes, you can't talk to him. He hates you guys. He hates everything you stand for. You are not going to get through to him. And then Salo, who's barely listening, goes, can't we just get someone to escort her out of here? And she goes, don't bother. I know where your fancy damn door is. Cut to outside the fancy damn door. It's raining. It's pouring. The old man is snoring. And guys, this is the worst scene ever. Just kidding. It's sad, but it's not the worst scene ever. Caitlin chases after Vi, who's walking away. And Caitlin goes, where are you going? Wait. And Vi goes, I don't know, back where I came from. Seems like everybody wants that here anyway. And Caitlin goes, I can fix this. I can fix this. And Vi goes, you can't. This is how it's always been. Idiot me for thinking things could change. And Caitlin goes, well, think of something new. We have to try. And Vi goes, we tried, okay? It wasn't enough. Top, side, and bottom. Oil and water. That's all there ever is. And Caitlin goes, what about us? Don't even breathe me. And with her hands in her pockets in the pouring rain, Vi goes, oil and water wasn't meant to be. No! And Caitlin goes, you don't mean that. And she's crying, okay? And Vi goes, do yourself a favor, Cupcake. Go back to that big, shiny house of yours and just forget me. I could never forget you. I could never forget you. Ooh! I hate to see lesbians break up. I hate to see it. I hate to see it. Hate to see you go. Love to see you walk away. Cut to Victor. It's been a while since he's been on my screen. I missed him. He's down by the water. And he also has this sick new hex core leg. Check it out. And then he drops his cane. And then he starts to run. And then he starts to sprint. And as he's doing this, he's letting out this very powerful and cathartic scream. And I can't even imagine what this feeling must be like for him. It's a very beautiful, no dialogue scene. It's more impactful if you watch it. Cut to Victor in his lab, and he's grabbing a scalpel and staring at the hex core. And also cut to Sky, who's walking towards the lab, and she's rehearsing this speech that she wants to tell Victor about this new project that she's working on. She wants his opinion on it. And then cut back to Victor in the room, carving more runes onto his body. The lab doors open. Sky watches as Victor is being consumed by the hex core. It is a very violent scene. Like, it looks like he's in a lot of pain. She runs up and grabs him, tries to pull him away from it. Shit goes flying everywhere. The hex core is freaking out. I know this entire video I've been saying the hex core is freaking out, but it's never freaked out like this, okay? We've never seen it freak out like this. She's grabbing onto him tight. He looks and he sees her, okay? And then she incinerates. Sky turns into ashes and dust on the ground. The hex core killed her. There's a flash of light, and Victor comes to, and he sees all this ash on the floor, and he scrambles over to it. He picks it up, he's crying, he's like, it can't be, it can't be. Also, the hex core looks like this now. Just this mutated thing. Rest in peace to Sky. She was gone too soon. I really enjoyed her character. She wasn't there for much, but I did think she was a sweetheart. Cut to Jace making hex tech weapons in his forge. In walks Vi. They have a little conversation, and then Vi goes, you want to make Silco pay for what he's done? And Jace goes, yes, I want to make him pay. And Vi goes, I want in. And Jace goes, there is no in. You heard the council. And Vi goes, the council. And then she walks around, she sees these gauntlets, okay? Remember the gauntlets I told you to remember? She puts them on. They fit like a glove. They were meant for her hands. And then she looks at him with this little glove and she goes, is this so people notice you when you raise your hand in the boardroom? Love her. And Jace goes, we built them for mining in the fissures. And she's looking at these gloves and she goes, someone very close to me had a pair of these. Shut up! Also, I just want to, now that I'm here and I have you here, I just want to correct. In the beginning of the episodes, like episodes 1, 2, and 3, I literally called Vander's mining gloves these punching glove things. I didn't know what they were, okay? At the time, I didn't know. I didn't know they were for the mines, which I should have put 2 and 2 together. But sometimes I don't math like that. So it just, I'm telling you now that those are for the mines. His little things, those are for the mines. Jace and Vi start to plan things. They start talking about how Silco controls the Undercity with Shimmer, as we know. And she goes, if we shut down his supply, it's only a matter of time before his own people turn on him. So they make this plan to shut down his manufacturing factories. Manufacturing factories? Okay, yeah. And so then Vi looks at him with the gauntlet out, ready for a handshake. And she goes, so, do we have a deal, pretty boy? And they shake. I don't think they actually shake in the show, but they should have. And now from this borns one of the fandom's favorite memes. It makes me laugh all the time. But the meme is just Jace and Vi working together. And spoiler alert for the meme, though, is that basically that these two can't do shit together without anything going wrong. So do with that information what you will. Cut to one of the Shimmer factories in the Undercity. People are just doing their stuff, working away. Classic factory things, you know. Enforcers attack. Ambush. They have everybody held at gunpoint. Out comes Jace with this big hammer. I told you to remember the hammer. Here's the hammer. I don't play League. I don't know much about this hammer, but I just know that it was a big deal for Jace to have this hammer. They have this place cornered, and then there's this child, and the child hits the panic button, and the panic button charges up these shimmer monsters. If I had known there was going to be shimmer monsters in the factory, I wouldn't have shown up. I wouldn't have come to ambush. We are not dismantling no shimmer empire today. Okay, so now these shimmer monsters now have Jace sandwiched on this bridge that he's on. And then we hear, like nails on a chalkboard, screeching down this middle pole is Vi. And then she decks one of the shimmer monsters in the face. As this is all happening, the song Snakes begins to play. The song Snakes also makes you feel very superhuman. This is where it ranks. And now they fight. It's a pretty epic fight. It's a pretty awesome fight. All the fight scenes are really, really cool in Arcane. The gauntlet's really cool. The hammer's also really cool. Like, cool things are going on. I wrote, nothing I can say that will make it cool unless you watch it. So, go watch it. Oh, Vi looks sexy as hell. Nothing new. Okay, near the end of this fight, Jace starts to use his hammer like a gun. It can, like, shoot things. And he starts shooting everywhere. And then he accidentally shoots a child. The music cuts. And then the child falls. Stories and stories and stories at this rapid, rapid speed. And crash lands on the floor. Cut to black. Cut back to Jace and Vi, who are now walking at the basement of the factory, looking around to see the damage that they've done. The boy, somehow still alive, for like 2 seconds. He's like coughing. And then he dies. And then they look around the factory, okay? All the workers in the factory are all children. They're all children. Suffice to say, Jace and Vi no longer invade any more shimmer factories. Yeah, so that's how their ambush went. That's how it went. Cut to Caitlin in the shower. Girl is going through her first lesbian breakup. We've all been there. And if you haven't, you really don't want to go there. She's replaying the entire breakup in her head, thinking about Vi walking away, just thinking about their conversation, crying in the shower. This is a video of me, actually. This is my cameo in Arcane. Then she gets out of the shower. She's drying her hair. And she's looking in the mirror. And in the condensation in the mirror, there's a drawing. It's the fucking monkey, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. And in the corner, with bright purple eyes, and if you blink, you'll miss it, is Jinx. And the episode ends. Oh my god. It's just a terrifying ending. This ending actually makes me sick to my stomach because what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why is she there? How did she get in? And what is she gonna do? We'll find out in the next episode, which I'm going to film right now. Be right back for real. Okay. I was not gone for very long in real life or in this video because we are about to talk about the season finale episode of Arcane Season 1. Episode 9, The Monster You Created. Welcome to the season finale. It all comes down to this. And before we get into it, I just want to say it has been an absolute honor to be your chaotic host of this Arcane recap. I've learned a lot about myself throughout the making of this video, and the absolute chaotic depths that my brain can go. I didn't know this about myself. Love to be a lifelong learner. We've gone through some high highs and some low lows. The epic highs and lows of high school football, and I really wouldn't have it any other way. I really wouldn't. And so, without further ado, episode 9, The Monster You Created. And I need everyone here to know, okay? I need everyone here to know. As I say at the end of each act, I'm going to say this now at the end of this season. Whatever happens at the end of this episode, we had to wait 3 years. 3 years. Not 1 week. 3 years to find out what happens. So, with that being said, let's begin. We open with a close-up on the child that died, following 15,000 stories to his death. And then Vi steps into the scene and she goes, "You didn't have a choice. He knew what he was signing up for." And Jace goes, "We're done here." And Vi goes, "We haven't even scratched the surface." And Jace, who has not witnessed a lot of death in his life until very recently, is freaking out. He's freaking out about it, and rightfully so. And Vi, on the contrary, all her life, from a young age, has witnessed a lot of death. Death of her family, her friends, her neighborhood in general. And Vi goes, "This is one dead child. There are hundreds more where he came from, thanks to Silco and the Topsiders for sticking their heads in the dirt." And Jace goes, "This is over." And Vi goes, "Not for me." And Jace looks at the gauntlets that she has on. He goes, "Take those off." And Vi goes, "Make me." And Jace goes, "I can't let you leave with them on." And Vi says, "Then I guess you're gonna have to kill another trencher." They don't end up fighting. Jace just leaves and lets her have them. So I guess it was that easy. Everybody, it's our last introduction. Sing it with me. Here, you can have a microphone too. Uh-oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Cut to Silco and Savika at the scene of the crime, aka the Shimmer Factory. And they're looking at just like the destruction in the place. And do you guys remember the boy that died? How could you forget? We just talked about him. This was not any child. No, this was not any child. This was the child of this Chem Baron, Rennie. Do you remember Rennie? That's her kid. So as you can imagine, that's not good. And also, the other Chem Barons are down here too. Finn's here. And they're all mad at Silco. They're all pissed off. And then Silco walks off and Finn gives Savika this look. AKA like, "You remember our previous conversation, girl?" Cut to Victor in his lab and he's holding Sky's glasses and he's sobbing on the floor. And then he picks up her journal and he starts reading through it. And it's just so heartbreaking. It's just like, her journal entries about how much Victor inspires her and how she's so enamored by his work ethic to make the world a better place. It's just so sad. And then he looks at the hex core, this mutated thing, and he crawls over to it and he grabs a stool and he's ready to crush it. But he can't do it. He can't do it. Cut to Ambessa. Ambessa's hanging out in Mel's room, loft, balcony area. Anyway, she's hanging out there, drinking wine, having her legs rubbed by Miguel. In walks Mel. She's pissed. She comes over and slaps the wine out of her mother's hand. She goes, "Stay away from Jace." That's right. That's right. And she goes, "Get back on your ship and get the fuck out of my city." And then Ambessa, so unfazed, just waves the guards away, waves Miguel off. It's time for a family chat. She tells Mel, "We're in trouble. The man who killed your brother doesn't think the score is settled. We need to weaponize hex techs." And Mel goes, "How dare you use the city as a testing ground? I cannot believe you'd start a war just to cover your ass." And Ambessa goes, "I would set the world ablaze to protect our family." Lots of similar parallel themes going on in this body of work, don't you think? And Mel goes, "I stopped being family when you exiled me. Why did you do that?" And Ambessa goes, "Because you weakened me." And for the first time in seeing Ambessa, there's pure emotion on her face. And it's not like this rage, it's not this vengeance or this hunger for war. It's like this parental look. She goes, "I couldn't endure the look in your eyes whenever I made a decision that would keep our family safe." Okay, so how is that Mel's fault, though? How is that Mel's fault? Sorry that she has a heart. And Ambessa goes, "We need that weapon. Let the war unfold." Cut to Victor's steel oasis. And I'm gonna provide a quick content warning for suicide here, but it's very brief and very quick. You can skip to here when we're done talking about it. Victor, sitting in his steel oasis, he scatters Sky's ashes everywhere. And when he gets up, he too contemplates taking his own life. Just as he approaches the edge, a voice comes in from the back. He goes, "Am I interrupting something?" And it's Jace. Do you guys remember when Jace tried to take his own life? And Victor comes in and he goes, "Am I interrupting something?" I'm sick to my stomach. And they share this really sweet moment about their youth and when they were young scientists together, talking about this old innovators competition. It's just really sweet. It's a sweet moment. And Victor goes, "You have to destroy the hex core. I can't do it." And Jace goes, "But your health, your disease." And Victor goes, "Promise me. Please promise me." And Jace goes, "Okay, I promise." And Victor ends this scene by saying, "We lost our dream. In the pursuit of the great, we failed to do good. We have to make it right." Ugh. Cut to Silco in his office. In walks Savika, Rennie, and Finn. Finn takes a seat. Savika goes to stand behind Silco's chair. And Rennie waits by the door. She's grieving. Finn starts his little prepared spiel. He goes on and on about, the failures of the Undercity under Silco's leadership, yada, yada, yada. How long do you think he took to memorize this little speech? And he goes, "When you took Vander out, I thought, wow, finally somebody who can do something for the Undercity. But as of late, my review of you has gone down." And Rennie in the back goes, "You messed up, Silco." And Silco then says to Finn and his audience, he goes, "You were too young to know what the Undercity was like before it became this. You know what kept it alive and together? Loyalty. Now I'm forced to share the air with parasites like you." And as he says this, Savika's arm raises from the back. And Finn goes, "Today is the day you die, Silco." And Silco goes, "That's a risk I've known all my life, but I still believe in loyalty." The sword in her hand slices into the air. Silco on his chair, still breathing. Rennie in the back. Blood that's not hers splatters on her face. Finn, jaw on the ground. But not metaphorically. No. Sliced off. He's dead. Rennie freaking out in the back because obviously this wasn't the plan. And Silco goes, "I would have had your son killed for this. Though I suppose we're ahead on that account. Get out." And she gets out. Crazy scene. Crazy scene. And Silco asks Savika, were you tempted to kill me? And Savika goes, not for him, not for a worm like him. My girl stays loyal to the cause. And I could go on and on about Savika. She is so loyal to Zahn. I love Savika. And then she says, but he won't be the last one to want change. And then Silco flips over a letter on his desk. And it's a letter from Jace. Cut to Silco and Jace meeting at this beautiful, like, cannon military usage area, this cliffside by the water, the sun is setting, it's all very beautiful. Silco hands Jace a letter, and in it are demands for a nation of Zahn. And Jace goes, do you really think you're in a position to be demanding all of this? Literally, yes. And Silco, with no hesitation whatsoever, hits him back and goes, it was bold what you did down there in my factory. Didn't know you had the guts. But to do that and then request for a parley, you gotta be out of your stupid mind. And Silco goes, you're afraid. And Jace goes, I am afraid. I got a glimpse of what war might look like between these two cities, and no offense, your city would not survive. Not only would Zahn not survive this war, the council also would not care what happened to Zahn. It's just a blatant truth. Jace goes, so I'm trying to save you. And Silco also can't not agree with that, you know? It's all true. And so then they start talking about some potential terms and agreements for peace. And so Jay starts listing off a bunch of things for the terms to be approved. He goes, you'll stop the production of Shimmer. Check. You'll return the gemstone. Check. You'll hand over Jinx. No. And Jace goes, well, that's too bad. Too bad, so sad. He does not say this. But he goes, we can't make a deal with the snake and cut off its head. Do you think he thought of that on the way here? Anyway, he goes, give me Jinx and I will give you your nation of Zahn. Cut to banging on a metal door. The door opens. Echo and Heimerdinger are back at the Firelight's hideout. And Heimerdinger is obsessed with this place. He's obsessed with it. And he's so impressed with what Echo has accomplished in this hideout. And Echo goes, you'd be surprised with what you can pull off when your life depends on it. It's not enough to give people what they need to survive. You have to give them what they need to live. So true. Cut to Silco sitting at this beautiful statue of Vander. They're having a little brother chat, a little heart-to-heart. Also, I just love this statue, and I love that it's, like, made from scraps. Like, it's clearly made from metal scraps of Zahn. And Silco goes, I've imagined this moment 1,000 times. Our dream, our nation of Zahn. Everything we ever wanted, and the boy didn't even haggle. Which I think is hilarious, just the non-haggling part, because remember in the first episode when Echo was talking to Clagger about selling all those things to Jace in Benzo's shop, and he was like, he paid in gold and he didn't even haggle. Jace, you have to start haggling. Silco goes, and what do I lose but problems? And then he pours a drink into the statue water area, and then he says this line, which haunts me forever. He goes, is there anything so undoing as a daughter? The camera spins from the statue, and behind, listening and hiding there the whole time, is Jinx. Do you think Jinx is going to take this very well? No. Cut to the last drop. Savika gambling. Cue this crazy guy, this freak. He's putting a disc in the jukebox. We're going country, everybody. The Wild Wild West. I don't love this song. I'm so sorry to everybody. I forget what it's called. That's why I don't even listen to it. I'm so sorry. But I do like it more than Uh-Oh, the Misery. I'll say that. But I think it's When Everything Went Wrong. I don't hate country music, but I just don't... It felt like very Toy Story mania to me, and I don't know why. But anyway... Crazy guy starts to look around because everybody at the bar starts to look at him. And he's like, why is everyone looking at me for? And then he turns around. They're looking at Vi, who is behind him. She's right behind me, isn't she? Vi's here. And Savika whistles, and everybody leaves the last drop. We're about to fight. Now they've both got some mechanical arm advantage, all right? And things go crazy. Again, please go watch it. They're tearing up the place left and right. Like, things get sent flying. The pool table goes up in arms, the arcade table, the jukebox, like everything is destroyed in this bar. And then Savika gets Vi big time. She punches her to the point where she falls on the floor and goes unconscious. And in this hazy state, we hear the voice of Vander. And then we see Vander, but it's a hallucination, of course. And he goes, I wish I could say it gets easier, kiddo, but then I'd be lying. But what I can say is that she still needs you. They all do. So, what do you say? And Vi, strong as ever, like genuinely one of the strongest characters I've ever had the pleasure of watching. She gets up, spits out a tooth, and gets back into the fight. And this time, she gets Savika good. Like, I can't describe it, but the scene's really cool. But Savika is like mid-punch in the air, and Vi grabs her by the mechanical arm, rips it off, and then tosses her into the jukebox. And Savika is unresponsive. She's alive, thank God, but she's unresponsive. Vi, exhausted, and also again, just holding on to so much grief, crashes on the ground and screams. And then when she gets up from the ground, who is there behind her? It's Jinx. And she goes, "Well done, sis," and then clocks her with the back of her handgun. Cut to the council room. There's also this blood moon rising. As a big moon lover, it's amazing. Jay stands before the council. He's again making a speech. This guy, he's got really good public speaking skills. I saw him on Progress Day. I saw him at his trial. My brother has words, and I will give him that. And he goes, "My recent unauthorized field trip to the Undercity taught me two things. I am not fit to govern the people who live there. Duh. And two, neither are any of you guys. Double duh." And Mama Kierman goes, "You're walking a fine line, Jace." And he goes, and Jace goes, "Respectfully, I don't give a damn what you guys think about me anymore." And then he points to Mel and he goes, "Except for you." He goes, "You were right. You were always right." And he says, "My days here are numbered, but I've come with Victor. Victor's here, my partner, and a Zonite, and we come with one final proposal." And Victor says, "Jace has brokered a deal with Silco in exchange for the Undercity's independence." Everyone starts to freak out. Everybody, no, how could you? Like, they're screaming. Meanwhile, Victor's literally sitting here being like, "This is my city and I'm asking for independence." This is just how the government works. Not just in Piltover, don't have me mistaken. This is how all governments work. Cut to, Vi wakes up tied to a chair. Guys, guess where we are? Guess where we are? The cannery down by the docks. We're back here. Nothing good ever happens down here. And in the shadows is Jinx. She goes, "I really thought I buried this place, but nothing ever stays dead. Want to know a secret? Silco thinks he made Jinx with his rants and lessons and all that stuff, but he didn't make Jinx. You did." At Vi. And Vi goes, "I'm sorry, Powder. I never meant to leave you." And Jinx goes, "You never left me. You were always here. Your voice, pushing me, picking me up when I put myself down. You're the reason I'm still alive." And then Vi responds to that too and goes, "I spent so many nights in that prison, and the only thing that kept me going was the thought of getting back to you." Just a sweet little sister conversation. How could this go wrong? The light goes out. Oh, the light as in, like, when Vi comes to, there's like a little thing in front of her that, like, is emitting this tiny little light. The light goes out. Jinx, in the darkness, goes, "Are we still sisters?" And Vi says, "Nothing is ever going to change that." She lights a flame. They are face to face, like this. Cut to tea party time. No, really, it's tea party time. So, the guests at the table for this part, we have Silco at the other end of the table, looking a little rough, mouth gag over the mouth. Then we have the Milo doll. Milo's here. And then we also have the Clagger doll. And then we have Vander's old punching gloves and a little family photo and his pipe on the table. And yeah, so everyone's here, everyone's accounted for. We're gonna have a great time. Jinx to Vi goes, "This is where Silco stabbed Vander in the back, just as he planned to do with me." And then Jinx goes, we're missing somebody. Who do you think we're missing, everybody? Who do you think we're missing? Jinx comes back with a silver platter with a food dome over it. She says to Vi, she goes, "I paid your girlfriend a visit." And Vi, freaking out, goes, what did you do? And Jinx goes, I made her a snack. And we lift up the silver dome, okay? Vi screams no. Oh, everybody relax. It's a cupcake with the Hextech gemstone on it. On my first watch, I didn't know what we were gonna see. I knew that Kate couldn't have been decapitated, okay? I wasn't thinking that, but I was thinking for sure there was gonna be a limb in there. Is that crazy to think? Is that crazy? And so when Jinx pulls open this dome, she goes, sheesh, I'm not that crazy. So then she wheels in Caitlyn on this wheelbarrow, also mouth gagged. And honestly, guys, Caitlyn looks like she's gone through something torturous, and I just feel so bad for her. She looks very frightened. Then Jinx says, now where should I sit? And at the table, on one side, there's a chair for Powder, and on the other side, there's a chair for Jinx. And then she looks at Vi and she goes, well, that's your choice, really. And then she takes her little handgun, puts it in Vi's lap, and goes, make her go away, please. Her being Caitlyn. And she goes, make her go away, and you can have Powder back. Obviously, Vi's not gonna do that. Vi's not gonna do that. That's the love of her life. And she says, I can't. And Jinx scoffs, takes the gun out of Vi's hand, and points it at Caitlyn. And Vi goes, wait. We can work this out. How about we just go? We leave and we never come back. And Jinx, she's considering this and she's like, where would we go? And also, while this is all happening as well, she's hallucinating and hearing voices. She is fighting a battle in her mind right now. And I can't even begin to imagine how frightening this must be for her and for everybody else in the room. But just like, this is just so terrible. And then Silco from the other side of the table, he starts mumbling something. He can't say anything because his mouth is gagged. And then Jinx looks at him and she goes, what do you have to say about this? Walks over to him, takes the mouth gag off. And he goes, her name is Jinx. And then he tells Jinx that Vi's lying to her. She'll realize that you're not that girl anymore and then ditch you again. And then Jinx continues to hallucinate things and tension keeps building and she just doesn't know who to trust. And Silco goes, the Topsiders offered me everything. The nation of Zon in exchange for you. And while this is all happening, Caitlyn is like reaching for this little glass shattered piece that's on the table. So she's planning something too. And Silco continues and he goes, they can all burn. Everyone betrays us, Jinx. And he goes, you're my daughter. I'll never forsake you. And then Caitlyn, out of her restraints, machine gun out, pointing at Jinx. She goes, drop the gun. They face each other. They being Jinx and Kate. They shoot at each other once, okay? Nothing happens. Everything's fine. No one's hurt. But my heart rate has been better. Drop the gun, Caitlyn repeats. Okay, why did I say it like that? Caitlyn points the machine gun at Jinx, a little bit more, like, ready to blow this time. And Vi goes, wait, she's my sister. And Kate goes, she's too far gone. And Jinx puts the gun down in front of Silco, and then Jinx puts her hands up and starts to look a little pouty, a little childlike. All while, what's her name? All while Caitlyn still has the machine gun up to her and Vi is like pleading with her eyes for Caitlyn not to shoot. And then Jinx, with her hand still up, she wiggles her little fingers and then her eyes start to glow purple with the shimmer that's now in her body. And the shimmer has unlocked this new feature of hers, this superhuman speed. She moves quick. Blink and you miss it. She punches Caitlyn. Caitlyn gets knocked to the ground cold. KO. No longer a player in this fight. Now Jinx has both Silco and Vi yelling at her. Silco going, finish her. And Vi being like, remember who you are. I know you remember. Think about me. Think about Milo, Clagger, Vander, Mom, Dad. She's like listing off everybody. And while Vi is saying all this, Jinx is hallucinating big time. This is all very overstimulating for her. Silco manages to get Jinx's handgun, okay? He grabs it and he aims to shoot at Vi. The gun cocks. Jinx, in this state, hears this, and then she starts to shoot. She acts on instinct. When we come to, and the dust settles, we see that she has shot Silco many times. And he's, well, he's on his way out, okay? Jinx, realizing what she has just done, drops the machine gun, sprints over to her father, cradles her face, and she starts to sob and apologize profusely. Hands up if you cried. I cried. We have 1 page left. And in his last moments with his daughter, he looks at her and he says, I never would have given you to them. Not for anything. And then he dies. He dies in her arms. This is too much. Jinx takes a minute for herself. She's mourning. And when she gets up, you can tell something in her has shifted. Something has changed within me. Something is not the same. And Vi goes, Powder, it's okay. We'll be okay. And Jinx walks over to the Jinx chair. And she sits down. And she tells her sister, I thought maybe you could love me like you used to, even though I'm different. But you've changed too. And then the song, What Could Have Been, by Sting featuring Ray Chen starts to play in the background. There are a lot of upbeat songs on the soundtrack, and then there are a lot of songs like this that just get into your heart and just rip it out, and then they squeeze it and they pulverize it. So that's how that song makes me feel. And then Jinx says, so here's to the new us. She gets up, takes the gemstone off the cupcake. She puts it into this shark rocket launcher, which is called Fish Bones. I looked this up. And from here on out, it's just visual storytelling, I think. No more dialogue. I think there's a little bit of dialogue, but very much the rest of this is visual storytelling. Kate and Vi watch helplessly as Jinx walks up this little platform outside the cannery down by the docks with this stunning blood moon in the background, okay? Gorgeous. Jinx aims Fish Bones right at the counselor building from across the city. And as she cries tears of shimmer, she pulls the trigger. At the same exact moment, Mel Medarda is taking off her family ring, okay, with the symbol of the Medarda family on it, showing us as an audience that she is rejecting and removing herself from her family's deep-rooted values of war. And she goes, I support Counselor Talus's proposal for peace. And also, while this is all happening, we get quick scenes of Echo and Heimerdinger working together, Savika in Silco's office trying to light her blunt. And we also see Singed in his cave lab area, and he's looking up at this creature hanging from his ceiling, okay? Back to the rocket launcher. The rocket launcher starts to fire. It shoots this rocket, and it's aiming right for the council building's windows. As this is happening, the council has made a unanimous vote to give Zon their independence. And the episode ends. No, the season ends with the rocket hitting and shattering the window of the council building when they have all decided to give Zon their peace. Vander and Silco's dream of the nation of Zon has just been signed, sealed, delivered. Duh. And they have a shark bazooka coming right for their throats. And that is the end of Arcane Season 1. So what are our thoughts, everybody? Imagine having to wait 3 more years to know what happened at the end of that. That's the end of the episode, and that's the end of the season. I will film an outro separately from this because I'm so tired of talking. But I just want to show everyone before we go. These are all my notes for the entire season. All of Arcane Season 1 is in here. I will be auctioning this off to the highest bidder. I'm just kidding. You do not want these. Anyway, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. I'll see you in the outro. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if I will. I think I am. I think I mentioned this. I'll see you in the outro, but I'll also see you when I talk about my Season 2, Act 3, immediate post-watching reactions. Because that's how this video started. Without me filming right after I watched Season 2, Act 3, we would not have this video. And I don't know if we should thank past me for doing that, or if we should kill her. Anyway, I hope you guys are having a great day, whatever you're doing, wherever you are. And I will talk to you in the outro. I'm acting as if this is the outro. This is not the outro. I'm literally just saying goodbye. Bye! Wow, guys, wasn't that so good? I don't know. I actually have no idea what you feel. It's been 5 hours. How are we doing? Are we mourning? Are we doing okay? If you have made it up to this point, congratulations. I wish I had something to give you. I can give you my appreciation. Is that good? Will you take that? But yeah, isn't that show insane? Isn't it crazy? Do you see how much I love it now? Do you understand? Do you get it? But I really do think it's phenomenal, the work that they've put in, the effort, the detail, the creativity, just the story building, all of it. I really am so enamored by this entire show, and I'm so... If I could just have a fraction of that creativity, I think I would be so satisfied with my life. I don't think I have much to say. I just wanted to say goodbye. It felt a little weird to just cut it there, you know what I mean? So this is me formally saying goodbye to you. Thank you so much for watching this video. At the end of this, you will be able to witness me right after season 2 ended. It's really chaotic, okay? Also, I will tell you, you're gonna need to turn your volume up. Don't do it now, but you're gonna need to turn your volume up, because when I was filming all of that nonsense at the end, it was late at night, and so I was whispering. But don't forget to turn it back down later, because I don't know what you're gonna watch next, and if it's loud, that you don't, it's not my fault. I don't really have anything else to say. I don't want to keep you for too much longer, because you've already given me so much of your time, which is insane to me. Thank you for being here. If you're still here, wow. Happy New Year. I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful 2025. I feel it in my bones that it's going to be a good one. I hope. Well, I actually don't know. The world surprises me every day. I just see 2025 being a very creative year for me. So I hope to be on this channel a bit more. Wherever you are in the world, take care. And I will see you soon-ish. I don't know. No promises. Bye. If you end up seeing this clip, that means that I have committed to making this insane unhinged recap. I just finished watching ARCANE, and I have to be quiet because it's late at night. I actually have no words. I don't think a show has affected me this much in a very long time. I'm trying to think of a show that like could have been this impactful for me. I think ARCANE is like the magnum opus of animation. I say this as a very biased fan, and so take what I say with a grain of salt. I just think that it was a visual masterpiece. It was so stunning, and I could go on a whole other rant about animation on its own. I love animation. I think that people who animate are one of the most incredibly talented people on this planet, but ARCANE is so good. I keep saying that, but I actually need to like start speaking. So here's the thing. I come to ARCANE as a late fan. When season 1 came out in 2021, I tried to watch it, and then after the first 2 episodes, I like did it, and I was like, I don't think this is for me. Ooh, I was so wrong. And then in 2023, late 2023, when I was working back in childcare, one of my coworkers, they're awesome. That was when Blue Eye Samurai came out on Netflix, and I was obsessed with Blue Eye Samurai, and I wouldn't stop talking about it. It was just magnificent. I remember blabbing on about it at work, and my coworker, they asked me, Michaela, have you watched ARCANE? And I was like, oh, I think I tried to, but like it wasn't. And they were like, no, you need to get to episode 3, okay? And I said, okay. And so then I found myself having a lot of time, and I was like, you know what, let me give this show another shot. I am a professional fangirl, okay? I do this for a living. I mean, I don't do it for a living, but I do this for life, okay? I do this for life. I just think it's important to find art that like speaks to you, and enjoy art and love art, because it's just also one of the most powerful things in the world. Television and movies and all these things are just a medium for storytelling, and the world relies on storytelling for life and for culture and for everything. Here's the thing, I'm trying to make this short and sweet. It's already been 10 minutes. I love storytelling. I think storytelling is a beautiful art form. I think it's very sacred, and it's so wonderful that television exists, because what a wonderful new outlet for storytelling. ARCANE specifically has one of the best. First of all, the animation is incredible. It's just incredible. I just think it's so delicately crafted. Every minute little detail, the world building, their costumes, it's just the way that they move on the screen, and not even just the way that they move on the screen, but like the way they animate their fight scenes, the way that they animate action is so... My jaw is on the floor. My jaw is on the floor. I cannot believe I watched Arcane. I feel so lucky to have watched Arcane. And here's the thing, guys. Sometimes I catch myself thinking, is it really this serious? Is it really this serious? Don't worry, I don't ever think about it for very long, because then I'm like, obviously the answer is yes. There are things to love on this planet, okay? And I'm gonna love them. And Arcane is one of them. I just finished watching season 2. And obviously this is a recap of season 1. But guys, the reason why I have this stupid brain, this stupid mess of an idea, is because I just finished watching season 2. And I don't know when this video is coming out. So maybe it's already a little too late for us to talk about it, but know that it's November 23rd and it's fresh on the mind. So just go back to November 23rd for a second and relive finale night with me. I don't think Jinx is dead, okay? That's my first thought. And let me tell you why. Because when she exploded, when she was with Vander, there's the explosion. You get an aerial shot of the explosion. Boom. Then you see a little spark of pink, and I'm convinced that's her using her shimmer to get the fuck out of there, okay, you following? And then right at the end, when Kate is like looking at the pipe system and the vent system, and she's holding the little monkey ball, obviously they went back down there, okay, they went back down there to look, and obviously they wouldn't have found, but if she's blown up, maybe they wouldn't have found anything. Wouldn't they have found Jinx, like, if they were there? And Caitlyn is like smiling. She's smiling because she's like, oh, Jinx made it out alive. Because she's looking at the vent system. And why on earth would she be looking at the vent system if... And then you see the final shot. The final shot is an airship going off into the clouds. In, I think, the first episode of the first season, we see this blimp go by. Sorry, not a blimp, the airship go by. And Powder says, one day, I'm gonna get in one of those. One day, I'm gonna leave. I'm convinced. I know it is, guys. I just know it is. Oh, I had a sneaky suspicion that Caitlyn was gonna lose her eye. They've been setting up Sniper Girl. Okay, the whole season. And then with, when Act 2 ended and they had that little trailer for Act 3, and Bessa literally had the knife up to her eyeball, and obviously maybe that's like threatening. Sorry, I didn't mean to like metaphorically shiv you. What a great foreshadow. I just feel like her eye needs to be taken out. Not obviously, I'm so sorry that it got taken out. It didn't need to, but I just felt like it made sense narratively for her eye to be sniped off. Maddie, but the instant karma though, like, no, because the way that the bullet ricocheted off of the, can't even get into Mel right now, off of Mel's magic and just went up her nose. Where'd that go? Next up, oh, what's his name? I don't remember his name. The enforcer that like kind of looks like Vander, and he like was there with Vi during her pit fighter era. But when he died, oh my god, guys, when the arrow just like that, he dies. He doesn't make it. And then you really remember that this is war. It's war. And you lose people in war. And it's quick and it's sudden, and you don't get a chance to say goodbye in war. And they can just go within seconds. And I knew this, and I know this, but I really thought for sure everybody was gonna make it out alive. I really did, and I was naive to think this, but I really didn't think he would go. I love him. Okay, next. Oh, episode 7 is my favorite episode, and it's magnificent. It's magnificent, and it makes me think about that quote. I don't know where this quote is from. I'll find it. I'll figure it out. It's these lines of dialogue where someone goes, have you ever gotten what you wanted? And the response is, no, but I got very close. What's that? I don't know where that's from. I also tried to look it up, but I couldn't find it. Sometimes it's hard to believe an alternate timeline situation, but it just made sense. Everything just made sense. Like, also,
Okay, are they not all siblings? Was I reading this wrong when Milo and Claudia were like cuddling like that? Are they gay for each other? I thought they were brothers. Maybe I'm reading that wrong, guys. Please let me know if I'm reading that wrong. I would hate to read it wrong, but everything in this show is so gay that I just immediately think gay. But like, I thought they were brothers, and maybe I'm mistaking it. I don't have a brother. I don't know how to lovingly cuddle a brother. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. I think every lesbian won tonight, which is to say, I won tonight. It's a great day to be a lesbian. It really is. Shout out to every lesbian out there in the world. I haven't even talked about Jace and Victor. Oh my god. Guys, they're fucking. Was it casual when the two boyfriends sacrificed themselves for each other? Was that very casual? Those two have the hots for each other. And they've always had the hots for each other because they both have these science brain nerds, and science brain nerds love other science brain nerds. I can't talk about them because I have to go to bed soon. So I have to talk about the lesbians. Let's be honest. It was a great scene. Okay? It was a great scene. It was a great scene. Guys, I can't believe they had sex in a jail cell. Like, I'm sure there are better places to fuck. Actually, no. Like, when are you ever gonna fuck in a jail cell? The way that they met in a prison cell and then fucked in the prison cell is kind of poetic. I'm just so excited to see media start to portray acts of intimacy and sex so accurately. And I'm not even just talking about like the sex part, but I'm talking about like the in-betweens, like giggling and laughing and like taking off your shirt and like being like, this is me. I love that it has such an intimate and natural feeling of what sex can look like and what these moments of like intimacy can look like, and how there's laughing and how sometimes it's a little awkward and sometimes you can't get the belt buckle off. Sometimes you can't. I love that that's also there because it also reminds us of their humanness, and I think it also grounds you and reminds you of how tender this moment is. I loved it, guys. And I know it's like silly to look at a sex scene and be like, guys, I loved it. But I just loved it. Like, not because it was a sex scene, but because it was a sex scene, if that makes sense. Anyway, I feel like I should end it off there. I'm exhausted. I'm emotionally burnt out from watching Arcane. If you are still watching this part, that's so funny. That would be crazy if you were, guys. That would be crazy if you were. Go to bed. Anyway, this has been my brain dump for the evening. Thank you so much for watching me go on and on about this show. Guys, wherever you are in this world, have a great day, have a great night. I am going to bed. And I don't know when I'll see you, but I don't even know when you're going to see this. But it'll be a surprise for all of us. Bye!